Enough time has passed. Kagurabachi is a 2022 shonen manga that leaked before trending everywhere. But the trend was to hate on it and make fun of the manga as much as possible. Yet today, Kagurabachi is nowhere near that. 3 years later, the series still runs. It's a top name in its magazine, and its anime is apparently being made with an unlimited budget. That is how far this joke has come. Kagurabachi has grown into a series genuinely worth reading, and today I want to prove that by diving deep into it with you all. I will show you Kagurabachi is a gem with many layers, that there's so much hidden beneath the surface to know about. Also, the art is cool, like a manga movie, you just gotta see it. To really capture everything, I'll be looking at part 1 of this story while cutting into some of the newest chapters. Every single arc and every chapter will be spoke about in detail, examining the characters, the power system, the deep themes, the intense moments, and of course the insane villains. I swear with every section, every arc, this manga gets better, so make sure to watch the entire thing. Please get cozy, grab a snack, or put me on in the background if that's just how you listen. Regardless, I really hope you enjoyed this deep dive through Kagurabachi Part 1 and a bit of the Seitei War. It goes up to chapter 127. So yeah, just enjoy and I'll see you on the other side. Swordsmiths. With hammer, fire, and ore, a katana can be created. It's an art form. The swords you make reflect you, and so they carry immense weight, reflected in the hands-on hard work you must do to create such a tool. We meet Chihiro Rokihira and his father Kunishige, swordsmiths in a hidden location out in rural Japan. Kunishige is a legend, his swords are one of a kind, and we see this as we watch them work on a sword. And these scenes are immediately some of my favorites. The swordsmithing is heavy feeling, always done with the heavy use of dark ink to contrast the pure white flame. It's really well done to emphasize the weight of what a blade is. This isn't just a shiny piece of metal in Kagurabachi, it's an object that can take a life with ease, yet one that can save a person just as easily. Outside of this though, Kunishige is super unserious. He speaks to his pet fish, he's absent-minded, and just silly. His carelessness is kinda sad to think about in hindsight, but more on that later, as right now we're introduced to Shiba, and man, Shiba is just, he's Shiba, he's awesome. While we'll see how awesome he is later, and trust me, he's really awesome, he presents a pretty clear shift in this opening. He tells of history, the past, present, future, it's all a pretty big part of Kagurabachi. Kunishige, a swordsmith, was more famous than guys like Shiba, who actually fought in the Seitei War, as his blades literally ended that war. Also, remember that Seitei War, it's really important. Probably the most important thing in this manga alongside Kunishige and Chihiro. Shiba tells Chihiro that his father saved many. He's a hero, and he's sure Chihiro will be like that. This introduces other key things to Kagurabachi, the idea of heroes and ideas of legacy. Kunishige is a hero, and Chihiro is almost expected to be like that, carrying his father's legacy. Considering we opened with them smithing together, this appears to genuinely be what Chihiro wants too. He's even insistent on following his dad's footsteps. And so Kunishige shows him some blades from the war. This is a room and a scene we'll return to many times, as I think here we are given the defining statement of the series. Katanas have always saved lives and slashed open new eras, but they're still tools for killing people. As swordsmiths, they're complicit in the deaths they cause. If their swords fall into evil hands, they can kill good people. Swords should be wielded by those dedicated to vanquishing evil and protecting. He asks Chihiro, his son, can he carry on that burden? He states he doesn't know, but he'll take it on, leaving us with a panel of Kunishige through Chihiro's eyes. A ghastly man, an image of a far gone past. It's this moment that defines a good chunk about this series, specifically the idea that swords can cleave open new eras while still being killing tools. A sword kills, that's what it does, yet a sword doesn't only need to kill in cold blood. It can be a device of protection, being the means to destroy those who objectively do bad things and to protect those who need it more than others. The idea of there being two sides and walking along that line is a big part about Kagurabachi. This is Chihiro and Kunishige's responsibility as swordsmiths, making sure their swords are used correctly. And with this, we understand the creator of these blades, Kunishige's viewpoint. Swords protect and cut down evil. As maker of blades, making sure they do just that is their responsibility as people. This viewpoint is very important, and it's honestly something we're going to come back to a lot. It's Kunishige's intent for these blades, one you just have to keep in mind as this whole series literally starts because of this man's choices. One thing notable to me is that Chihiro listens to this. He responds, but he doesn't speak as someone whose heart is fully in it. I think the moment wants to present the idea that he is a child following his father's footsteps. Because it's his father, he may not get the gravity of everything, so to say. He can listen and understand, but not fully feel it yet. It's a good note to open the story on regardless of how awkward it sounds, as it tells us that Chihiro is a bit immature. But that tells us something, that Kagurabachi is going to be a story about growth. 3 years later, we cut to a scene of horror, men being killed for opposing organized crime. It's stated clearly that this group is backed by a sorcerer, and it's implied nobody does anything to stop it. This gives us a pretty big part of Kagurabachi. The world is filled with crime. Crime that seems to go unnoticed and is mostly ignored, leaving the common people to suffer. This is emphasized as we watch a sorcerer torment the man, and the tree sorcery specifically sticks out to me. It's likely not intentional, but I feel the idea of taking nature and distorting it to your use, to hurt and kill, is very gross. It goes against humanity, which does a lot to make these villains, well, gross. The fact that he does it openly states a lot too. This is something that just happens. It's part of this world, not a rarity per se. Kagurabachi has a Japan that is losing to crime. That's what it's trying to tell us with these scenes. We cut away to Chihiro, beginning a scene Kagurabachi will never forget. There's a big scar on his face, highlighting an event we'll soon see. Shiba is here too, and he wonders why Chihiro doesn't have the scar treated, and he states it's so he recalls that day every morning. So he starts every day with fresh hatred. Yeah, there's that line. The early Kagurabachi dialogue is pretty rough in my opinion. And despite the weird line, Shiba somehow keeps it together and simply warns Chihiro that vengeance is gonna break him, leaving the scene quiet. Scars represent past injuries, and in Kagurabachi, this is an idea that is fully embraced. It's not meant to just look cool. Every scratch, every injury, and every scar is a reminder of a moment from the past. It's a silly scene with silly dialogue, and it's something easy to joke about because it's cringy, but it's genuinely very important. It's emphasized by the scene. They sit in this insanely fast-moving train. Hokuzono takes his time to depict the movement. It's like he wants us to see Chihiro is on one track rushing into the future, exactly as a train would. But a train eventually has to stop, and it seems Chihiro hasn't even considered that bit. It's a nod to the cost of vengeance. Revenge always reaches a breaking point. Later, Chihiro finds the aftermath of the crime we seen earlier. It's so commonplace Shiba knows exactly what occurred. Again, this is not a rarity for their world, but before we know it, they jump into action against the evil. It's exactly as Chihiro's father said, swords should kill evil and protect the weak. Chihiro seems to do that, but it's important to note it's more so for revenge. He takes that idea and embodies it rather than applying it to swordsmithing like his father seemed to imagine. It calls back to what I had highlighted earlier, like he just doesn't feel the weight of everything yet. Regardless, we get a beautiful shot of Chihiro spinning in a circle to cut all the men down. It's such a good perspective, as if it was like a movie, which is just a Kagurabachi mainstay. It always somehow feels like a movie in this manga. The doors of the warehouse then fly open and hands are launched from limbs. A man cloaked in darkness has come. Chihiro states he came to ask something, and then follows that up with the statement he can't allow slime, evildoers like them to wield swords. Chihiro then grasps his sword. Shiba telling us Kunishige's blades were so special because they're imbued with sorcery. These are the enchanted blades. Swords so powerful they can change the world. Ones that made him famous by winning the Seitei War. Chihiro wields N10, unleashing a wave of energy in fish apparitions. This blade is the one Kunishige gave his life to make, telling us all about Chihiro's revenge. It's for his father, Kuro. His first attack flies off with the word, a huge flying slash that cuts those in front of him to shreds. He jumps above the crowd and unleashes one more, before unleashing Nishiki, it cutting to a room full of dead men. Chihiro really can't be stopped. And as you can already tell, the enchanted blades are the highlight of Kagurabachi. They are not only the main story point, but they are the main power system alongside sorcery. I love the enchanted blades so much, as they not only serve as a means of fighting, which is of course guaranteed in a battle shonen manga, but they're the biggest plot point in the series. Everything is connected to them, every theme, every message, every character. They are everything to Kagurabachi. The enchanted blades are the epitome of power. They are an ultimate force that humans can use to change the reality they stand in. That is simply what a power system is in storytelling. It's the means for the characters to fight and push the story forward. Hokusono pushes this to the max, as the entire history of the Japan we'll get to know in Kagurabachi revolves around these swords, what they're made of, and what they've done. And so, the enchanted blades truly reflect Hokusono's writing, as each blade has deep meanings alongside cool powers, all of which we'll of course speak about today. You just have to with Kagurabachi. Chihiro's enchanted blade is N10, the new and 7th enchanted blade, the only one that didn't appear in the Seitei War, as it was made afterwards, which is a very key detail, hold on to it. N10. The first kanji means deep, or abyss, and the other means sky/heaven, meaning we have deep sky or abyss heaven. Kinda awkward, and so an idea I've seen correlated to that just sounds better is ideas of light and dark, heaven versus hell, and those of the sorts. I personally really like heaven versus hell, as N10 is a sword that was actually made to resemble the idea of a choice. N10 is a blade that's meant to give Chihiro a choice on how the future goes. And so, N10, representing the idea of being able to choose light or dark, a heaven or a hell, is absolutely amazing. Of course, we're going to be speaking about N10 a lot throughout this video, because the N10 is Chihiro's, and Chihiro is the main character. But for now, I'm going to hold off for a moment. You'll understand when we get there, it'll be worth it, but for now, we're going to hold off. Chihiro's motive for striking down this sect of evil was for one reason: the Hishaku, a criminal organization responsible for the murder of his father. Their name is later referred to in series as Phantoms. The Hishaku are meant to seem like phantoms, ghosts with no names, no history, no records, who disappear as fast as they appear. Sorcerers with a set goal who seem to do anything to get it. Considering they appear to kill Chihiro's father, a hero and creator of the greatest weapons this universe has ever seen, then yeah, these ghosts have a pretty big goal and will do anything for it. But we can see that Chihiro chasing them is revenge through and through. Chihiro has fully embraced this monsterly persona for his goals, perfectly reflected by the blood mirroring his scars. He's a monster for his revenge, for the scars he has, telling us what Kagurabachi stems around perfectly. It's about Chihiro and his father. And that's the first chapter of the first chapter of Kagurabachi. And I think you can understand why people were so unserious about this chapter. The first chapter leaked all over the internet before it officially released, meaning it was the more involved and more online crowd that got to this series first. And to be honest, let's just be real, it's more often those people who are ready to make jokes about something. This resulted in several memes about its quotes, about it being up next, and everything of the sort. It's easy to honestly see where they were coming from though. Not only is Kagurabachi another sword-based sorcery revenge story, which is a very commonplace in manga, especially now with like Jujutsu Kaisen, but after all that, the first chapter wasn't insane, and the dialogue especially was very It just wasn't great, not at all, nobody liked it. Even I don't love the first few chapters of Kagurabachi, as Chihiro just seems silly and overly edgy. And while he definitely is those things here, he's childish. I don't think they wanted you to see it to that extent, as the dialogue changed pretty fast from here on out. Overall, it was just an insanely easy to make fun of series because the first chapter was too simple and a bit silly. It seemed like something that would just disappear as fast as it came, like most memes do. And to most people, you just shouldn't have released it then. Though this resulted in an anomaly for the manga industry, as no new mangaka would get the type of attention Hokuzono had just gotten with Kagurabachi. And especially now with how fast the internet moves in the current state of Jump, it is incredibly hard to get a series off the ground and popular enough to keep going for it to be justifiable. Yet Hokuzono had that type of push before his manga even started. But this creates a very new issue. Expectations are already created, and Kagurabachi hasn't even shown anything. I feel like most in situations like this would crash and burn. That's an immense pressure. It's one thing to be successful for a moment, but to carry on that success for years? It's insane. But well, we wouldn't be here if Kagurabachi didn't do just exactly that. Carry on the torch that his manga got from the beginning into the inferno. As while Kagurabachi might have been a campfire as opposed to a small match, it somehow became a fire that could consume a city. Maybe that's not the right, comparison, but you get my point. This manga has become so good and so huge despite the silly beginning. And it's something I would genuinely consider amazing enough to make this entire video. Shiba recollects the day. He rushed over hearing a barrier was breached. Blood. So much blood, flames, destruction all around. Chihiro sat bloodied over the corpse of his father, only holding a single blade. The Hishaku came and went like phantoms. The heartbreaking part is Chihiro's pouring blood from his face. His pain is literally plastered for everyone, but he only thinks of his father. Saying he was everything is just an understatement. It leads him to thoughts about the enchanted blades, Kunishige's prized possessions, what made him known. He shows them to Chihiro, yet states they aren't the answer. Chihiro needs to look through the world through his eyes. Think about what kind of sword the world needs and why. He states they'll do it together. He was there exactly as a father should be, guiding his son on the right path. But now, he's gone. In this moment, Chihiro is thinking of revenge. Shiba tries to apologize for it all. He blames himself. But all Chihiro can state is revenge. He'll cut them all down. A statement Shiba can only listen to with the hand on the boy's shoulder. And this is honestly one thing I think people miss when it comes to Shiba. Guilt. He has a lot of it. This is a man we will go on to see is in a top tier, strongest class of sorcery. We will see that he has feats that are just impossible. But in every crucial moment, he's late and the last one standing. Kunishige is the example given to us in the first two chapters. Kunishige was a great friend to Shiba, but he couldn't do anything to protect that friend. And that's only really the beginning of his character. This reflects well on the relationship he has with Chihiro. While you'd initially assume it's mentor-based, it's more so of him following Chihiro, a loose attempt to help him and keep him safe. But well, he's not really doing the best. Not being able to stop Chihiro from his reckless revenge, one we'd assume his father wouldn't agree with, and one we can see is driving him deeper into hell. Shiba's guilt results in moments where he's scared him doing something will lead to a worse outcome, but he's also scared doing nothing will lead to an even worse outcome. It leads to big moments of inaction, like here with Chihiro's quest of vengeance. It's a clearly unhealthy path he stands by and watches. And this is a hell we've now fully viewed. Chihiro, a boy already without his mother, now has his father ripped from him. He had a father who was great, but was taken before his very eyes. Chihiro now is still honestly a kid. You can understand why revenge would take center stage in his mind before anything else. Kunishige as a parent taught responsibility. As a person intertwined with swords in the act of creating them, he needs to take his worldview and apply it to the blades. It's a very delicate path their family walks. But Chihiro has seemingly pushed that to the side for revenge. Nobody can use his father's blades for evil. He wants to take his legacy and protect it no matter what. It's a great thing, and by no means is Chihiro wrong for this. It's just he's pursuing it in a very childish way. And I think the manga wants us to see both of these things. Chihiro holds Enten, the newest sword created by Kunishige and him. He sits before the moon, his sword's fish fully visible as he stares at the blade. It's then Shiba comes to him. They have a lead. An enchanted blade has been spotted, and Chihiro closes the blade instantly in pursuit of revenge. This scene is amazing. This panel specifically. The moon, the fish, and Chihiro. The moon represents many things, but I think in this scene, it's meant to represent introspection, as it's alongside the fish. Creatures that Hokuzono has stated symbolize Chihiro and his father, and in retrospect later down the line, it's obviously his whole family. I believe Kunishige is represented by the black goldfish, and Chihiro is the red, black, and white one, or the mixed goldfish. I think this is really well shown by this panel. Chihiro and his father's positions are mirrored by these fish. And funny enough, since then, the manga has revealed who Chihiro's mother is, Chiaki, who in this case would perfectly fit the red goldfish. Goldfish in general represent luckiness, but the red goldfish specifically is interesting, as red is a color believed to be extremely lucky and reflective of things like good fortune, with it symbolizing things like health. Chihiro's mother Chiaki is later revealed to be able to create prophecies, highlighting extreme luck in their family, hence her being the red goldfish. Black can represent many things, but I think in Kunishige's case it represents formality, restraint, and mourning. He is a man who embodies a formal yet unsteady work. Blade making, one that we've seen, comes with immense pressures and weight. His whole character is about the dread yet significance of his art, one that's resulted in mourning and questions stemming from the choices he's made. Black fits perfectly if you ask me. Finally, red, black, and white are combined to represent Chihiro. I believe it's meant to mark his legacy with the red and black, while also using white to reflect pureness. As Chihiro is a child, one we will see grow throughout this story, pure by all means, so no color defines him. The idea is that Kunishige and Chiaki combine to represent a balance, a white balance, a child, Chihiro. That is why the fish represent their family, and before the moon here, he's reflecting on his family. I love the symbolism, but I gotta say, these fish play an even bigger part in Chihiro's character with his powers, which is something we will find the chance to talk about soon enough. We're introduced to Hinao, a connect for sorcerers and such to find jobs. We also get a clear, intentional statement about how carrying weapons is just openly allowed in Japan. Another statement highlighting the chaos of Kagurabachi's world. Everything points to this. Regardless, she connects our cast with Char, a banged up little girl who's being hunted by an adult with the strongest blade. Not only does this just sound horrible, almost too bad to believe, but the blade she speaks of is without a doubt an enchanted blade. Char is the start of Kagurabachi fully exposing what it's about, and to make us care about it, it's presented through a girl who is a tragedy. Kids tug at your heartstrings, it's just smart. I like how Hokuzono did it though, as Char isn't a sob story, but rather a kid who went through something horrible and doesn't want to talk about it out of fear. It's trauma, and very realistic. It's not till they're attacked it's even believable because of how well her silence is shown, but because of the gravity of what happens, it confirms everything is true to a disturbing level. Char isn't a little girl just making up fairy tales because she's a kid, but she's a tragic young soul tormented by the world. They defend Char here, as she's hunted due to her clan's special healing properties. The extent the attackers go tell everything. Shiro's forced to brandish Enten and fight back. It's a beautiful scene, one I need animated and hopefully the anime comes soon. But this grandiose fight in the manga shows how big this thing is. People like Char are hunted by the sick. With the man beat and captured, we get a scene of Chihiro and Char going to get some food. It's an absolutely adorable set of 3 pages. Char getting her own full course meal out of Chihiro before showcasing an absolutely happy face. And as like a reward, she opens up a bit. telling us that she lived in a dark place for a very long time, and in those times her mother told her to live a happy life, ending the scene with, "Today with Chihiro was happy." Kagurabachi is political. There is no getting away from it, it's the truth. I just want you to understand that from the very beginning of this video. This is a manga that highlights and discusses big parts of history without fear, more specifically dark happenings from our own history. Char is the greatest example so far. She is part of a group of people oppressed just because of their biological nature. We will see that they want to experiment on her and use her biology as a tool to create weapons. In their eye, Char is a resource to use till she is no longer useful. It is a clear correlation to human experimentation and oppressions in real-world events. People have been subjected to horrors in order to sate those in power. One such example people really know is Unit 731, where human experimentation was carried out on prisoners to create war weapons. The slow unveiling of this throughout the chapters is why it hits so hard. Char is scared and apprehensive. You somewhat want to think it's a kid being shy because the scenes are almost too casual. But the second it becomes real fast, and so reality sinks in. This is a child being hunted for the worst reasons imaginable, and it's happening in broad day without much thought. This is the world of Kagurabachi, a world meant to reflect the horrors of history for us to see. This is where the enchanted blades come in, as they are a power that can be used to change the world. Chihiro carries them to defeat evil as his responsibility, but we also see here that being a human can help. It says, power might not be the thing that saves people. I think Char is an excellent example of this. The blade can obviously save her, but Chihiro treating her as a human almost helps more. Shiba interrogates the captured man, stepping on his foot and shattering the floor. He just, errored the weight of this man's foot and made it like 1,000,000 pounds, which has gotta hurt. The man initially refuses to answer, but once his feet are bloodied and shoved deep into the earth, well, he quickly answers. He tells the man they're after is named Genichi Sojo, a huge underworld weapons dealer. He's the one with Cloud Gouger, one of the original enchanted blades. We view Sojo in a scene of a man hung. He sits there casually, a spa bath, in a very expensive suite. He's gouged the man's eyes out, it's every horror you can think of, and he's clearly successful doing it. Even worse, he states a clear interest in Chihiro, setting him up to be our first major villain of Kagurabachi. Right away, Sojo makes one thing apparent. The underworld exists, and it's thriving. Evil men like him are able to flourish because of the way the world is now, happily committing evil in expensive places like this. That is just this world. Chihiro and Char are then attacked by a sorcerer who could make tons of flimsy clones of himself. He reveals Sojo cast a bounty on Char, Chihiro, and the enchanted blade, but the man is most focused on the enchanted blade, giving us an interesting statement. These are the swords that had the power to end that hell on Earth, the Seitei War. It sent Chihiro's touched by another sorcerer, one who was able to show visions of terrible nightmares. Chihiro seeing his father's murder. And it's almost a weird piece of imagery. Kunishige ended the hell on Earth by creating these blades. But the scene Chihiro sees of him is a hell on Earth. It's like Hokuzono was trying to tell us something here. Maybe it's not as clear as we think. But the enchanted blades are power that can end a hell on Earth. They are so great that I'm gonna begin referring to them as nukes, atomic bombs in the form of a sword. They are the ultimate power, and therefore a showcase on how power is used in the world. The enchanted blades link to Chihiro with ideas like legacy, fathers, and responsibility. They are the power used to present these themes Hokuzono wants us to see and take from. They are a storytelling device, a showcase of what power can do, and the ideas power can bring and represent. Yes, cool blades exist in the story to push the plot, but they are so much more. Devices to tell us lessons and such. Lessons that might not be great, per the implications here, with Char, and the idea of ending a hell on Earth. The men grab Char, calling her the last Kyoanagi, mentioning a rumor where if you eat their flesh, you'll become immortal. It's dark, but apparently it's nonsense. Yet they then tear away a Char's leg, showing the special regeneration that is wanted for experimentation, specifically by our bad guy Sojo. But Chihiro won't have that. The vision reminded him of his vengeance. In one strike, everyone is brought down in a flurry of energy. Chihiro saves Char. He holds her and understands why she didn't want to tell him the truth, and it's all made better when he gives her his burger. It's heartwarming and pretty essential. A reminder that despite the brutal revenge, Chihiro is still human. They walk a short bit, and while this next attack wouldn't be something to mention, a special man stops Chihiro. He blitzes the attackers quickly. This is Azami, and he stamps the beginning of a big part of Kagurabachi, introducing us to the Kamunabi, this world's government. It's quickly explained they were established in the Seitei War, them being tasked with eliminating threats to the nation. They used sorcerers for this task. Shiba, the strongest, was part of this group, but left because they were restrictive. Azami has appeared because the government shows interest in Shiba and Chihiro's quest. They don't know of Chihiro and his blade, but Azami highlights they would without a doubt take it, as they consider them a threat to the nation. It's then described that a huge underworld auction is soon to occur, and one of these legendary enchanted blades will be auctioned. It was submitted by Sojo in the place of these Shaku, and while that's a plot to come soon enough, for now, we learn that Sojo is so dangerous and huge in the underworld that even the government avoids him. Simply put, they're trying to say Chihiro should stay out of this. He's not ready for whatever is being planned, the likes of which will rock the nation. After the Seitei War, Kunishige took the enchanted blades and put them away. He left them in the past the war. This is a reflection of his own beliefs. As we've heard many times, swords can be used to kill, but also to protect. It's their responsibility as swordsmiths to watch over them. Kunishige taking them away from the government's safe hand speaks loudly. The government's interests didn't exactly line up with Kunishige, and so an agreement was made. On the other hand, the Kamunabi essentially believe that these swords should be controlled by the government for peace. They are powerful, and only under their protection and guardianship can they avoid being used for chaos. Power. The key idea of it all is always power and what is done with that power. We're going to get this idea a lot throughout all of Kagurabachi, specifically around these blades. Ideas like who should hold power, who has the power to make such choices around these blades, what makes them qualified, and so on and so forth. This is Hokazono's conversation on obviously weapon control and how weapons exist in society, a topic that is talked about all over the world. Though Kagurabachi doesn't really ever answer the question if power should be regulated or not. Because I believe Hokazono just doesn't want to offer a perfect answer. I believe he just wants to make it a part of the statement this story is making. Kagurabachi takes a good look at history and includes it, to make you aware of that reality. The idea of weapon control is no exception. Think about it, look at it, and make a choice for yourself. The Kamunabi were thrust into power when sorcery went public. They are a government that embraces the idea of using sorcery, magical power, to keep peace. I do want you to recall that we've seen so much harm at the hands of sorcery. It was a huge opening to this story. The first ones Chihiro cut down were literally doing this. It is shown and heavily implied throughout the entire story, crime is backed and made crazier due to sorcerers. And now it's been stated Sojo essentially gets free reign because he's that powerful. Even worse, this is all as they also explained there's a criminal auction being allowed to just happen. The point is that while the Kamunabi may gloat about making the world better since they've been created, we've also been made to see they aren't perfect. They aren't the perfect solution, and they are going to be questionable throughout this story. Nothing in Kagurabachi is black and white. There is no perfect solution. They want you to look at everything and think for yourself. In the way Chihiro grows throughout the story to find his own solutions, they want you to reflect and make your own solutions in yourself. Daruma. The sorcerer Chihiro initially saved Char from walks free. After Shiba interrogated him and allowed him to live, he wants to take on a new life. We see that his perfectly normal looking family pushed him away. His sorcery led them to being known as the Bomb Monster family. It's a small scene, one I probably wouldn't even mention, but it is basically shown that Daruma took his normal sorcery and made that normalcy into deadliness. It's like Hokuzono wants us to know that this is a thing that just happens. In the world of Kagurabachi, even the most normal of people are committed to crime and evil. It's a lot like our world, and that's the point. He wants us to see that. Daruma's sister is then killed and he's stabbed. Stabbed by Sojo, who has already killed his family because the man failed him. It's just brutal. His body is then froze over and Sojo sheaths his enchanted blade as the car explodes. It's cold, loud, and done without a care in the world. We have a horrid villain on our hands with an enchanted blade, a nuclear bomb, and of course, Sojo is on a mission to see Chihiro. Their first encounter begins as Sojo literally walks into the room Chihiro's in, where they instantly clash and Sojo blows Chihiro through a wall. This instant big appearance, one that literally breaks through a wall, speaks loudly. This is an encounter way bigger than everything before this, and it's one that is going to break Chihiro, make him break through a wall in some way. In this moment, seeing his father's sword, Chihiro asks Sojo if his blade is stained with blood of evildoers. That doesn't interest Sojo at all, and this alone makes Chihiro ready to fight him. Fight him despite him already being told Sojo is far too powerful for him. All that matters to Chihiro is taking that blade away from this evil man. With this, they stand to each other and draw their powers. Chihiro's resembling goldfish, and Sojo's resembling a cloud-like dragon. Chihiro's goldfish are incorporated into his powers, and they resemble Chihiro's relationship with his family and in turn his father's blades. They represent this as a story of legacy. The fish are a key touch of artwork to serve as a constant reminder of the morality of these swords. A responsibility Chihiro has taken from his father, and strives to evolve as he holds the blade they made together. I know I haven't explained Chihiro's power and symbolism that deeply yet, but it is coming very soon. Trust me. Sojo's cloud-like dragon can be seen as a wild but mismanaged powerful force of energy. A simple touch to show that Sojo as a character is very comfortable with havoc. You contrast these powers to each other, Chihiro's are a lot more focused on his moral-based journey, while Sojo's is straight chaos. It's a clever way to show that their intentions with these swords are different, and they haven't even used them yet. The battle between these two instantly begins and the differences continue to show. While Chihiro has deep knowledge of every blade's ability, Sojo doesn't, yet he makes up in this by clearly being far stronger than Chihiro. Cloud Gouger has 3 abilities like most enchanted blades, all being shown with weather-like imagery and dragons, emphasizing just the craziness of this sword. Mei basically summons lightning. It can be shot out directly or the user can cloak themselves in it, using it to gain the speed of a lightning bolt. Yui forms ice, being used to create huge icebergs and waves of ice. Lastly, Ko. This is what generates water and such. When it comes to Sojo's use, you will mostly see Mei, a lot of Mei, and how he transforms the ability for himself. I said I would dive into what each blade seems to represent, and of course we're beginning here with Cloud Gouger. I promise N10 is next, I'm just waiting for a simple scene. I believe each blade's abilities and what it does is a representation of the creator, Kunishige's, views. While not stated, it just makes sense to me. I think it would be pretty annoying for these swords to just have random powers instead of deeply reflective meanings that reflect those powers. The meanings are things I've always assumed are reflective of Kunishige, specifically his thoughts on the Seitei War, the reason the enchanted blades, with the exception of N10, were made. As for Cloud Gouger, I'd say it represents the harsh, cold storm of dread that comes with killing. Its abilities create ice, water, and lightning, representing how cold, deep, and quick killing can be to a person. Cloud Gouger's existence is a statement for Kunishige to say he knows how horrible this blade's existence is. It's a storm that appears mighty like a dragon, but it's a storm that can leave dread in its wake like a dragon. Swords can protect, but just as easily can be a device for carnage. You know, also like a rainstorm, it can be calming and good, but can also become a horrible hurricane. Cloud Gouger also translates to Kurigumo. It's the only enchanted blade they've decided to give an alternate name to. It's really weird, but whatever, it means the same thing. If you see Kurigumo, it means Cloud Gouger and vice versa. The first kanji means to cut open or clear out, and the second kanji means cloud or sky. Put together, it's like saying cut open or clear sky. I like what this adds to what I've already said about the blade, as it could be a say to Kunishige's intents with the blade. Yes, it kills, yes it's horrible like the worst storms, but after every storm, there's a clear sky. He wants these blades to kill evil and bring forth a better day with Cloud Gouger. As we witness the power of this blade, we see Shiba and Izami speak of the blades during the Seitei War, reflecting on how everyone saw Kunishige as a hero, but they say if anybody sees the blades clash now, it'll ruin that heroic reputation. These swords walk a thin line. If a blade fights another blade and the public sees what they can truly do, everything they've built, the idea of protecting the weak, it'll fall to shreds. But what will you do when the enchanted blades are the only solution to an evildoer like Sojo? He is proof that the systems in place are failing. He is a culmination of criminals we've seen here and there. Sojo is placed to make Chihiro think, and he's placed for us to think about everything about Chihiro, this world, and especially the line the enchanted blades walk. Kagurabachi wants you to think. And to really emphasize that point, Sojo here makes a startling declaration. He truly loves Kunishige Rokuhira, Chihiro's father. This is immediately very odd. He doesn't show any of the respect for his work that Chihiro does. And this gets even weirder as he explains how much he desired this blade, literally speaking about it for half a page. This is all before he asks Chihiro why he wields his sword, and like we know, it's to defeat evil and protect the weak. That is what Chihiro believes his father intended for the sword. Sojo can't believe this. He believes he's the only one who understands Kunishige. He specifically points out how wrong the label hero is. There is only one reason to make weapons. Of course, to kill. And so he intends to show Chihiro what his father wanted. He jumps from a building with a beautiful panel and charges the blade, intending to kill as he believes this is what the swords are for. It's then a huge explosion breaks out, yet Chihiro was able to stop it by using his own blade as a lightning rod, taking the damage for himself instead of it hurting others. Sojo fully believes these blades are for cold blood killing, and since he is an arms dealer, well, that makes a lot of sense. At the same time, Chihiro instantly contrasts this point, using his own blade as a lightning rod to protect people. Chihiro just showcased what he believes, that these all-powerful blades are to protect people and defeat evildoers. The thing is, both of them are kind of right. Sojo states these blades were made to kill, and well, he's not wrong. You wouldn't craft these swords capable of mass destruction if it wasn't to cause mass destruction. And the truth is, these blades were originally an effort to end a very powerful war. So, in turn, Sojo is right. These blades were originally meant to kill. But at the same time, Sojo is wrong and Chihiro is right, because a blade doesn't just need to be a device to kill. A sword can do so much more, like protecting people and defeating objective evil. Matter of fact, this is the viewpoint Chihiro's father expressed in the very first chapter. The blades are meant to protect the weak by rooting out evil. Yes, the swords kill, but to protect the people. It's a very unsteady line, and this highlights why those who think about it wouldn't consider him as heroic. And it's exactly why Chihiro's father didn't like the label. No matter what, a life is taken because of the power he created. It's also a big call for us, the reader, to question the reality of what we consider heroes in our own history. This too becoming a very big part of this series. Whereas Sojo views these blades as objects to kill, that is their purpose to him, Chihiro views them as devices to protect. And so the conflict arises because neither can grow past them having differing opinions. Chihiro can acknowledge Sojo's point, and vice versa. Chihiro and Sojo's moral clash continues, though they don't really get anywhere. Chihiro attempts to buy time as Sojo insults Chihiro's idea of the blades. This culminates in a rage-filled final clash, a beautifully drawn page where each of them nearly take each other's heads off. With this, each of them back down a bit, but while Chihiro assumed buying time allowed him to do some good, in reality Sojo was distracting him to allow his men to kidnap the child. Chihiro picks up on this instantly as Sojo is encountered by Kamunabi forces. While Sojo escapes, we get a beautiful selection of panels as Chihiro spins through the car he saw Char in. But in reality, they severed her leg to act as a decoy. He puts a blade to a man's neck in perhaps the most terrifying Chihiro panel yet, all before reflecting on the situation. Sojo, the man with his father's blade, is complete trash. Sojo now is the girl Char and the enchanted blade, giving Chihiro all the more reasons to come after him once more. The stuff with Char and her leg is pretty crazy too, and it honestly feels a bit extra. But it does really do well to act as a cherry on top that Sojo is that horrible. And so, he sits in a getaway car thinking of Chihiro, that they indeed need to talk more, all while Chihiro on the other hand, he just wants to kill him. And with that I say, this encounter showcased Sojo to be a perfect counter to Chihiro. When it comes to the blade, what their conflict arises from, they couldn't be any more on opposite sides. I personally love villains like this, as their role in the story is to help the main character grow. This is a point where Chihiro will need to open his eyes and truly understand his legacy and responsibility with the enchanted blades, as others are going to have their own thoughts on him, the blades, and his father. It's a pretty big role to give to Sojo, especially as the first big villain, whereas normally you wouldn't see a character like this till a bit later down the line. Upon reading this series for the first time, this really stuck out to me as it speaks confidence. The mangaka must be sure they can outdo themselves with villains after this, which is just a good thing to see as a reader, that a mangaka loves their series and believes in themselves. Sojo is also just a general good think piece on the world of this series. How do you take out mighty foes like Sojo without an equal power like an enchanted blade? Is the Kamunabi right to enshrine them and hide them from people like Sojo? Should they be used to maintain order, or is that too much for a person to decide? You also have questions like, why is evil like Sojo just allowed to roam free? Then why were the enchanted blades this powerful to begin with? And just so on. He truly is the perfect door to kick open this series with, and I love him as a villain. Chihiro awakens, instantly shocked by the realization he's failed Char. Shiba quickly arrives with a big declaration. Sojo has Daten Seki, the material the enchanted blades are made out of. This is the rock the Seitei War revolved around, and its name roughly means Sky Heaven Stone, illustrating the fact that it is a very spiritual material. This ore is incredibly dangerous as well, as when spiritual energy is poured into it, the energy multiplies and basically destroys the person. It's too much for anyone to handle. The only person to ever stabilize it was Kunishige, that being when he created the enchanted blades. Daten Seki is the power of the gods. It is a stone people aren't meant to touch, and matter of fact, it's later referred to as a forbidden fruit. Maybe it could be connected to literal gods, but its nature is more so reflective of an idea, I believe. That there is power that humanity just shouldn't touch, as if it was made for the gods instead of us. Daten Seki works in a way that rejects people. You pour energy into it, it gives you some, but it's way too much for any person to ever use, resulting in explosions and death. It's to say, as humans, there are just some things we shouldn't ever mess with. And I think this being what makes the enchanted blades, it's easy to see as a statement about weapons we do inhuman acts in the pursuit of power, exactly as the monstrous enchanted blades were made for the role of winning a war. Sojo's plan is to use Char's special Kyoto heritage as a way to stabilize the ore and create weapons of his own. This means constant experimentation, abuse, and everything horrible done to the girl so he can create a way to out-heal Daten Seki. Also, he can create and profit from war weapons. Again, Unit 731. Char seems to be a direct call to this event. While power can be used to win wars like the Seitei War, and so we research power, that same research can lead to inhumane things. Truly sick and nearly a one-to-one of what I said. We cross inhuman lines for the sake of power. But that power can also save. Is the risk worth the reward? Daten Seki is a reflection of that exact idea. Power is a double-edged sword, and history is full of events like Unit 731 that reflect the bad end of the sword. The ore is also a statement on how we as humans fight over materials in the most inhumane ways. for the sake of gain, political power, whatnot. This is a big point we'll come back to, but for now, remember Danseki, very important element of this story. This is a big part of why Sojo admires Kunishige. He ultimately seems to think of himself in some way as him, as he believes that by understanding him completely, he'll be able to make weapons just like him. But that is exactly why Chihiro being Kunishige's son messes with Sojo so much. Think about it. You think this guy made weapons for straight chaos, but this person, also with one of the swords, ends up being his child, and he says the complete opposite. It would shake you, and it's really shaking Sojo. Chihiro is then told the Kamunabi are going after Sojo. They have a team to defeat him. And keep in mind, this is only after Sojo gets an enchanted blade. While it's definitely a matter of safety to get the blade back, avoiding Sojo till now also speaks it's also about power, to have the blade in their hands instead. Regardless, Chihiro meets the anti-Cloud Gouger team, an eccentric group tasked with fighting the blade, and Chihiro instantly wants to be a part of the operation. While there's some pushback and back and forth, it's eventually settled Chihiro will save Char while the squad takes on Sojo. And like that, mission is a go. But I do want to highlight a short scene of Shiba reflecting on the situation. He asks Chihiro of his pain, and thinks about everything Chihiro is doing while reflecting. He may call Chihiro a prodigy and mean it, but he seems a bit upset that he can't do more. It's like he wants to stop Chihiro, but he doesn't know if it's the right choice. It's then the phone rings, meaning it's go time. A black goldfish slowly waddles around Sojo's manor. Those who follow it find a bloodthirsty Chihiro. He interrogates them, learning Char is locked up in a lab guarded by elites. Chihiro is still very injured from before, but all he can think about is how Sojo is toying with innocent lives while messing with Danseki. It's all so inhumane and all for a pursuit of power. And here, through Chihiro's assault on the manor to save Char, everything seems to click for him. He's beaten back, forced to flee, and clearly unsteady. He's just in horrible shape, but all he can think about is saving Char, but he's not sure he can even do that. He recalls a scene with Kunishige, one where he was also unsure if he could become a swordsmith, and all his father can say is that he appreciates Chihiro being so serious about his teachings. But if he always follows in Kunishige's footsteps, then it'll be a waste he was born as Chihiro. Be himself, keep a cool head, and stay flexible. Don't keep himself in a box. And like that, he stands proud, more powerful than ever before, giving me one of my favorite scenes in the manga, him massacring the manor with the calmest expression possible. And so, that means it's here. Let's get into Chihiro's sword's abilities. This is Enten. All of Chihiro's abilities take the shape of the goldfish he and his father had, the ones that represent his family and legacy. Kuro is the black goldfish, this being the black energy you see Chihiro surrounded in. It allows him to unleash huge flying slashes, an insanely precise yet destructive ability. The black fish represents Kunishige, his father, and I believe the color represents the nature of a swordsmith. It is an art form that reflects the intent of the blade maker, like how Chihiro strikes with Kuro will reflect his values. Akka is the red goldfish, it being a defensive damage absorbing ability. Chihiro is able to take hits with Akka and understand them pretty well, emulating the attack in many cases. The red fish represents Chiaki, his mother, and considering she made prophecies and seemingly represented luck, her fish being a defensive ability makes a lot of sense. It brings good luck to Chihiro. The mixed fish is Nishiki, an ability that covers Chihiro in spirit energy. This gives Chihiro a layer of defense first and foremost, but it also acts as an insane amp. Chihiro becomes more powerful, quicker, and more destructive. It's Enten's greatest ability, yet the most tiring. The mixed fish represents Chihiro, how he is a mix of his parents and carries their fire within him while being a pure soul. This ability reflects that mix while not being outrageous, as Chihiro is pure and on his own path. Nishiki being an ultimate ability so to say is apt. It's a combination of the other fish but just better. A balance between them that appears when Chihiro is at his best, when he's embraced everything about himself. And this leads perfectly into the idea of the True Realm. The enchanted blades have an ability known as True Realm, effectively their highest form of power. one that seemingly seemed to embody what Dainseki is. Remember how we called Dainseki Sky Heaven Stone? How I made clear it was almost a godly material, one later revealed an entire group of people worshipped? Yeah, True Realm reflects that idea and the nature of that idea. While the blades and their abilities are made with the energy Dainseki provides when stabilized, the True Realm reflects a spirit in the sword. Simply put, when a sword resonates with its wielder, its powers transform, entering its best form, its true realm as a sword. The spirit of the sword evolves with its user, birthing powers never even intended for the blade. That is the true realm, a state Chihiro has now accomplished with Enten. I believe it's meant to represent the idea that the sword acknowledges and agrees with the user's intent, and so it gets stronger to help them because it agrees with that intent. This idea emphasizes the fact that Dainseki is spiritual, like a stone humans weren't meant to touch, while also giving more meaning to what these blades were meant to do. For Chihiro, this is shown when he goes to save Char, as his abilities become instinctual rather than a long thought process. Not to mention, everything is far less taxing. Enten's True Realm's ultimate ability is the ability to break enchanted blades. This is something we'll see extensively, but it's something very good to note now. If the idea of the True Realm means the blade agrees with the user's intentions, then Enten agrees with Chihiro wanting to find his own outlook on being a swordsmith, one that agrees not only with his dad's views, but his own. The blade agrees with him doing things his way, and if that's saving Char, it allows him to do it with ease. Recall how Enten meant deep sky, or as we put it, heaven and hell. It reflects what Chihiro can do with this blade, as it was the intent when creating it, to offer a choice. Enten's True Realm grants Chihiro the power to create solutions. Solutions for problems like saving Char, but more specifically to the question of swordsmithing. The True Realm grants him strength if he wants to use the blades, and the ability to break blades if he doesn't want to use them. I love this concept a lot. I believe the True Realm opens so many good doors, and if you don't fully get it, well, don't really worry. I will explain it every time I need to. But with Chihiro inching closer to Char, we witness her despair over the situation. She has no hope. This is horrifically contrasted to her a short time ago with their mother. She had no idea about her special power and was a normal kid, but her mother tells her to hide it all. It scares people. They run away, exactly as Char's father did. Still, Char's mother never let her see her unhappy. She was a great mother. This didn't stop evil like Sojo though, who tells the tale of how Char's clan was exterminated with the non-caring face. All as he had the girl and her mother in a cell. He found them when he was sold info. A single man came and detailed Char and her mother. We never learn who this man is, but it can only be Char's father. Absolutely horrible. As they were experimented on, Char's mother cried. If only she wasn't Char's mother, she could be happy. But Char was happy to just have a human treating her like a human at her side. It's revealed Char's mother made the ultimate sacrifice and fought to allow Char to escape. And Char went along with it, trusting her mother, because she said she could still be the happiest on Earth. A fact that's proved here when Chihiro saves her, bringing her a burger. It's so simple, but the act of bringing a new burger reflects on how much she meant to Chihiro. Specifically the part noting it's not squished like the last one. Chihiro had to have gone and got a brand new burger specifically for her. It was something he wouldn't have done unless he was thinking about her. Chihiro just proves that there are real people who actually still care about her for her, meaning she can be the happiest like her mother said. Char is a reflection of the world and history. Her people were wiped out due to their biology, and the ones who remained are tortured for that biology. It's a simple call to biological human experimentation and oppression. Hokuzono wants you to see that, and I think it's done boldly and honestly in the most in-our-face way possible. The manga wants you to see that things like this have happened, and it wants you to feel for those things that have happened. And so they use the most vulnerable in our society to show it: children. Because in real life, evil can happen to everyone. Evil happens every day to anyone, and it's always been that way throughout history. It's heartbreaking, and you can feel it so much more because of Char. It's amazing, and a beautiful example on how stories can bring out emotion. Emotion that really makes you think. You can truly feel that Hokuzono doesn't get lazy or jump the gun, because showing the true extent and taking your time with that extent is important. This is something that continues throughout the entire series. Hokuzono doesn't skip his emotional beats, but rather takes time with them. But you can also see Char as a statement about power. At the extent of controlling Dattenseki, this nuclear godly-like power, the enchanted blades, innocents are going to be her. While at the same time proving things like the enchanted blades may be necessary, because, well, they're going to save those like her. Her being right in front of Chihiro as he faces his biggest conflict yet is just big, as it forces him to see these things for himself rather than hear it through his father. Chihiro is forced, it's fully in his face, to see what's come due to his legacy, and he's forced to fully uphold his responsibility, culminating in an amazing final battle to close this arc. Char sits on Chihiro's shoulder as he carries her out. She notes his injuries, and upon reflecting on her mother's words about healing anything, she heals Chihiro. He thanks her and then looks away, ready to take on what comes next. He doesn't make a big deal about the healing because it was never really about the healing. It was just caring for each other as friends would. A proper human relationship, which must be so important to the girl. But with that, we can return to Sojo, who is having a horrible day. As mentioned before, he's mixed over the idea of Chihiro being Kunishige's son, and the Dattenseki still isn't working out. He's concluded he doesn't understand the blade he's gotten, and as he steps outside, he's given the chance to understand. The Kamunabi Cloud Gouger forces face him, and he instantly activates Cloud Gouger, beginning an intense battle. Chihiro instructed the forces on a step-by-step guide to fight Sojo. He knows more than anyone considering he fought Sojo and knows how the blades work. Their plan moves without a hitch. Sojo falls into every bait, and while he doesn't know the odds are against him, it doesn't matter, as he takes the chance to harmonize and understand his blade perfectly, walking away alive. In the same way a blade's potential can change with how proficient the person wielding it is, while the person who is more sure and understanding of their purpose with the enchanted blade is guaranteed to just be stronger. Dattenseki is meant to be spiritual, it's meant to be godly in nature, and so it becoming enhanced based off interactions with the personal spirit is awesome. That is essentially what True Realm is, a feat Sojo has just unlocked. Sojo believes the blades are meant to kill. He approaches the blade with the idea of slaughter, and so True Realm emphasizes this, making his attacks far more destructive and chaotic. Simply put, Sojo's True Realm evolved the blades to be better at killing, because it agrees with Sojo when he states that's their purpose. A blade is meant to kill no matter how you spin it, that is just what the metal does. Intent is what really matters. While some want to protect, like Chihiro, some will use them strictly as weapons for profit, for power. They'll use them to ruthlessly kill, like Sojo here. Sojo unlocking True Realm is the blade acknowledging this purpose and agreeing with it. It becomes stronger because Sojo isn't wrong about what a blade does. And this is another part of what makes the True Realm so good and interesting. It enforces perspectives. Sojo's perspective is plausible because of what the blade does. And so it makes his and Chihiro's eventual clash even better because now they're both technically right about the blades. Ultimately, the Cloud Gouger forces are decimated by Sojo. He's climbed the mountain of evolution. This victory reads as an answer to Sojo's mental clash. This bloody battle has shown him that killing is the purpose of the blade. Kunishige's child doesn't matter, and the reward proves it. He's become all around better because of the blade. In the same way a blade's potential can change with how proficient the wielder is, while a person who is more sure and understanding of their purpose with an enchanted blade is guaranteed to be stronger. It would seem both Sojo and Chihiro have come to a full understanding what they intend to do with their blades. They are sure in their own purposes, but they haven't even begun to consider each other's purposes. And so, we're left to expect a clash, leaving nothing in our wake but their final bout, a fight that I still believe is truly special. Chihiro and Sojo face each other once more. It's immediately clear that they each have a deeper understanding of everything, but talk isn't going to help. Each know their viewpoints are far too different to ever get along. They are too distant from one another, and so the answer is in turn blades. They each activate their swords, beginning a final battle that would only last 12 seconds. And instantly you can tell with this fight that blood, sweat, and tears was put into each panel. Before Chihiro and Sojo even move, the backdrop to this fight is stunning, and when they do finally move, the sword effects are constantly beautiful. The 12-second timer, to constantly remind us that this battle is quick, is present throughout the whole thing, slowly counting down throughout the whole fight. This does so much to show how powerful and quick these fighters are, as when they meet in the sky to clash for the first time, not even half a second has passed. Their first clash sends shockwaves through the environment, and the perspective following these clashes are just awesome. We watch this from a roof being destroyed before zooming in to see their clash of elements. Though as the hype peaks, we cut away to a conversation between the two. Sojo wants Chihiro to eat some sweets, but he denies them. This is a clear way to say these two are communicating via the blade, but obviously I just want to clarify, this sit down talk isn't actually happening, it never literally happened. The point of this talk is to show the points they are getting across through their battle with the blade. Their lives have been consumed by the sword, and so the only way to get a point across is by the sword. But for a medium like manga, where we, are reading it and don't know what they're exactly thinking, well, a mental conversation like this is just very smart. Also, just cutting away to a quieter scene like this allows us to absorb everything a lot better. We as humans get tunnel vision and we can easily zone out if it's just constant combat. But with breaks like this, it makes the highs of combat feel way more impactful on top of what these scenes are saying for themselves. In this talk, Sojo confronts Chihiro on being Kunishige's son. It was through him that he was able to understand some things. He accepts Chihiro's belief that the sword can be wielded to protect and do away with evil, but that doesn't mean he agrees with it. He will wield his enchanted blade with his own beliefs, as a weapon of mass destruction. Before, Chihiro and Sojo's clash was at a standstill because neither of them could grow past their ideals. But now, Sojo understands Chihiro, yet understanding does not mean agreeing. That is one step the story implied they needed to finally beat each other. Chihiro is obviously upset by this. By Kunishige, his father's outlook, Sojo is wrong. He saw how diligent his father was with the blades. He knows this better than anyone, but Sojo just tells him to shut up. What he got from the same work was slaughter. The point is, Sojo has reached his own conclusion and that cannot be changed. And matter of fact, the sword backs him up. The sword listened to his outlook and then harmonized with him, all before killing. The same also happened with Chihiro. When he went to save Char, his blade harmonized with him and then killed. All to back up his outlook of protecting people and beating evildoers. With this, Chihiro goes pale. Sojo's words hit him hard. And here we return to the fight, still moving insanely quick. Sojo finds a chance to land a hit in this second, shifting the sword to his other hand and cutting Chihiro's arm off. Yet at this point in time, only 3 seconds have passed. We return to the conversation, Sojo making it clear to Chihiro that anyone can speak with Kunishige's outlook. That is why this battle is meaningful. Sojo puts it perfectly. Anyone can speak for the creator of these blades, just as anyone can choose what they do with the sword, good or bad. That is why this fight is meaningful. Both outlooks are technically right, but whoever walks away from this alive will have the correct belief as decided by the sword. That is why having a clash, a big battle, is meaningful. 7.5 seconds remain. Sojo collects his thoughts and decides on what's coming next. No more pride and no more tricks. What comes is the end. Time counts down from 6 to 3 seconds as Sojo begins his final attack. It will likely leave him heavily injured, and if he misses, he'll lose. But as heavy as the ideals behind this fight are, anything other than all-out risk and power would be wrong. As Chihiro picks up the sweet in their mental talk, he dodges Sojo's all-out attack with ease. Chihiro bites into the sweet as he recalls his father's words. Swords are blades for killing people. They also aren't necessarily the right answer. He will have to look through the world through his own eyes. He also recalls another person stating the blade shouldn't exist. And with this, he swallows the sweet. he accepts Sojo. Both of them indeed speak for his father, and that's why he won't respect him. He will cut him down with an even thicker bloodlust. The sweet is probably the best part about this fight, and no, I'm not joking, I'm not trying to be silly, I'm not trying to be philosophical, it's just genuinely the candy is perfect. At first, Chihiro denies the sweet. He doesn't like them. In response, Sojo continues to eat them, all as he states he accepted Chihiro's view. The sweet symbolizes acceptance. Sojo likes them because he has accepted Chihiro's view of protecting and beating evildoers. Chihiro doesn't accept Sojo's view though. It's not till he listened to what he had to say that he eats a sweet of his own. Chihiro doesn't eat this sweet till he reflects on his father's words. He has to look at the world through his own eyes, and through his eyes he has now accepted Sojo's view. Someone else indeed can believe they embody his father's ideals. He finally eats a sweet to symbolize this. Chihiro has accepted Sojo in the way the villain accepted him. And so, like with Sojo, all that's left is to show a thicker bloodlust and cut him down, showing that his belief in the sword is the right one, a feat that can only be proved with might. Sojo's arm goes flying. Chihiro has grown through this duel. Accepting Sojo has allowed him to move beyond the villain. With less than a second left, Chihiro goes in to deliver the final strike. Sojo reacts, but it's too late. Chihiro releases one slash at point blank, decimating Sojo and breaking the enchanted blade he held. Chihiro has won their fight. The sword breaking is such nice symbolism. Sojo's views lost to Chihiro. His way of looking at his father's swords were weaker, and so to embody that, Chihiro shattered his father's blade. It was a clash about his swords. The major part of this clash was about the swords, and so only one can make it into the next day. Though not all is over. As Sojo bleeds out, he tells Chihiro the enchanted blades chose him, but Chihiro denies this. They chose him as well. That's what the whole fight was about, but there was something else too. The something else isn't revealed till Sojo drags himself into his lab, desperately tries to fix himself with the Danseki, but ultimately fails. Sojo implies that because he was chosen by the blade that he can stand equal to Kunishige. But on the outside, as the building explodes, Chihiro states the blade shows him, but he will never stand equal to his father. That is why he cut him down. Recall how this whole encounter, this whole arc with Sojo, Chihiro kept thinking about how he's close to his father, but he is not his father, he is Chihiro. He can believe in a similar way to use the blades as him, but he's not him. While yes, the blades did choose him, Sojo was stuck in the idea that he was Kunishige. He could become him and create weapons like him, and that is where he and Chihiro differ. Chihiro was using the blades with his own view and as his own person, but Sojo was obsessed with the idea of being someone, and so he lost. This is pretty symbolic for the series, as by winning against not only another viewpoint around these blades he chases, but as himself, Chihiro begins a new leaf of sorts. Not one where he's doing everything for his father, but for himself. Winning this battle transformed him into fully being Chihiro, one who chases the blades not only because it's what his father would have done, but because it's what he wants to do. He has fully taken on the responsibility, not because of revenge, but because he thinks it's what he should do. Recall at the beginning of the video how I said Chihiro understood his father's views and he did want to follow them, but he didn't understand the gravity, the weight of them? Well, I think it's here that it all finally hits. By embracing his trauma revolving around his father, by accepting the responsibility of a swordsmith, and by understanding these enchanted blades have a heavy legacy, Chihiro has grown, and Sojo truly was the rock in the road to promote that growth. All in all, this arc was amazing, and Sojo was such a good villain and the perfect place to begin. Hokuzono landed this arc even with its insane expectations. We had great art, symbolism, and just had a good collection of amazing character moments. Despite the rough start, you would never say now at this point that this seems like a newbie's manga. And I think that's a compliment that says all. I would expect this type of manga from a person who's been making series forever. Kagurabachi's opening arc was truly everything you want, and more.
Nice.
10 days later, the Kamunabi meet. They discuss the Cloud Gouger failure. 4 died and the others have life-altering injuries from fighting an enchanted blade. And they didn't even get the sword. Power creates pain, it's why they want to control it. We're then told of lifelong contract, how Kunishige assigned blades. Simply put, the blade becomes tied to you and only you. You die, the contract expires and someone can create a new one. It also makes the user not able to use sorcery. The Kamunabi use this contract system to their advantage, aiming to keep the blades in their protection while they protect the wielders separately, meaning you need to go after 2 things in 2 different areas instead of 1 to get your hands on the swords. And while this sounds power hungry, the need for the system is perfectly presented. The only awake Cloud Gouger fighter states the problem is that the blades exist. He can't allow a power like that to go unchecked. He is the proof. His life will never be the same. Some in the Kamunabi supported Kunishige while others didn't, and while in the end they supported his decision to hold them himself, that was proven wrong when he was killed and the blades were stolen. Ultimately, the situation now falls upon both parties. The Kamunabi now fully believe they need the blades, the power, and so it's instantly apparent they need to find Chihiro, and the 2 blades he has. They propose sending Hiyuki, the most powerful sorcerer in the Kamunabi, one capable of using the Flame Bone. Again, we return to power, something that can just change lives, and like before, even though it was the previous arc, it's still pushing the story along. The enchanted blades are going to be controlled. This nuclear-like power is wanted by the Kamunabi just as much as Chihiro. What I really do enjoy about Kagurabachi though is where in most stories this would just start a conflict and you would see the conflict in a battle or whatnot. In Kagurabachi, things kind of have consequences. We see that with Sojo and every single thing that happened alongside that arc, well, the government is concerned and they point out those concerns. They have meetings, they send people after Chihiro, they have worries. But the biggest thing of all is that we see that real lives are torn apart. We're showing the Cloud Gouger squad because, yeah, that actually happened. The point of showing all this is to really hammer in that while the Kamunabi isn't perfect, and we're definitely going to see that, through Sojo's arc, it's now also understandable why people want to hold this power for the sake of peace. Loss of a pet. It's painful, but you have to grit your teeth and push through. This new character states he's lost his family, but like with the pet, he grits his teeth and pushes through. Yet the drink in his mouth slips right through his teeth. It's a physical reaction to a mental idea, presenting a simple picture. It tells us the character is weak, even if his spirit isn't. A flash of light then appears. It's Chihiro fighting Sojo outside, fighting to save people, and it tells the boy one thing: samurai. It's a scene that, as crazy as it sounds, illustrates the idea of love at first sight. No, I do not mean romantic love, but I mean like these characters are synced from the beginning. You know how sometimes people joke about how guys who've never met just instantly become like best friends? Yeah, that type of thing happens here. As if, they fell in love, whatever. Regardless, it is a great setup for what becomes an amazing duo. A fun way to just introduce a character that is lovable. A while after Sojo is beat, we return to this boy. He tried to stop a kidnapping but was beaten brutally. He wanted to be like the samurai, and so he tries once more. He does a sorcery, but it fails. Yet a goldfish has come to save him. In a John Wick inspired scene of absolute beauty, Chihiro rises from an elevator before fighting off dozens of men. A scene we watch from the outside through the goldfish step by step. Literally as if it was straight out of a movie. It's perfect because Hokusono has stated movies really inspire him, and it's so just apparent in his art. I love it. Though as Chihiro cuts down the men, we view a quick flashback of him discovering Sojo was nothing more than a fish in a big sea. He was strung along like a puppet by the Hishaku. It's here we're brought back to that Rakuzaichi auction, an underworld event created by the Sazanami clan, a sorcerer clan whose family controls the black market event. Chihiro wants the enchanted blade they have, and to learn about the Hishaku connecting to it all, and so he delves into the underworld to learn, bringing us to the present where he meets the weak boy with a strong will, him begging Chihiro to help. His name is Hakuri, and he belongs to the Sazanami family. Hakuri is a very big introduction, and as I said before, he becomes lovable, but he's also big for other reasons. I mean, he's very involved with the story we're about to see, but he's also one of the first characters we see specifically in very traditional clothing. This serves as a way to highlight big themes we're going to see. Of course, it's going to be family and such. This whole manga loves to talk about families, but there's going to be big messages about like cult-like traditions in those families. Hakuri also introduces the idea of the samurai with the enchanted blades. He saw that Chihiro did anything to cut down Sojo, to cut down evil and protect people. The samurai is a big call to the history of Japan. They're interconnected with everything. And it's one more thing for Hokusono to add to make us reflect on real-world history with this manga. Samurai represent many things, but I personally think the main idea Kagurabachi focuses on is the idea of duty. A samurai is a person with extreme duty to an idea or person. And for Chihiro, it would be a duty to his father's legacy, his responsibility, the blades. I believe the enchanted blades are closely linked to this idea on purpose, and it makes sense. Kunishige would choose samurai embodying duty to wield his swords, as they must dedicate everything to their duty of destroying evil and protecting the weak. Hakuri reinforces the idea that an enchanted blade user should be a samurai who protects people. His whole arc alongside Chihiro will be about this idea. I'll actually bring it up a lot throughout this video. Also, praying mantis. Hakuri is introduced with a praying mantis, which is a creature that normally symbolizes calmness, stillness, and just being one and calm with your spirit. You'll understand that this is anything but Hakuri, but throughout this video you'll see that he's almost moving towards that point. He's not there yet, obviously, but I think it would be perfect if he ends up as a praying mantis in a way. Maybe Hokusono was trying to tell us something. Hakuri wants to destroy the Rakuzaichi auction. While he is no longer part of the family, as they have incredibly strict upbringings and he has no talent, he highlights the evil of his family as a true reason. And I want to make incredibly clear, it really is that. There's no reason to doubt Hakuri. It's why he's idolized samurai and has been so strict with himself. He is genuinely distraught on how things like humans and corpses are sold. The auction is some of the worst of the criminal world and he wants to destroy it. Another highlight to how bad this world is, Kagurabachi just doesn't stop with it. If Sojo and Char were some horrible showcases of this world, well then the auction must be a showcase of the hell. We're shown warehouses of people being sold, and I want to tell you that is just what we see. If they're already showing us this, well, then nothing must be too far to these people. Human trafficking is just what Hokusono focuses on, but it's clear the idea is organized crime. Crime that is at such a huge level, even the government struggles to push past it. This is something we're going to see extensively, as this is a criminal family running a criminal auction that has been happening for 2 centuries. That is 200 whole years. Again, it calls back to history. Organized crime is something we of course all know happens. The history of it has ebbed and flowed. It's been big, it's been small, but it's always happened. And so Hokusono wants us to remind us of that. Remind us that a lot of it exists. Though the key note with this is that it's powered by a traditional sorcery family, one that I would say is institutionalized, meaning that it's a system built to where the members almost don't think for themselves. Rather, they only think for their family duty. And so with all that, we reflect, of course, onto the Kamunabi. Why is this being allowed to go on? We open this arc with a grand moment from them for a reason. It's so that we think about that in comparison to this. It's really something Hokusono wants us to focus on. The idea that organized crime like this is not only allowed to happen in Kagurabachi, but real life history. Chihiro allows Hakuri to follow him down the elevator as he asks about stealing. He wants the enchanted blade known as the Magatsumi, and if that's stolen, it'll be the end of the auction. It's the beginning of a partnership, but Hakuri asks, why the sword? And Chihiro states he doesn't know, he's just scared. The enchanted blades are important to him. Auctioning off one means bloodshed. He doesn't want his father's sword to take the lives of the innocents, as not only would his father hate that, But because he faced Sojo, he knows he couldn't bear that for himself. And I think it's here we truly understand how these two are going to work together. They have guilt. Hakuri, despite being physically weak, wants to do all he can do to destroy his family's auction, their legacy, as it's just wrong to him. He feels guilty for that, but not just that. He's unsure if he can do it. Chihiro is similar. He may be strong, but has a responsibility the size of a mountain on his back. These thoughts leave him scared. Many have, and many more can die due to these swords. It's guilt over everything. It's like when you meet someone and you instantly know they're going through something similar because you see it in yourself. It's that feeling that draws these two characters together. The guilt bonds them without ever really saying much about it. At the bottom of the elevator, the door opens, and oh boy, Chihiro has bad luck with elevators. There's always enemies on the other side, and this time it's Hiyuki, a sorcerer who wields the flame bone of the starving, a power comparable to an enchanted blade. And man, she is just badass. Her arm burns with fire as it reveals bone-like sorcery covering it. The energy is like smoke covering the building. It's awesome. Of course, she's a Kamunabi soldier. She wants the blade. Her and her partner has gone as far as setting up a sumo sorcery space that won't dissolve till the victor is decided. Though Chihiro objects, he doesn't want to fight the Kamunabi, but she says otherwise. With one strike, a hole is blown into the wall. It's comparable to when Sojo did the same. The powers are indeed comparable. Chihiro then reveals he broke Cloud Goucher. Hiyuki calls it a lie, and when Chihiro states he has no interest in killing her, she sighs. Noble beliefs? Those who wield enchanted blades serve only themselves. A weapon of that magnitude should be controlled by the Kamunabi. Hiyuki has every reason to think Chihiro is lying. The blades being broken is unprecedented, and she believes through her upbringing, her time in the government, that wielding a power like that is only self-serving, and even though she's obviously a bit, opinionated, she's technically not wrong when it comes to Chihiro even. Chihiro wants them only because he believes he has a responsibility towards them. At the end of the day, that is his opinion, his own self-serving viewpoint. She makes this pretty damn apparent. Hiyuki is also a great showcase of how the Kamunabi wants power, as she wields a power comparable to the enchanted blades and only for them. It's allowed only because it's under their control, and we actually know this type of control was essentially planned before birth. When understanding a flame bone wielder would be born, the government was in contact with the Kagari clan, and they were already planning to do tests on an unborn baby Hiyuki soon after birth, all for the sake of wielding her sorcery like a weapon of power. The statement is clear. The government goes through leaps and bounds to control power, and while it may be for the peace of the nation, it's still something to definitely keep in your mind. Hiyuki and Chihiro's battle continues. She reminds Chihiro of what happens because of the blades. Misery. It causes Chihiro to hesitate. The scene Hakuri watches while thinking of the samurai. Chihiro has a dedication to duty. He saved him, and so he wants to remind Chihiro why he does it. He jumps in and takes a hit. He's left bloodied, but he did it to say that it fits him. Hakuri thinks that an enchanted blade user should be a samurai who protects people, like he saved him. And that line is so good, because Hakuri instantly sees Chihiro as someone who didn't question him about his background, didn't question his worthlessness, and most of all, saw him as Hakuri. He gave him hope, saving him. It's noteworthy that before we did say Hakuri is a strong spirit but weak body. Here, I would say that expectation is flipped. He took a power comparable to the enchanted blade to the face, but his opinion of himself is so low that he'll just allow himself to get beat, indicating a weak mind. And one thing I like about this scene is that while in most shonen this would be a powerful, heroic moment, Hiyuki instantly levels things, offering another side to everything. This is a story about opinions and paths. No perfect path exists, so it's good to have moments like this. She again mentions the blades and the Kamunabi. Before stating if Chihiro objects, he'll be killed as a traitor of the nation. Hiyuki then begins to power up, leaving Chihiro in deep thought. It's a culmination of everything. He knows the blades are dangerous. The fight with Sojo proved they have unlimited potential for either side, but he saved Hakuri and can't hesitate on that choice. to defeat evil and protect the weak. That's what his father thought, and that's what he thinks. Chihiro knows he has to master the blade. It's something I spoke about here and there a little bit, but Chihiro is very clearly almost stating it out loud that he's willing to be that monster for his goals. This scene really makes that clear. Knowing he'll be branded as horrible by the government if he keeps his blade, he still moves forward because that's what he thinks is right. It goes hand in hand with responsibility. If that responsibility makes him the monster, so be it. Chihiro will not stop. It's his duty as a samurai, a thing Hakuri reminded him of. Told you they were basically meant for each other. Hiyuki proves her strength and tactic as she catches Chihiro's sword, yet it was his short sword. The enchanted blade comes in hot, and she's struck right in the head, but it means nothing to her. Flame bone. One cast covers the room in an explosion. She begins to yell out with a smile. Chihiro shouldn't attack unless he's all in. Their lives have to be on the line. And she's just so cool. I need to see more of her in this story. But Sumo Guy's sorcery quickly shuts off. Hakuri passed out from his injuries, meaning the match has been decided, and Chihiro quickly runs off. Hiyuki is not defeated by Chihiro and vice versa, and so this conflict their clash revolves around. About which side is right doesn't get answered, but is pointed out and thought about. Hiyuki in this arc really represents the Kamunabi and what they want, but in part with how all over the place they are as an organization. A thing that's immediately clear. They wield a power comparable to the enchanted blades openly, but they want the blades locked up for peace. She'll also go against some of the bigger Kamunabi orders later while appealing to other big orders. She is the peak of their power that represents how imperfect they are. Hiyuki is a touch in this arc I wish got a little bit more showtime, but she's a touch I really like nonetheless, as it leads into the questions about the world before a side is even favored. After all, how are we supposed to pick a side to root for when we haven't even gotten to understand any of it? If Sojo was to introduce the idea that other views than Chihiro's exist, then this arc shows parts of the world and how divided those parts of the world are, especially when it comes to powers like the enchanted blades. Hiyuki does an amazing job pointing out parts of this. All the roads are leading to the auction, an event held by Kiora Sazanami, who's excited to show off this year's headliner, the Magatsumi, the enchanted blade masterpiece by Kunishige. And oh boy, we get our first glimpses of the wielder of the Magatsumi, a man in some open yet confined space, obviously imprisoned. What could that be hinting at? And I do want to point out, to avoid confusion, they're going to refer to this enchanted blade as a Shinuchi a lot. And well, that's because it's a title. Its actual name, and the one I will be using, is Magatsumi, but Shinuchi of course still means something. What Shinuchi means is true or real self, a title that is indicative of status, and in the case of this blade, it would mean like its peak, it's perfect, it's a masterpiece, which reflects the idea that the Magatsumi is Kunishige's Shinuchi, its masterpiece, which is something that will become very apparent throughout this video. It's definitely a special blade even compared to the others. In a safe place, Hakuri is told all about Chihiro, a tale that leaves him in tears, and a tale Hakuri calls so samurai, telling you that the samurai thing is just everything when it comes to him. Also tears. For many, letting someone see you cry is a sign of trust. Hakuri is in this for all the good reasons, exactly as Chihiro is seemingly always felt. But with this, the plan is clear. Infiltrate the auction, specifically the storehouse, where the Magatsumi is held. Hiyuki has the same plan, infiltrate the auction to get after Chihiro. Plus, the Kamunabi wants the Magatsumi, right? Yet they reveal something surprising about that. They're going to just bid on the sword instead. It's just so WTF. You encourage the underworld to keep going by doing that, but the Kamunabi doesn't want to take it because it'll lead to a war, one they will take losses in. At the end of the day, it's just a matter of power. They had the bearer locked up, criminals had the blades. While they might tip this scale in evil's favor by buying it, at the end of the day they'll have the sword, bearer, and no losses. They honestly have a point, but it's just so hard to accept that. Accept that this horrible auction is going to be completely excused and allowed to happen. Again, Kagurabachi is political. I think you would be crazy to not relate this to real life. So many evils throughout history and time, and specifically in criminal organizations, have gotten away with it because of government negligence. We then meet the evil of this arc, Sazanami family head Kiora, who's shown to have nearly a whole village, no doubt a reflection of his wealth built on evil. Though entering his office, Shiba sits at Kyora's desk. Shiro sits with his sword drawn. Kyora's told to be quiet, questions only, and it's here Kiora dons that sorcery mask we keep seeing. We're brought back to Hakuri, explaining his family. They need to watch out for the Toe, the special defense corps of the family. All Sazanami children are scared of them. Everyone in the Sazanami family is strong, but Hakuri. This is why Chihiro's infiltrated so silently. But even without calling the Toe, Kiora acts in a position of power, causing the Magatsumi to appear out of thin air. It's a projection, the result of his sorcery. It's a sign to say that he can connect to his subspace, one controllable only by the head of the Sazanami family. Everything inside is his and his to change. If he dies, everything goes with it. He tells Chihiro that he won't give him the Magatsumi, and he can't do anything about it, because if Kiora dies, his father's legacy is gone. Control. Kyora's sorcery gives him the ability to control everything. He can control this world through a subspace connecting him to anything in his grasp. He can control this moment, and considering his family's might comes from his power, he can of course control them in a way. Kiora is the Sazanami family head, and that is signified by his mask-like sorcery, the storehouse. Only those with this can access that storehouse. It's what makes their crime family so powerful. It's like a bank vault that only they can ever use or see the key for. I attribute the imagery of the sorcery to like a third eye or a single true all-seeing eye. And without this mask-like eye, well, Kiora would be nothing. It literally ties everything together. Oftentimes, a special singular eye means you are being watched. It is a symbol of control, which I think makes perfect sense with what the storehouse is, an object of control over everything in it. So powerful it's established a crime family that's lasted 200 years. Control is also seemingly and clearly what Kiora is about. He has control over his family's traditions, allowing him to groom his family into swords that he can wield in his digression. It's not only a vile and cautionary tale about power and what power can allow a person to do, but it's a cautionary tale about family and tradition, how those very simple things can devolve into cult-like values. The Tove arrived. Like I said, their blades Kiora can wield without care, and so a battle begins. A battle which Kiora wants to hunt Chihiro, a chance to get a valuable piece of merchandise, his enchanted blade. Shiba suggests retreat, but Chihiro objects, reflecting on the Magatsumi this battle is waged over. Chihiro knows the Kamunabi will be after the Magatsumi, and that if they get it, they'll be able to wield it. He recalls how his father treated the blade. He kept it locked up more securely because it's different. The reason it needs to be secure and away from the Kamunabi is the same. It's the one sword nobody can use ever again. Chihiro wants to steal it from Kiora before the bidding even begins. And if you aren't getting the memo, this is the most important blade. It's the one the series is going to revolve all around. It's being hyped up because, well, we should be scared of it. With this, Shiba's phone rings. He's gotta go, and Chihiro is left to fight. Shiba teleports as we cut back to Akuri, who has ran into a person who has absolutely shocked him. He views memories of being beaten and jumps from the building. The person going on to save him. This is his older brother Soya Sazanami. He's come to bring Hakuri back because he loves him, even though it's all shown through abuse. Soya is easily one of the best showcases of how dangerous tradition is, especially in this almost institutionalized setting of the Sazanami family. The Sazanami are all raised with one thing in their mind: duty. It is their duty to uphold the Rakuzaichi auction, the family moneymaker, their glory, and their sign of power. The Sazanami are raised to not consider them as themselves, but as their legacy. It's exactly why Hakuri thinks he's being hunted for hurting the merchandise. You'd be beat over an auction-related mistake before anything else, as it's the most important. If you reflect this onto a person, you are bound to have issues. An idea presented through Soya. To him, abuse is love. From the beginning of their memories, the Sazanami children are raised to be elite fighters, sorcerers who only exist to serve, to be a sword for their criminal family. Soya viewing pain and fighting as an act of love is a reflection of that upbringing. He doesn't know how to showcase love at all, and how he does think love is likely a reflection of the training he had at the hands of Kiora. Kiora is obviously twisted, controlling, but that's his father, and so Soya defaulted that to being love, because a father is meant to love their children. This reflects onto Hakuri because Soya is closest to him in age. When he felt like he couldn't get the love he needed from his horrible abusive father, he went to his brother, but because the only love he knew was abuse, well, it resulted in everything we've seen. The harmful traditions of the Sazanami family result in children like Soya, and I'm gonna be honest, it only gets worse. Soya blames Hakuri leaving on a woman, a dead woman. He objects, and when Hanao appears, Soya again assumes it's because of a woman, and so will kill her. He smashes Hakuri's face in before stomping towards Hanao, but then Shiba appears, slamming his face before they're in the sky. Yeah, Shiba is the strongest for a reason, with the phone call letting him know he was back in a moment before dropping Soya from the sky. He can do it all with the drop of a dime and without effort. It's insane and I love him. Soya then showcases another part of his family's sorcery, Iso, a shockwave technique that sends them to the floor. And when quickly directed at a building, it crumbles it. Shiba teleports him back to the manor, where we see Chihiro in chaotic combat with the rest of the family. He breaks their swords over and over, but just as fast they get new ones from the storehouse, all as Kiora sits there. And this really says all. His children are puppets he commands to do everything, and they do everything because it's just how their family works. It's insanely inhumane, almost cult-like, a form of grooming, and Kiora just doesn't care. He sits there without a care in the world, because to him, this is just duty. He has a duty to keep the family going. Hakuri appears next to Kiora, and it's here he reveals he even registers his children in the storehouse. It's masked as a ceremony, one to protect them, but it's another means of control. He wants to be able to grab his puppets at any time from anywhere if need be. In this situation, he's grabbed his puppet to be his hostage, his own son to be his hostage. And Chihiro sheaths his blade. Hakuri is worth a lot more. He saved him against Hiyuki. Just such a good mirror of that moment before. He gave Hakuri hope earlier, and now he's done the same for him. And so, he must save him in the same way. He hands over N10. They walk free, and Kiora gets even more powerful. But of course, Chihiro thought this through. The blades, reflective of them being spiritual, made from the heavenly rock and tied to you through a contract, can be felt by their users. Chihiro is able to sense his goldfish and use them to try and figure out how to access the storehouse. This officially begins the auction, an event auctioning off not only 2 enchanted blades, but every illegal thing you can think of. It's a parade for the criminal underworld. Alert is therefore high, but not only are the Kamunabi ready to bid for the blades, but Chihiro snuck in, entering with a loud crash, a destroyed chandelier, and a crackle of thunder. Everyone's forgotten about Cloud Gouger. In one of the coolest pages in the series, Chihiro grabs the nearly broken enchanted blade, ready to tear everything down with a crack of thunder. And I do want to take a quick second to hammer in the gravity of everything right here, right now. For all intents and purposes, this really is where Kagurabachi shifts as a series. We open to a story about blades and revenge, but it's more so shifted to themes around these blades and the idea of responsibility. It was cool sword fighting to start with, but it's getting a lot bigger than that now. Through Sojo, Chihiro really understood what his father meant when it came to the sword. The idea that they can kill, but also protect. And it's his responsibility to make sure that the blades do right as their creator. It's key to point out that he just heard about it before. He understood it, but he didn't really embody it. But the Chihiro we see now in this arc does fully embrace and embody that. Ideas of legacy are truly starting to unfold. Chihiro wants to keep his father's legacy in his hands, all while understanding it. And we'll see throughout this arc how this can be troubling and bothersome and just how it can be difficult. The Sazanami family also embodied this theme as much as Chihiro, speaking to its importance. Duty ties into everything in this series, and it starts to become a really big thing here. It's an idea we see with all the big parties present in this arc. Chihiro, the Sazanami, the Kamunabi, it's all around us. We're also getting more and more calls to real history, criminal organizations, cult-like traditional families in power, tons of stuff. And of course, there's so many big themes around trauma emerging, especially family trauma. But if I had to say, the key thing this arc presents is the idea that Kagurabachi isn't just only about Chihiro. It's also so much about the world. This is a story about Japan and power. It has Chihiro with it, but it's not only about Chihiro and swords. You can really start to understand this as Chihiro is not only going against a criminal force the government doesn't even want to deal with, but he's going against that government as well for the sake of the swords. It's growth on a cool factor, sure, he's not just fighting a street villain, but he's fighting a country villain. But it's growth in the way that Chihiro must open his eyes more and more, just as we are starting to open our eyes to the world. All in all, I'm saying it early, the Rakuzaichi arc tops the Sojo arc easily. I can't believe the series has gotten this good, but with that, let's get back into it. Chihiro crushes through the auction security in the most beautiful fashion, with panels straight out of a movie. And they'll joke about Hokuzono using too much black ink, and I say use some more. Damn, these pages look great. The darkness also emphasizes the fact Chihiro is indeed doing something very dark, cutting down people like a monster running through the dark, a role he has embraced for the sake of taking responsibility for these blades. Where he would have thought about it before, this dark quick execution shows he's truly all in. Chihiro's goal is to reach a door, as there actually is a physical door to enter the storehouse. It's like an emergency entrance, one kept highly secret. But why is Chihiro just not sneaking in? Well, obviously it looks cool to go loud, but Hiyuki is going to be there. And Hiyuki is going to want a rematch. And exactly this happens. Hiyuki appears in all her glory as we watch the Kamunabi bid for the Magatsumi, a choice the man describes as choosing what they can protect. By taking the blade instead of destroying the auction, they save millions of lives. I get it, choose the majority, but God, it's so hard to just watch them ignore the atrocities happening. It's inhumane, the government literally turning a blind eye for their goals, even if it is for the greater good. Again, really makes you think about our real world. In a brilliant few pages, we watch Chihiro and Hiyuki smash through the forces to reach each other in the middle. And while this would be a beautiful page to start a battle on, Hiyuki readies to do the opposite. She needs to protect Chihiro. If the criminals here manage to kill Chihiro and end his contract with his blade, then that would be a pretty big problem, as anyone could use it. She doesn't agree with Chihiro, but he honestly is a better choice than anyone else here. And Hiyuki also doesn't like the fact the government is bidding against the blade instead of, just taking it. So Chihiro runs free and Hiyuki defends him. It's here we cut to the Sazanami clan forces, guarding the door at the bottom of the building. They're like swords, nothing more than devices to do their wielder's bidding. It's here Akuri peeks his head into the corridor, leading the obsessive Soya to chase him ruthlessly, all while Shiba appears before the door, asking, "How do you open this?" Yeah, he's just so cool. This leaves Shiba to deal with the weaker family members while Akuri goes to meet with Chihiro to help fight Soya, the strongest and most unhinged of the family. He dashes upwards into the building as Chihiro rips through security, and when they spot each other, meaning they're going to be united, their plan has worked perfectly, it all falls into chaos. That familiar dark warp sorcery, one that feels like it goes against reality, the Hishaku sorcery, it's here. A hand appears and confirms exactly what Chihiro's thought. This mysterious man reveals himself. Yellow eyes, face markings, and he's put together well. He states, "How you've grown up, Chihiro," saying everything. These are the ones he's been looking for, the object of his revenge. Chihiro slams him to the wall, and the man nonchalantly reveals his position as leader and spearheaded the plot to murder his father. He then notes he doesn't like to speak. He just wants Shiro to try and kill him. This is Yura, leader of the Hishaku and one of the main villains of Kagurabachi. We can immediately note some things about him. He is cold, like a man who has seen horrors but has nothing left to feel. He also has a somewhat rebellious look, crowned with those weird yellow eyes. But at the same time, he's very put together. It makes me think of a man who's confident in what he is, but has something very well planned, highlighting a grand goal, which is exactly what he has. Shiro screams to know why his father was killed, and Yura sees fit to reveal all. His ultimate goal for killing Chihiro's father, taking the blades and now entering the Magatsumi, well, it's also he can wield the enchanted blade, the one with the title of Shinuchi, the strongest and greatest of the enchanted blades. Shiro is shook, but it doesn't weigh him down. The Hishaku are crooked, and he won't let them get away with it. But Yura shuts him down quickly. Enchanted blades don't choose people. Anyone can enslave them. He opts to speak to Shiro, specifically stating, he wants to see what's grown with the seeds of hatred he sowed. Shiro quickly puts together the man aims to waste his time, and thinking of how people want to control what was special to his father, in Yura's words enslave them, he angers, charging Cloud Gouger and shredding the sorcery, tearing away Yura's arm in the process. Shiro knows Cloud Gouger is already nearly broken. Few more moves will end it. He knows Yura also has tricks up his sleeve, and while he'd love to kill him, he knows he can't hesitate, like Hakuri didn't hesitate to believe in him before. In one quick explosive strike, he destroys the sorcery and makes his way to Hakuri, ignoring Yura and leaving him to disappear. It's an act of choosing his responsibility to the blades, allowing Hakuri to save him rather than sating his revenge and wasting time. Yura is already very interesting, and I'm going to take this chance to break down what his entire hand in this arc looks like, as it gets confusing if I bring up every little scene with him. When he stole the Magatsumi, it was sealed. It was the only enchanted blade sealed, and so he took a great deal of time unsealing it himself with his energy. This means he'd be able to use the Magatsumi. It's a special blade that lets you use it with a little bit of your energy. But there's risk, which is exactly why he's entered it into the auction. It's a test run. Even if Yura could hold the blade, he couldn't make it his, and who's to say there isn't side effects? There's eternal contracts, and nobody knows anything about the Swordmaster. Learning all of this at once really lets you get a grasp on Yura, as it presents him as a big devoted master planner. He formed this group and spearheaded a plot to get these blades. He spent years unsealing the most powerful one, and now even has a perfectly thought out plan to test it, all to contribute to an even greater plan. The idea, of course, is the lengths. Yura will go insane lengths to unleash a power of immense weight, and it speaks of a guy with as much devotion to these blades as Chihiro, which is pretty much the point. We're meant to see that him and Chihiro are quite similar in a lot of ways. While we presently don't know the extent of this, what we do know was that in some way Yura's life was completely changed by the Seitei War, and he saw the enchanted blades as a means to protect people like him who needed him. The idea is that Yura and Chihiro are similar in wanting these blades to protect something, but from here, how they want to use the blades for that means is different. They are two sides of the same coin. It's an idea I love so much, and it truly all begins here. We will definitely be coming back to this scene. But to go back in time for a minute, Hakuri has been confronted by Soya, and he finally has the guts to strike back, but his sorcery skills fail. Soya takes to beating him, rubbing in his weakness, and stating Chihiro will abandon him. But he states he won't, as he, Soya, loves Hakuri unconditionally. It's insanely fractured. He loves Hakuri but beats down on him for being weak. As Hakuri takes the beatings, he recalls a conversation with Shiba, one where he was essentially told that while his training was inhumane under the Sazanami, he should still be able to use sorcery just fine. Hakuri's environment, specifically Soya, has led to this, due to the constant abuse, neglect from his father, and of course the huge pressure of being a part of the Sazanami. To continue the legacy and to carry their duty, Hakuri led himself to believing he was nothing. This is just such a good showcase of how harmful traditional pressures can be. It's utterly destroyed Hakuri's confidence. It's a real-life phenomena that when children are told they are something over and over and over, like say being gifted, they believe they are that. Because they're impressionable children, they believe anything you tell them. Though because of this, when many of these children hit failure, it will hit far harder, as they've been built up to think they're something special because you told them over and over. They haven't learned how to deal with failure. Hakuri is this in a traditional setting. The repeated thing is his family name alongside its legacy and duty, and he's special because of that. Yet the second he stumbles just a bit, that image is shattered. He's worthless. And where he should have had a supportive family there at his side, everyone turned on him and convinced him he couldn't do it, breaking him completely. It might be a bit extreme, sure, but it's a brilliant showcase on how good things like tradition and duty can become twisted depending on who controls it all. Though in this moment, Hakuri throws those barriers he's created away and instead creates a mountain of Chihiro's words, firing off an ISO, a full piece of sorcery, putting his brother right where he needs to be for Chihiro to take him out. It's a victory that only happened because of Hakuri's mental strength. Confidence was the key. Hakuri was truly held back by his mindset that reflected his horrible environment he grew up in. It was always there, it just took a person who treated him like a person to bring it out of him. And this is something Hokuzono has been trying to make us think about since the beginning. He introduces Hakuri with gritting teeth, yet shows him physically failing to do that, highlighting a strong mindset but weak body. But then he does the opposite, as he takes a hit from Flamebone just fine, but he sacrificed himself to do that, reflecting how he thinks of himself as worthless, showcasing a weak mind. Hokuzono never wanted us to see that Hakuri was weak at all. He wanted us to see his strengths and weaknesses, that they exist, but neither of them are all that true. In the spotlight of his family, his twisted legacy, Hakuri is the weakest, but in Chihiro's spotlight, in a proper samurai spotlight, he's strong. It's done so well to hammer in how dangerous and hurtful a family like the Sazanami family can be, not only to their own, but to any person. It's exactly why Hakuri wants to tear it all down. It's horrible to everyone, even those who are family. Though it isn't all over, Soya stands up. He's serious now, and Hakuri, with his newfound confidence, declares that he'll handle this. And so Chihiro goes ahead while he fights. Because everyone else is putting their life on the line, he must too. Soya and him meet with one huge ISO. Proof of their family bond is now clashing. And so we tumble into a flashback of how that bond was shattered. Perhaps the most beautiful backstory in the series. When part of the family, Hakuri was delegated to the menial tasks, a reflection of how they viewed him. Good for nothing. He was tasked with bringing food to a girl stored separately from the others. She has icy skin and emits cold, but won't eat unless someone's with her. And so she points to Hakuri. It's immediately meant to stick out to us. Icy cold exterior, but needs a human heart of warmth. She wants company, and for some strange reason, likely because he knows what it's like to be treated coldly, Hakuri agrees to sit there and eat. Here, we're given a specific symbol, the tool, an object Hakuri's brother used to hurt him. The tool is a small but brilliant piece of imagery, as it reflects central things. The tool represents how the auction is viewed by Yura, a tool to test the Magatsumi, a tool to prove his master plan, and so on. The tool also represents the dynamic of the Sazanami family, specifically to Kiora. Kiora considers everything tools to continue the Sazanami legacy, to continue the tradition of the Rakuzaichi. Everyone will be wielded by him in the name of duty because the show must go on. Lastly, and most importantly, the tool is a piece of imagery to showcase Hakuri's pain. An object that will stay in his mind to reflect everything that's been done to him specifically. And understanding that he's hurt by tools, the cold woman puts ice on the injury. Again, warmth interior despite the cold exterior. The cold woman then puts together Hakuri gets his lame job because his family hates him. And while knowing he just won't, she asks him to escape with her. Hakuri keeps up his family front. They said he's useless and she's just merchandise. There's nothing he can do about it. but he comes back day after day to speak to her. One day, Hakuri is beat worse than usual, and he breaks down. The cold woman saying the most aware thing possible. He is the one imprisoned in a cage. The cage is his family, but he has value. She highlights humanity because he sits there and eats with her. It's a statement of warmth despite the cold, and so on the day she was meant to be sold, he comes early, saying they should eat together outside. Presently, Hakuri is being pummeled to a pulp by his big brother Soya, and it appears Soya is actually considering killing Hakuri, and the idea of death seems to bring him to an even worse memory. The cold woman put a knife to her neck. This is why she wanted to be free. She's convinced everything horrible will happen again. She is warm despite the exterior, but she wanted to teach Hakuri the world has no hope. It's cold, and so she does it. He recalls how he treated her like merchandise the whole time, and as Hakuri is smashed to the ground by Soya, he's sure that it was him who killed her. The cold woman's warm blood is on his hands, all because he belonged to the same family that abused her. He sat there and did nothing and let it go on. The Ice Lady is a symbol that's meant to reflect the coldness of the world. I mean, literally in our face, she's an ice cold lady. The idea is that despite the warm interior, despite the humanity in her, the exterior is always cold, exactly as the world was always cold, and she just didn't want to deal with that anymore. By Hakuri taking care of the ice, the coldness of the world, heat comes, and he gains the confidence to leave his family, as that initially happened right after this. Of course, this is a big and obvious say that the world would be better if people were just warm to each other, despite how bad it looks. But it's also a big showcase of how crime hurts people. Crime turns victims cold, it wears people down despite their warmness, and in many cases, even if these people do escape crime, they have trauma that plagues them for the rest of their lives. Crime like the Rakuzaichi destroys people. It's to make it very apparent how every individual life affected by the Rakuzaichi has a world of pain behind them. This is terrible, and they're really showing it to us in every way. Hakuri killed her. He's bloodied, nearly out cold. But why is the tool here? Tools continue appearing, and as Hakuri moves, he can sense deeper levels to his sorcery. Soya panics. He instantly understands, thinking of when his father explained their lineage. The founder of their family was able to control and create both the storehouse and Iso. He was a one of one, explaining why the storehouse has to be passed down. And Hakuri stands up in the image of that original founder. He has awakened both powers naturally, a genius, one never seen again since the founding of their family. Hakuri, the one the Sazanami counted out, called worthless and abused, was the one their family needed the most. The best part about this is that it wouldn't have come if Hakuri never left his family's orbit. He only gained the confidence to look deep inside of himself, to believe in what he could do, and finally grasp at his own potential because Chihiro, an outsider, showed him warmth in a cold world. The Sazanami as a family never considered warmness, it was just tradition to the point of it almost being cultish, and that's why the storehouse is cold with an ice lady. The Sazanami world is the coldness of the world. It took the warmth of the world for Hakuri to become exactly what their family hails as the greatest. But because their family is cold, he's coming to destroy that legacy they've built. It's perfect. Their downfall is literally of their own making. Hakuri's awakening has pushed Soya's rage to the max. All of his complicated, horrible feelings have now spawned jealousy, as Hakuri, that weakling he loves, has become the image of greatness. He tries to kill him over and over. All as Hakuri reflects on his guilt over the cold woman's death. He's sorry, he didn't before, but now he'll show that there can be hope outside of that cage. It's his declaration to destroy the Sazanami legacy, the thing that embodies the coldness of a cage, the coldness of the world. It will fall due to him, and with one more ISO, he beats Soya, the epitome of how his family looked at him. He does it in one strike, like to say, the family isn't a thing anymore. He can walk over it like that. Hakuri has now awakened a second sorcery, which is basically impossible in Kagurabachi unless you were a true genius like Hakuri. Yeah, it's definitely overpowered and you'll see that, but it's a great thing to happen to him specifically, as it really does represent the fact he's breaking away from the ties that bind his family to become better. And the complete breaking of the rules, the fact that he has 2 sorceries instead of 1, is a great way to show that. He is in control of the Sazanami fate just as much as Kiora now. He can control their ultimate power, the storehouse, and where Kiora wants it to thrive, Hakuri wants to burn it all down. I also just have to mention it. Recall how I said love at first sight earlier? Yeah, this whole selection of scenes reinforce how Chihiro and Hakuri work so well together, as we watch them literally make each other better, as 2 friends should. As Chihiro and Hakuri were about to meet up, they were both stopped by their biggest enemies. Hakuri was Soya and Chihiro was Yura, both culminations of their family connections and their guilt. The best part is that these situations are opposites, but they work because each character wants to build towards the other. Hakuri, thanks to Chihiro, thanks to him showing a samurai who does duty in the name of good, to protect people, is able to smash through Soya and move forward. Hakuri's guilt stems from his family being horrible and involved in horrible things. How they treated him and how they treat others is shown in the Ice Woman, and thanks to Chihiro, Hakuri gains the confidence to tear down that horrible legacy. While Chihiro, thanks to Hakuri, thanks to him believing and running into danger for him, is able to do the same in this situation. Chihiro's guilt stems from his father. Yura is the culmination of that. He killed him. And thanks to Hakuri's actions before, Chihiro can set aside his emotions and hesitation and have the confidence to ignore this huge roadblock. Thanks to Hakuri, Chihiro can trek forward to save his own legacy. One wants to destroy their legacy, the other wants to protect it, and it all comes together in guilt. Both feel guilty due to their family. They both feel guilty for opposite reasons, but just by being around each other, just by showing who they are to each other, Chihiro and Hakuri are able to grow into better versions of themselves, regardless of what that guilt says. It's such a simple dynamic. They are red and blue. These colors don't resemble each other at all, but put together, they're a perfect match. In this case, a perfect friendship. When you can only adore as they do exactly what friends should do. Make each other better. At the door to enter the storehouse, Shiba fights the other elite family members. They're weak compared to him, of course, and so he interrogates them, not understanding how far they'll go. And in a true testament to how horrible this family is, we see how these elites feel. They were told by their father they were special time and time again, built up to be special, fulfilling a special mission with the auction. They viewed it as love. To Kiora, their father, it was an act of creating soldiers that would literally die for him, to die for their duty and legacy as a Sazanami. With the idea of making his father proud, one of the children take a piece of Dainseki Sojo worked on. And in a true testament of Kyora's sickness and how Dainseki shouldn't be touched by humans, the boy uses the destructive power knowing it will kill him. It manifests his energy physically, turning him into a pure force of carnage. It's a last-ditch effort for his father to fulfill his duty. It truly hammers in how bad Kiora is and how horrible the Sazanami traditions are. It truly is like an institutionalized system, like a cult. Every child is born and brought through a process that gets them to this type of loyalty, all to just be a sword for the Rakuzaichi. It's pure evil. Shiro joins Shiba quickly, and upon understanding the evil happening here, the father-son embodiment of duty, Shiro decides he'll give him an honorable death, all with Hakuri in mind. He had someone who set him on the right path, but this boy didn't. This moment is so good. Chihiro views himself here. He sees exactly how he could have been like this boy, obsessed with revenge to this destructive degree. But unlike this child, he had someone who pulled him away. He had Hakuri. Thanks to Hakuri, Chihiro can confidently embody a samurai, one who uses the blade to protect and for good. And so, he'll do that good in the way of giving this boy a proper end. Hakuri then meets back up with them, and they crack open the door to discover it's broken. Even worse, it's quickly told the ones protecting it for Kiora didn't even know. He didn't care about them enough to reveal the full plan. He planned for his elite children to die. All this was nothing more than a means of getting Chihiro to show everything he has, to waste time and to waste effort. He was willing to send his own children to wasteful deaths to further his crime auction. It's absolutely vile how it's like a game to Kiora. Kiora at this point is almost like comedic levels of evil. Even if Chihiro won and opened the doors, his spirit was sure to be broken, knowing he has no chance of activating the storehouse. It's sick for the sake of sick, and I'm sure in some part he wanted to say he had absolutely reigned over Chihiro and beat him. But at the same time, this is an act that perfectly embodies his duty. As family head, upholding the auction is Kyora's ultimate duty, as it's everything to them. No line is too far for that duty, not even sacrificing your own children, lying to them, and destroying the object they're protecting. But Kiora never expected Hakuri to activate his sorcery, presenting the idea that it could have all been avoided if he simply treated Hakuri like a person. He really should have believed in his son. All that's left is to tear down his horrible father with Chihiro. Hakuri makes his way to the auction floor. He looks to his father, mirroring him in image and sorcery, and it's intentional. Hakuri faces his father one more time before doing anything. He could have began an assault all before facing him, but he chose this first. It's still his father, and he wanted to see if he'd even acknowledge him, his newfound greatness. And it's heartbreaking because Kiora just considers him an enemy. Hakuri now threatens their legacy, their power. And so Hakuri sends a tool to the storehouse, the symbol of how they treated him. It's to say that person they treated like a tool is now coming to destroy them. It begins. Hakuri sends Chihiro into the storehouse, him instantly firing off Cloud Gouger, appearing before Kiora to symbolize that it all begins here. Chihiro thinks of Hakuri. He was determined to destroy evil, even if family, while he himself has failed time and time again. Cloud Gouger turns to dust. Because of Hakuri, he was able to give Cloud Gouger a meaningful and correct, by he and his dad's terms, end. One where he used it to strike down evil and protect people. All that's left is to brandish his own sword, it activating as Hakuri yells out, "Please slay his father." And it's just, oh, it's so beautiful. These two really might be my favorite duo in Shonen Jump right now. It's so good. What else can I say? It's like a ton of bricks being thrown at you in the best way. I don't know if there's a best way, but I hope you get what I mean. Not only is Chihiro able to give Cloud Gouger an end that perfectly fits the legacy of these swords, all thanks to Hakuri, but it's so they can tear down a terrible legacy, the Sazanami family. This is also a perfect showcase of duty in the complete opposite way, where the Sazanami family is all about power and keeping the coldness of the world going. Chihiro and Hakuri go forward in a way that embodies a samurai's duty. They do it to protect what's important to them, to protect people, for warmth. But I introduce these two with the idea that the guilt that they don't speak about but can feel brings them together. And that happens again here while enforcing everything this arc is about. Hakuri feels guilty over the Ice Woman's death. He wants to be warm and bring hope because he couldn't do that to her. And through Chihiro, he's able to do that. Chihiro hesitates. He knows that the blades can hurt and he's horrified at them being used in the wrong way. It leaves him feeling so guilty. But because of Hakuri, he's running face first to his horrible situation, moving forward and not scared. They truly make each other better, and it's perfect that this final battle isn't just Chihiro fighting Kiora, but it's both of them fighting against the auction and the ideas it represents. The entire battle here is just cinema. It's like straight out of a movie. The storehouse has grenades, and so he watches Chihiro dodges them, cuts them up, and marks them with his energy so Hakuri can teleport them away from him. It's peak. This panel of Hakuri with them behind him, oh, it's just goosebumps. The further the battle goes, the more erratic and determined Kiora becomes, ecstatically still auctioning off the Magatsumi. His storehouse may be involved in the most hellish battle he can imagine, but keeping a face for the auction is everything, as it is his true duty. This leaves Chihiro and Hakuri to amp it up. Every move is a gamble. With one epic page of Kiora, we get another of Chihiro. And in the end, Chihiro takes the most risk, allowing him to cut Kiora straight through the chest. And Chihiro around this time begins to constantly say something. Kiora should have believed in Hikari. And I love this statement so much. It captures this entire arc in one sentence. The Sazanami should have focused on family, warmth instead of the cold world and their duty to it. That is why they're losing. But it also reflects Chihiro personally, as he's only here because he believed in Hikari. He allowed him to save him. It's a thank you. Still, Kiora took a fatal wound. He knows it, yet thinks of the auction before anything. It's bigger than his life. He screams, the auction continues. And when Chihiro finally sets his sights on his father's legendary blade, it's gone, fully unsealed. As I said earlier, Yura has poured years into unsealing it, and this moment is what he waited for, a test run. A test run that cleaves open a new option and puts their plan forward. Chihiro turns to Kiora standing back up, as we see panels of the Sword Master, the bearer of the Magatsumi, and as Chihiro puts it together, Kiora dons the blade, the Sword Master far away, the one who the sword is bound to by lifelong contract, moves. Magatsumi. With the drop of the blade's power still in its sheath, the ground blooms dark plant life, butterflies flutter, and Kiora has tapped into its power. The Magatsumi, even just accessing its power, has a physical aura manifestation. It's like a huge butterfly around Kiora. In battle, its power is monstrous, its sheath alone pushing Chihiro back. Kiora can feel its power trying to invade his head, and even though he's dying, he feels powerful, yet that power is maddening. The Magatsumi is special not only because it's the most powerful and that it's a masterpiece, but because it's a blade anybody can access if they pour enough energy into it. Of course though, this comes with the cost of the sword trying to get into your head, trying to drive you to madness, and seemingly only the Swordmaster is the one who can just deal with this. This is why Yura allowed someone else to use the blade before him, because there are really real risks. And because there were definitely very real risks, everyone is dancing to Yura's plot right now. He's like moving pawns on a chessboard. Thanks to Curry, Hyuki is sent in to help Chihiro fight, and it becomes extremely apparent how horrifying the Magatsumi is from here. When Kiora slightly opens the blade, it summons a field of deathly nature. It manifests bug-like powers, and when he closes it, everything is thrown away and the entire realm destabilizes, sending the fight right before everyone at the auction. Here, the blade's real horrors are revealed. The Magatsumi and its bearer continuously tries to take over Kiora, growing roots onto him. The dark sludge has become a waterfall, it blooming into flowers that pierce and consume everyone around the center. It's a nightmare. And remember, this is only with the sword sheathed. We haven't even seen the blade. What it's doing is sucking the vitality from everyone with the pretty flowers. An absolutely dreadfully beautiful power. One created by Chihiro's father. That part is very scary, and it's something Chihiro seems to slowly realize throughout this battle. Every other panel is him in fear, shock, and suspense. But here, the storehouse begins to crumble. Kiora is dying, and as a result, his powers are destabilized. This is the moment that defines the arc. This enchanted blade can clearly create eras. It can clearly take lives. And now, it's a moment that proves what they can really do in the most horrifying way. This whole auction is bound to be dismantled. The government can't do anything, and tons are going to die. The enchanted blades are a nuclear power, something that can change everything. That is being proved to us right here. The conversation isn't a when, it's a now. Chihiro of course knows the line the blades walk. He's taken the role of monster and taken responsibility for them. That is why he's here. But now, it's like his mask that was meant to uphold that duty, the image of himself he wants everybody to see, cracks. We've seen Hikari's trauma in detail this arc, and here comes Chihiro's. Chihiro is a boy with immense trauma, burdens, and responsibility, all stemming from the moment his father died. The way he acts is a culmination of the pain, of that moment and the responsibility thrust onto his back from then on. Edgy or not, tough or not, monsterly or not, to some extent, it is definitely a farce. A way to avoid the bad and focus wholeheartedly on his goals. But here, having seen the horror of everything, all in an arc that opens the world in a far bigger way than Chihiro thought, he somewhat breaks. Reality is setting in and he faces something he cannot be cool, calm, and collected with. We've seen glimpses of this, like with reactions to Sojo, Hikari, and so on. But now the Magatsumi truly breaks that. He had amassed to remain strong, but it's clear he's truly a child in a grown world. Chihiro knows nothing. As I said, this is the arc where the entire story shifts, and it's really all in our face right now. With Hikari, Chihiro decides everyone in the storehouse needs to be saved. Even if it kills him and Hikari's pouring blood, they must do it. Beginning an intense sequence of them saving everyone stuck in the storehouse. And I do love how well Hikari and Chihiro almost instinctually work together. Hikari just got this sorcery and he doesn't know too much about Chihiro's blades. But it gets done, because they believe in each other to get it done. And in the end, everyone is saved, only because Chihiro and Hikari had each other. They prove they can move past their guilt to do the right things, to show hope. All that's left is Kiora, who in the madness is beginning to see visions. His wife dying, a woman who was miserable. She hated the traditions, the Rakuzaichi, as it made him become a bad person. Her last words were, "If the Rakuzaichi never took place..." And Kiora imagines it, a normal happy family at a dinner table. If the auction never took place, if he never had the idea of duty attached to everything, then they could be a normal family, equals, happy, and smiling at a dinner table. It's smashed by a mallet. He took away that future for the sake of tradition, for the sake of duty, and most of all, for the sake of power. Everything Kiora has done was for dedication of his duty. Exactly as the mallet has a duty to judge people. He views his father. The man stated he fulfilled his duty. Kiora takes the reins. And this says all. From that day forward, the duty consumed him. It's perfectly shown in how the Magatsumi consumes him. This nuclear, ungodly power, but he pushes through for the sake of his auction. The duty outweighs even the most foul forces. Yet before his eyes, everyone is saved, it all falls, and Chihiro is next to him. His best bet would have been believing in Hikari. Chihiro's right, Hikari, family, it didn't fit with his ideals, so he pushed it away. Everything human was pushed away as it didn't fit tradition. It didn't fit the duty his father passed to him. He looks to Hikari and imagines his children. A scene of white, illustrating pureness and honesty. This is him and his truth. He states, "I'm the only one who failed my duty." Kiora sets the sword down, becoming himself, and dies as himself, acknowledging all of his failures before death. I'm the only one who failed my duty. Kiora dies as a catastrophic failure, and in these final moments, he becomes aware of everything he failed. Kiora failed his family, his wife, his children, his father, and everyone who looked up to him as a grand family head. He failed his legacy, letting the Sazanami symbol of power fail and completely fall. Most of all, he failed his idea of duty, the tradition. He failed to uphold the auction, and he failed to maintain control of everything. Ultimately, Kiora fell because he treated his children as assets to this big empire rather than his future and as his family. As Chihiro said from the beginning, he should have believed in Hikari, a fact he acknowledged at the very end. Chihiro's right. He is a sick character, and Hokuzono never tries to spin it another way. His death scene literally shows his wife hated him and hated how he was acting. It then goes on to show scenes with him and his puppeted children. And it really doesn't let you forget that this whole time, he was a horrible criminal, gaining off the coldness of the world. In the end, by acknowledging this, he at least gets some sixth sense of peace, accepting his terrible truth, that he's horrible, evil, and most of all, a failure. I loved so much that Hokuzono stuck to it. In shonen manga, a lot of villains will try and get some heartfelt message across. A lot of them will get redeemed in some way because, while it's a manga meant to be for teenagers, not everything needs to be horribly sad and messed up. But at the same time, not every villain needs to be redeemed, and if you're gonna make an evil villain, you might as well do it all the way. And Kyoto is an evil villain all the way. A phenomenally created, disgusting man you can really only see as disgusting. Truly a masterpiece on Hokuzono's part. Sojo was good, but god, Kyoto was even greater. And yes, it's the same thing I've said time and time again. You can relate all of this to real history. Horrible people who never ever wanted redemption have existed, and they have died fully embodying their disgusting actions. Kyora's Sazanami legacy, his family, all of it, can be seen as a tale relating to so many things. Horrible families, horrible empires, cults, and broken systems. Kyoto died embodying the coldness of the world, a coldness that's so close to our own world. And exactly like real life, he died as that coldness of the world, a disgusting evil man, because just like in real life, fairy tales don't happen. Evil is evil. Everything falls to the ground, the building collapses, and Chihiro, Shiba, and Hakuri rally outside with everyone saved. Shiro asks Hakuri, what's next? And Shiba reveals he told the remaining Sazanami to go back and take care of the younger ones. He won't criticize, but dying isn't going to do anything. It really points out that Hakuri has nothing to go back to, and he probably wouldn't want to. Hakuri is upset. His father was horrible, but it's still his father. It's a pain Chihiro stays silent for, as he knows what he's feeling. It's then Hakuri hears the cheer of a girl happy to be saved. He saved them, he gave them hope. Shiro saw that Hakuri could bring hope to his own guilt, and Hakuri saw the same in him. He was a samurai after all, and so he asked to keep fighting with Chihiro, to keep proving the value he saw in him. Here, a huge theme of this arc is really set in stone, matter of fact, a theme for the whole series. Through Chihiro, Hakuri is able to do the most powerful thing of all in a story about family and fathers. He walks forward and creates a better legacy. He has separated himself from his family completely while taking their sorcery, meaning he can use that sorcery to create a new path with it, a new beginning, a new way that shows he can do with it what his family couldn't, create warmth and hope in the world. The scene with Shiba and the remaining Sazanami also showcase the idea of legacy, because he sends him home with the idea of following in his father's footsteps, yeah, but not with the idea of duty first. He sends him home to care for the family first and foremost. Yes, they'll continue the Sazanami family, but in the idea of Kyora's failure, avoiding his mistake of not considering love before anything. And like that, the drum is beat. The curtain on the Rakuzaichi falls. The pillar of the criminal world has been crumbled. The Rakuzaichi arc takes what we got with the Sojo arc and just launches it into the sky. You know, I said earlier, I think Sojo is like a street level event, and this is like a citywide thing. And yeah, that's really how I can put it. Everything is just much more insane. It's not even just with art, powers, but just the world too. We're now doing things on a level where the world is affected, and we can see how it's affected. We got to see the blades and why exactly there's so much fighting to contain their power and control it. It makes Chihiro's responsibility and weight on his shoulders all the more important. It's scary that even he seems surprised at what secrets these blades hide in their history. And with the Magatsumi, you can actually understand why the Kamunabi want to safeguard these, even if their methods are questionable. It's all completely broken Shiro in a way, and we'll see this as the next arc is full of him being twisted up over the past. That blade was beautiful, but hellish, just like how power is appealing to many, but leads to horrible outcomes. They showed us that in a place of so much crime so big the government struggles to go against it. It's a flawed world with weapons of unimaginable power, and here, we just have Chihiro trying to make it through it all. I love all the themes and stories told here too. The Sazanami family was truly such a heartbreaking yet cautionary tale. tradition and duty can be such a devastating thing. Of course though, Hakuri is the highlight, a character who had such a great arc despite being introduced in this arc. He went from zero, the underdog, to just being a genius, amazing character so fast, and him joining the main cast is such a good touch, especially as he and Shiro's guilds bounce off each other very well. It feels like such a natural good connection. All in all, this is an amazing arc I think shows one thing for this series. It gets better and better. Sojo was amazing, and this blew that out of the park. Hokuzono really does continue to crush it, making a series that is just so easy to love. Thank God it didn't get axed and I gave it a chance. I was a little bit late, but oh man, I'm so happy to be here. This arc is so good. Let's continue. After the auction, Chihiro changes. His mask is shattered, he's scared, and for the first time, truly unsure of what comes next. He's seen the horrors of the Magatsumi, and it's backed him into a corner of questions. And so he asks Yuki, who has taken the Magatsumi, to let him join the Kamunabi. And like that, we're in the present. Chihiro wakes up alongside Akuri and Shiba. Oh, and Hiyuki and friends, playing Street Fighter. It's meant to give off like fun victory party vibes. The Kamunabi got everything they wanted. But, you know, no time to party, as the big shots want to speak to Chihiro. Chihiro isn't nervous, he's thought ahead like always. Hakuri is gonna save him once again. His power is so useful, he'll barter with it. If Hakuri meets an enchanted blade bearer, he can transport the blade connected to their spirit energy, stealing them from the Ishaku. It's a great plan. All that's left is Chihiro to prove himself to the higher-ups. And it's intense. They doubt him while others like him, all while being unsure if he really is Kunishige's son. They have to do this fast as well. The Ishaku have the blades, they have the bearers. The Magatsumi is unsealed. The one object that could tip the scale is in a troubled spot, and so they listen to Chihiro. This turns chaotic. Hiyuki, having helped Chihiro, attests to his character. But even then, a man thinks killing him might be the best. They'll kill him and assign Enten to one of theirs. Yet it's then news rings out that two Blade Bearer fortresses are being invaded by the men with the Hishaku logo on their hands. This is Chihiro's chance. They need fighters now. He's trained and has proved himself. His enchanted blade can turn the tide. Reluctantly, they agree. Chihiro and Akuri will meet the Blade Bearer Uruha and protect him. Okay, so like before, I do want to explain Yura's plan, as it's sprinkled in here and there and just kind of confusing if I explain it at the right points in a video like this. With the Kamunabi having the Magatsumi, they want to reseal it while Yura wants it, and he needs to kill a bearer to get it, who is locked in Kamunabi HQ, so Yura has decided to attack the hell out of the other sword bearers. It splits up the Kamunabi manpower, and if he kills a bearer, he can make a new contract with one of the enchanted blades he's stolen. All in all, it's an effort to finally get ahead of the government's power. But even if this doesn't work, Yura does mention a trump card, a big backup plan he wants us to think about. Also, this all really does happen in a kid's playground. It's like Yura is literally saying, it's child's play. So like, yeah, Yura looks down on everything a lot and thinks he's the greatest. Uruha's base has already fallen, and so no time is wasted getting to know him as we watch him escape. Uruha is interesting, and the best way I can describe him is, well, he's eccentric. He is a fan of anything Kunishige. Him being chosen to wield an enchanted blade was his highest point. He was depressed severely when he died. And Chihiro? Well, he's obsessed because of his lineage. Uruha is also incredibly expressive, honestly the opposite of what you would expect a legendary swordsman hero to be. Uruha speaks a lot to the samurai-like idea we keep seeing and will keep seeing in reference to these enchanted blades. Uruha is a samurai dedicated to Kunishige and his views on the enchanted blades. That dedication is his duty. His whole body and spirit is dedicated to Kunishige, and his actions reflect Kunishige's views. He treats Enten like a newborn child. He idolizes the man, and when it comes to cutting down evil, he shows flawless skills to do so. I love meeting Uruha at this point in the story because he is the exact man you would hope Kunishige trusted to use a nuclear blade, one with a strong sense of duty in line with Kunishige. As a character, I believe Uruha is meant to be a very in-our-face representation of how Kagurabachi society treated Kunishige and the idea of the enchanted blade. He is super happy, almost obsessive over Kunishige, and he of course idolizes him, treating the man like a hero, exactly how society in Kagurabachi treats the blade wielders due to the war. This is an element that we haven't heard too much about, but it becomes a huge talking point throughout this video and in this arc specifically, and that's why I think Uruha was introduced like this. We are meant to see that people are very happy over these things, almost too happy right away. Uruha, especially as we get to know him and his blade, is a perfect showcase of this idea, but that's something we'll get into down the line. It's something I'm really excited to touch on. For now, the group is attacked on the train by a new eccentric Hishaku member, one who idolizes the cause exactly like Uruha idolizes Kunishige. There's a connection drawn between them for a reason, but like with Uruha, keep that in your mind for the future. Shiro takes the eccentric paper crane sorcerer to battle outside, while Uruha and Hakuri run off to assist another blade bearer under attack. And here, the stories diverge. While we end up following Hakuri and Uruha for a while, Chihiro's dealing with his own situation. For the sake of keeping this video understandable, we will cover them one at a time. So first, we're gonna follow Chihiro. Chihiro's kept the boy on his tail, introducing us to one of my favorite characters, Hirohiko. Right away, Hirohiko is striking. He looks unhinged, a thing not helped by his wild pink hair, a call to rebellion and wanting to stand out. Hirohiko reveals he's been waiting for this moment. He's dying to meet Chihiro. He is, well, obsessed with him. That's just how I'll explain it. Hirohiko states they are the same age, and while a random declaration, it's already important to note the idea he considers Chihiro like himself. Even from the simplest fact, a number, he and Chihiro already have a connection to him. This is a connection he builds upon as he describes killing. He learned about killing when he was 3. He was the only kid he knew like that. Up to now, he's never known anyone like him, implying that is till now. As he states, he and Chihiro could be friends. Hirohiko explains excitedly that when he turned 18 he was covered in blood, and Chihiro is the same. The idea of, I am you, isn't always as black and white as two characters literally being similar, but it's also to reflect the roles characters play in the story and in their world. Hirohiko's statement about being a murderer isn't just to say, oh, we've both just killed people, but it's to tell us that the world will look at them differently because they've both killed people. Due to this, they cannot live normally as they've left normal behind in favor of bloodshed. Hirohiko has accepted this fact, hence the belief that him and Chihiro could share a connection. It's the beginning of this I am you dynamic, and like so many others in this dynamic, they just can't accept it. Chihiro is bewildered to be grouped in by Hirohiko, and in a weird twist, Hirohiko leaves Chihiro to fight others as he catches a show. Before him is a play, and we need to take a second to speak about this play because Hokuzono was doing something here. The play is about a Sasuke. He defeats the Black Ogre at the end of the story, gets his family back, and peace returns to his island. Though Hirohiko points out a scene where Sasuke is paralyzed with fear due to hostages, angry because Sasuke denies the fact that he's a killer just playing hero. This is obviously a jab at Chihiro in the moment, but a connection people have drawn is the big war the series revolves around. While we haven't heard much yet, this war takes place when Japan is invaded by people the history books would call savages, like the ogre, and so assumingly the tale of Sasuke references the heroes from the war, people who were killers playing hero. It's an interesting Easter egg to think about as we start to uncover the truth of the Seitei War. And you know, I just love the foreshadowing Hokuzono because this is really cool to read a second time around. But Hirohiko sits in the crowd watching the play, the idea of a play being key to the moment. It's an event all watch as if it was real despite the obvious truth that it's a fake. This moment is chocked full of things to say Hirohiko isn't like the normal people in this theater. He's the only one desecrating the play, insulting it before calling it boring. This play, no matter how he looks at it, it's not for him. And I think you could even go as far as saying it's a metaphor from Hirohiko to Chihiro, that he is faking like the play, not accepting that he is on a path of blood like him presently. Hirohiko is trying to say that Chihiro is not only not facing the truth of his own actions, but the actions in his legacy. He's still trying to keep up with this mask. It's then Chihiro crashes through the ceiling of the play, covering the stage in the blood of those who were fighting him. Chihiro has ultimately desecrated the play like Hirohiko had done, albeit in a far more monstrous way. Hirohiko says the thought I'm trying to put forward for me. Chihiro can feel it. To the average person, he is a monster. Or in other words, they're the same. In this moment, Chihiro reflects on the moment where it all started, where his father was killed before his eyes. A scene Chihiro knows all too well was the catalyst for this blood-soaked path. It's a small panel, yet it shows that despite his words, Chihiro is aware that this path he is upon is one of bloodshed. Moments like these are essential to this trope, as it sets Hirohiko away from the madman-esque character. He's not one who's gonna just go crazy and chase the MC around for the sake of chaos. And instead, it adds just a bit of truth to Hirohiko's statements. Sure, he might be a bit crazy, but if the main character himself acknowledges it, well, maybe they aren't that far away from each other after all. Hirohiko shouts at Chihiro that he is the only one who can understand him, a statement Chihiro still seems to not face. He doesn't understand, yet it becomes clear Hirohiko doesn't understand much either despite his demeanor. He's never actually had a real friend, and it's resulted in the idea that by fighting to the death, they can develop a real bond. Hirohiko is a character that wears his craziness on his face. It's clear the moment we see him. Yeah, he's definitely got a few screws loose and doesn't hide it. But like many characters, this persona is a reflection of the world. He has had a horrid upbringing, having to kill when he was 3, and now we can see it's been so rough he can't even understand or even comprehend what a friend is. I think Hirohiko makes one theme brutally apparent for this series, and it's something I really didn't notice till this video, but majority of the major characters in this series are forced to grow up. All innocence they would have had in a perfect world is sucked away here. It's like Hokuzono tries to give us characters every arc to make sure we see this, to make it commonplace in the world he's built, like in real life. Chihiro is the most apparent case of this. His father's death rocked his world, transforming him from a peaceful swordsmith to a revenge-addled teenager. But Hakuri, Char, and now Hirohiko are some great examples. They aren't even the end, as we'll see others in the form of Iori, Chiaki, and Kunishige when we speak of them. The point is clear. It's to showcase events in childhood can force people to grow up and in lots of cases, change children for the worse. This being so common, as I said earlier, is a big reflection of the world. If even the most innocent children aren't safe, then there's a lot of issues. Things like generational trauma shouldn't be expected, children shouldn't be warriors, and we shouldn't be wary of those like Hirohiko, because tragically, they shouldn't be broken in such ways. It's all to say, Kagurabachi's world sucks, as does our own. These are things we hear in the real world every day, but unlike this story, it's not a story for them. It's real. Chaos then ensues. Chihiro is surrounded by Hirohiko's paper sorcery, where he slips in razor-sharp cranes to attack. This panics the crowd around Chihiro. They run amok, meaning if he strikes the cranes away, he will likely hit a civilian. This is a statement from Hirohiko to him. Chihiro is the same, yet he hasn't accepted the fact he is indeed a monster. One covered in blood like him, killed to try and kill him and become even more monsterly. Yet in this moment, Chihiro takes the attacks head on. All cranes attack him instead of the bystanders, leading Chihiro to drift off to a memory with the blood-soaked man. He was a monster that told him not to follow the monster's path. Still, Chihiro has, and now he accepts it. In a second, he attacks Hirohiko in full force, covering the theater in darkness as he cuts off both of Hirohiko's arms and pins him to the chair. He knows he's a sinner too. He accepted the first time he killed a person that he was a monster. The script has now been flipped. Hirohiko thought he was the one in control, but now he can only wonder why Chihiro protects others. To Chihiro, as long as they're safe, who cares how they view him? Killing is horrible, and yes, they're both killers, but he won't accept Hirohiko's ways, as not all killing is the same. This whole time, Hirohiko is freaking out. As I've mentioned before, he's never had a friend and is seemingly only killed. It's all he understands. But now, Chihiro accepts this truth, that they are alike in that way, but also denies it. They aren't actually the same. That's why they seek to kill each other. And here, things take a twist. While Chihiro was so shaken up by Hirohiko, one so set on the idea of killing, and because of killing they are the same, he has now reflected on his own values and concluded, no, they aren't the same at all. Yes, they are both killers, but because they look at killing so differently, well, no, they could never be the same. Hirohiko's reaction to this is to become upset. Yet hearing Chihiro's words about being the same, he comes to the conclusion of friendship. They seek to kill each other because they're different. It's friendship. And like friends do, he goes on to give Chihiro tons of information, the likes of which we'll touch on very soon. Hirohiko is a character that embodies the idea of I am you. He's obsessed with Chihiro and wants to see him as himself, but now Hirohiko is shaken by that idea instead of Chihiro. One of the biggest themes of Kagurabachi is moral responsibility. Chihiro's wrapped into this plot because of his father's blades, so he takes responsibility of becoming the monster so others don't have to. Yes, he is a murderer covered in blood, but that's so others don't have to. This is what makes Hirohiko and Chihiro's killings different. Chihiro kills for responsibility, he's accepted that, while Hirohiko does it simply to do it. It's not being able to understand this that shakes Hirohiko, and that is seemingly the point of his character. He is committed to being the same as Chihiro. By all definitions, he is still the I am you trope, but rather than being the hero needing to understand and grow, it's the villain. It's an interesting take, that the villain is going to learn what makes Chihiro more human than him through clashes, so that at the end, he can be like him, at his side, a being who does what he does for responsibility. This presents a very fun rival relationship, one we do see a few more moments for by the end of this video. But for now, let's flip back over to Hakuri and Yuruha's quest. Invincible. Samura is introduced with the statement, he's invincible, before cutting down a series of men without even showing his blade. His draw is just that fast. He's under attack by these Shaku too, and right away, Blade Bearer Seiichi Samura is the definition of cool, calm, and collected. Scars over his eyes, but a chilled, relaxed look. Topped off with the cigarette, just a cool guy you really want to trust. That's what Hokuzono wants us to see. Quite the opposite of Yuruha, which makes him stick out a lot. Despite the blindness though, Samura is very strong. He's mastered the lightning fast eye draw technique, and now having left the room covered in blood, he stands before a Buddha, stating he's going to hell too. Samura is introduced as this calm, collected man, but he's not without turmoil immediately, hence his God-fearing line. He's also clearly a Buddhist, and that imagery is intentional. Samura is religious, and it's something we are going to speak on. It's close to his tale. But here, it plays heavily into this idea of an old wise guy. Like Samura is almost a relic of the past. It's honestly a pretty good move from Hokuzono, because that's exactly what his character is about. Though, we are also shown other elements to Samura. Deeper elements, like the fact he's the only blade bearer we know Chihiro's memories of. A feat to make him seem like this warm character. It's all shown in a flashback how he met Chihiro. Despite Chihiro's father calling Samura a hero, he immediately denies this. All he did was wield a sword his father created. This is something to highlight. Samura is the type of guy who thinks of everyone else before him. Chihiro's father is the hero before him, and we even see this in the present before this big attack. Samura told an incredibly strong ally to get some rest, before taking on the evil himself. as he refuses to let his allies sacrifice themselves for him. Samura is just incredibly selfless, something made even more clear as we return to that flashback with Chihiro. Samura is asked why he blinded himself, saying it was to avoid worldly passions like anger and desire. They lead to hell, dulling your judgment in blades. Chihiro then struggles to cut something, Samura showing him how to do it with ease. Yet in the wake of this, Samura pokes his eyes. It upset him that Chihiro was gazing with admiration, saying, "Swinging a sword isn't great, you will be cutting people, not straw." This is an idea that clearly affects Samura, as he goes on explaining cutting down a person for the first time. It horrified him. It's the other reason he blinded himself, but even after, that image is still burned into his mind. It will never go away. Finally, he explains he wielded the enchanted blades to save everyone. He kept pushing through darkness to save everyone, and as a result, he shouldn't be aspired to. He's without a doubt going to hell. Samura is selfless. He cares for people far before himself. Yet it is this very human trait that has led to him believing that he is a monster. He took on this horrible role despite the clear hatred and disgust for it for the sake of others. Of course, you must look to the eyes here. Samura blinded himself before even the war, before he would have seen some of the worst horrors imaginable. And you can link that truth very closely with his selfless nature. He wanted to be a better monster to protect the people who needed it the most. Simple idea, yet of course a very difficult one to carry out. This is an idea Hokazono beautifully reflects through religion, as it's something constantly mentioned around Samura. As illustrated when he explained his blindness, he takes the idea of worldly passions very seriously, all as it's something shown he clearly struggles with. In this same chapter, we see him obsessing over girly magazine, also the idea of smoking, despite the fact later in this chapter he indeed smokes. This is a struggle of his that is emphasized. Eliminating those desires is a core idea of Buddhism. They hinder spiritual growth that can lead you to a better place. Simply put, by eliminating human desires, Samura can be better, likely better for the role he took upon himself. If he can avoid desire, he's a better samurai, a man better concentrated on duty and more dedicated to that duty. Samura can be a better monster, so to say, doing what he does so others won't have to. And it's easy to see the religion is also a means of dealing with his guilt at the same time, as Samura is a character who feels immensely guilty due to the Seitei War, where he without a doubt committed numerous acts in. He is a soldier who wielded a nuke after all. Samura is a character that's already shown to be quite guilty due to his monstrous acts, one who turned to religion to be more dedicated to those acts, while also doing his best to follow it as a form of healing. And right away, I just gotta say, Samura is easily one of the most relatable Kagurabachi characters, as he presents a person who wants to make the ones he loves' lives is easier, that's it. In a story full of family-related story beats and themes, all the such, one who does everything for others hits hard, as it's relatable to how many of us feel about our own families, loved ones, etc. We'd do anything, even go to hell like Samura, to save the ones we love from a horrible world. Samura is instantly thrust into battle because of his history and position as a sword bearer. Evildoers want his blade Tobamune, and so let's take a chance to speak about his actual strength. Samura is blind, and therefore has honed his senses way beyond anyone else, to the point of being able to literally sense energy. If he comes across enemies that disrupt senses, with say smoke or sonic booms, well, he has a secret ninja squad that follow him for these very moments. They themselves are so quiet and trained around his senses that they can fight without him even knowing they are there. Samura himself is more than a master swordsman though. Trust me, please do not doubt him, as he doesn't even really want this help, it's more so of a thing the government forced on him. The idea of people risking their lives for him actually really goes against his selfless nature, so he's seen rejecting it. Regardless, the ninja are named the Masumi, and we'll get to know them pretty well. We also get a lot more Yuruha moments here too, as of course Samura is his colleague. They fought in the Seitei War together. There's a clear effort here to make Yuruha almost seem like a fan of Samura. He speaks on how he watched Samura's technique a ton, and he knows how to perfectly fight alongside Samura without messing with his blindness. It's a call to that idea from before, that Iruha is meant to symbolize looking at these blades and who bear them as heroes. Despite being a part of the group, Samura is still like a hero to him, someone he literally states he watched. In this moment though, this all comes to a head as Samura is teleported outside, furious at the idea of leaving his allies behind. But it's then Hakuri, who has been struggling this entire time, as the auction absolutely cooked his sorcery, while he touches Samura's hand. This leads him to register his spiritual energy, allowing him to pull his enchanted blade Tobamune from the Hishaku's grasp and into Samura's hand, meaning this battle is won. And like he had done in the war, since he can wield it once more, in one draw he cuts the evildoers to shreds and black feathers fly, Samura leaving a dark wave of death with a single attack. The enchanted blades always offer amazing reveals, and Tobamune is no exception, but its name, well, that's kinda odd. The first kanji means fly or jump, and the next kanji means religion, so it's like flying religion, which is just a weird statement to make sense of. My interpretation is that the blade is flying, which is an obvious correlation to its bird-like abilities, but I also think it means flying as it's above others. It's a blade flying ahead in terms of strength. As for religion, I believe this correlates to believing, as this is a very strong blade meant to be looked up to for what it does. It is an enchanted blade that was meant to stop a war after all. It protects the people. Since Kunishige created this blade for war while thinking on the act of killing, I think it's representative of the nature of these blades. Weapons created to be powers greater than anything before, but they're that power for the sake of killing evil and protecting the people. Therefore, it's meant to be seen and looked up to, like a bird. I think its abilities reflect this really well, but more on this soon. With this, we return to the scene of Chihiro and Hirohiko. Curiously, they have a conversation about school. Hirohiko reflects on the idea that neither he or Chihiro have gone. Again, more that we are the same stuff. But it's such a brilliant way to introduce this idea. The idea that Chihiro truly knows nothing. Again, that confident, set-in-stone samurai image is shattering. It's not really who Chihiro is. In school, it's taught Kunishige and the sword bearers are heroes. They protected the people and keep the country safe. But Hirohiko cast doubt on this. What about the Magatsumi? We all saw it at the auction. What about that power illustrates Kunishige's ideals? The sword saving people? This sword, just by accessing its power, led to the field of vitality sucking havoc. It's a power that's too far already, and we only seen the start. Also, Kunishige was apprehensive of this blade, leading Chihiro to the idea that the sword master, the wielder of the Magatsumi, might not be a being meant to be protected. I love how this mind-shattering idea is presented through a very traditional school. Ever more so as it's something this entire arc revolves around. Hokuzono knows most of his readers are likely teenagers. It's a shonen magazine after all. They probably have memories of school or even in it. Not only does it do well to make apparent how strange Chihiro's life has been, because obviously you're meant to compare, but it makes you think about our own reality, how school doesn't necessarily teach proper history all the time. This is where Hokuzono really begins to unmask some of this story's biggest themes, how history is rewritten by winners, how propaganda is used, and how things like history are changed for history books. All ideas are things that have happened and are currently happening within our real life history, and Hokuzono wants to show that to us. He wants you to think about your own history and how much of it really has happened, and it's all very effective because he knows, well, his readers should be familiar with schools. It's then a sword falls from the sky. Hirohiko has been given another chance, and upon drawing this sword, with his teeth by the way, it's just cool, it's revealed it's Kumiyuri, an enchanted blade we haven't seen as it belongs to Yuruha, meaning something must have happened to its bearer. And so of course, we must switch back to Samura and Yuruha, a scene where everyone has been knocked out and Samura stands blade ready. Samura states the plan won't solve anything. If he must finally wield his sword again, he must wield it in its creator Kunishige's name, to root out evil and protect the weak. This is where we must return to where we first heard that The quote katana have always saved lives and slashed open eras, but they're still tools for killing people. And so, katana should be wielded by those dedicated to vanquishing evil and protecting the weak. Samura embodies this. We've seen that. A good-hearted man who took on the heavy task of becoming a monster to protect others. He cuts down evil, blinded himself to do it better, and now he drops the bombshell that the sword bearers are the ones who we must cut down. They are evil. Samura begins to speak of the war that crowned the sword bearers and the blades as heroes. The world covered a good chunk of everything up. Samura implying that they are indeed fake heroes. And just by living, they are only costing more lives. Like this attack today that has killed many. He declares that all sword bearers, including himself, will die by his hand. Everything from the past, even him, must go to save those he cares for. And this is where I think Hokuzono has done Samura's characterization perfectly. He's been this cool, calm, and collected guy, but now that shifts. The chilled demeanor becomes fierceness, and that's because he's more serious about this enchanted blade conundrum, something we're very familiar with, than everyone else. It's easy to see that because of the contrast. It's like Samura has become a whole different guy, which makes his conviction in the enchanted blades and what he speaks about all the more scary but certain. Yuruha ultimately rejects this, making the next move certain. They both grasp their blades, begin their draws, and as a leaf falls, Yuruha is one shot. Samura takes his blade, saying he shall shoulder it all. Nobody else will have to endure this hell. And god, Hokuzono never stopped making manga look like a movie. This really was a scene straight out of a sword movie. Shiro then appears having been brought by Hikari, and Samura, with this amazing sense of smell, doesn't call out Chihiro for Chihiro first, but for the stench of blood. That line says it all. It's disappointment and despair. Samura is guilty. The constant lines of going to hell illustrate hatred and pain from his role in his time at war. A time we now know is far more dreadful than we thought. His whole betrayal is around the idea that those feelings should end with the past. But Chihiro, the embodiment of now, the present, is covered in the same blood he is. Blood connected to these enchanted blades. It's a scent of horror. Samura has wrapped a whole other generation into the mess he wants to end. It's here Chihiro begins to break down. A scene that is particularly hard to read, as Hokuzono made apparent, Chihiro actually knows Samura. This is a man he met with his father in childhood. Yet Samura tells him to drop his blade, and when he refuses, Chihiro too is cut down. He goes to take the blade, but Chihiro is teleported away, leaving Samura to declare this is the end as he himself teleports away to finish it all. The enchanted blades in Kagurabachi are almost like characters of their own, and like characters of their own, they have moments that define what they stand for. They create conflict, scenes of despair, but also in moments of awe. Due to this, even without a proper backstory, you can understand here why Samura would want the blades and their wielders gone. If everything bad stems from these enchanted blades, blades that can win a war and change the world, then they and those connected to them need to go. It's been proved over and over that just with this power existing, death follows. Look at how we met Samura. He was hunted down for the sword and many died. Think of the same thing happening to Yuruha's squad, and even with Cloud Goucher. That squad was covered in death and life-altering injuries. Then there's the auction in the Magatsumi, and most recently the theater with Shiro and Hirohiko. Yes, these swords were made for a good purpose, to protect people and to end a deadly war. But at the end of the day, they are swords. Swords are meant to kill people. They are a power that can cleave open new eras, and we've seen through so much of this series that the power needs to be controlled in some way. It's exactly what Chihiro's quest is about. He thinks that the power is his personal responsibility, and now Samura has tossed his hat into that conversation, in the form of betrayal. Where Sojo was a showcase of how intent directs these blades, and Kiora showcased the true despairing power of these blades, Samura is our first foe who says he will choose what happens with the blades. Like Chihiro, Samura has decided that the enchanted blades are his responsibility. though where Chihiro knew he wanted to do something but wasn't sure, Samura has that already decided. But this marks the end of the Swordbearer Assassination arc, where before we learned about the ideals and the world of the present, this arc has begun to lead us into the past, an unavoidable place for Chihiro at this point, as everything he now does links to there. He can't ignore anything anymore, and as we've seen, all of it's basically breaking him. This culminates in Samura, the next arc's antagonist. He is a relic of the past, and he's placed as a roadblock to make Chihiro aware that he truly has to solidify a solution to the enchanted blades. It's to say that Chihiro must grow, that he must face the past answer in the form of Samura, and cleave open a new future with his own solution. But with that, let's get into what is quite possibly the best arc in this series so far, Kyoto. Samura casts Owl, a flurry of power that watches everything. If an enchanted blade is drawn, he will know instantly. It's perfectly fitting that Samura, a selfless protector, would have the power to watch everything, so he can be there in an instant. Though, he's blind to this use in this moment, only using it for his self-sacrificing goal. This is where you can call back to the idea of this blade being flying religion, something for people to look up and believe in. And if Owl is a power that should look out and keep them safe, then yeah, it works out perfectly. We can assume this power was deployed in the war so Samura could be there to protect anyone instantly, perfectly capturing what an enchanted blade is meant to be. Regardless, he appears to the Hoshaku, this scene confirming that this is one big plan he's long been working on. He's working with them to get information about everything, help to carry out everything, and in the end plans to end everything alongside them. They get a powerful man to take down everything, and he gets to wager that he can do it all without them stopping him. Samura then leaves. He'll come back when everything goes down. And so, for now he sits down with two thoughts. 1 week is all it'll take. Then, everything shall be over. And Chihiro, he won't need to become a bearer. A boy with the future ahead of him doesn't need to become the monster he is. Samura is also Yura's trump card that he mentioned way before. Samura is his ace to tip the scales in his favor so he'll have the strength to go kill the Swordmaster, a goal Samura also follows and wants to do. And yeah, honestly, if you aren't getting the memo by now, I'm just gonna tell you, the Swordmaster, not that great of a guy, but they more so want him dead here because he bonds the Eternal Contract with all the other blades. Oh yeah, Eternal Contract. Now I've mentioned before contracts and the enchanted blades, but I've waited till now to go deep on them because yes, I'm going to use a whiteboard. Essentially, every blade is binded to a person, and all those persons and blades are binded to another person, the Swordmaster, the wielder of the greatest sword, the Magatsumi. So for example, this would be the Swordmaster in the Magatsumi. He is connected to all of these, but these also are their own little systems. If you take away the bearer, like let's say this is Samura. If Samura was to die, well, the system still exists, but it doesn't have anyone using Tobamune at the minute. Meaning, say, Chihiro could come in and take Tobamune and create a contract. But if Chihiro dies, well, we're back to this. But say the Swordmaster dies, well, it's gone. That's the point. That is why Samura wants to destroy the Swordmaster, because if you destroy, well, where it all started, then there's nothing left. Assumingly, the blades will remain. We don't really know too much overall, it's not really been too well explained. But the idea is, basically, if you kill the blade bearer, the Swordmaster, then the sword should be free from human hands and it'll be easy to just come in and take them. And say Chihiro can, hold on to them or the Kamunabi can protect them. It's why Samura wanted to do everything himself. If Chihiro gets involved and gets attached to the sword bearers, then, well, he dies by extension of his plan, and Samura really doesn't want that. It's also not really explained why the blades need to be, constrained by contracts and whatnot. It easily could have been a failsafe made by Kunishige to, just in case, or it could have been something like the Datenseki and the blades becomes poisonous if they're not linked to, a spiritual life. We haven't gotten enough, explanation, and I'm hoping that gets cleared up soon, but pretty much that's all we know right now. But Samura has actually allowed Chihiro to live, hurting him bad enough to stop his heart, but not bad enough to where he can't be revived. Because his heart was stopped, he was technically dead for a second, his contract with N10 broke. It would seem this is Samura's plan to avoid permanently hurting the ones he loves. I also really need to highlight Shiba here, as we again get a very guilt-based scene from him. Chihiro wants to run after Samura again, connecting his contract once more, dashing into a situation that very well could kill him. And even if it doesn't, Chihiro's gonna have to face a lot. Shiba apologizes to Samura and Kunishige for not stopping him. He couldn't do it because he's not a real adult. It's guilt. He's not confident enough to do something about it. Once again, Hokazono reminds us that the strongest isn't strong when it comes to what means the most to him. He feels guilty that he can't stop Chihiro from potentially rushing into death, because what if stopping it makes it worse? But Samura here overall is making an incredibly selfless choice, but at the same time selfish. Chihiro took up the blade, he knew the responsibility, a fact Samura knows because he met Chihiro and Kunishige many times, but he decides what Chihiro's future looks like. Chihiro, as Samura-san, doesn't get to choose what his own father's legacy looks like, yet at the same time it is honestly selfless. He wants to absolve Chihiro of his father's sins. He wants to be the monster instead of him, and he's willing to do it alone. He will solve it all alone, and he'll be the only cost. But in the end, you just have to ask, just because he can't envision a future, doesn't mean Chihiro can't. Why does he get to make the choice for him? This is where the blind symbolism with Samura is perfect, as he is blind to the future. He refuses to see his guilt-ridden past. He's not only physically blind, but mentally. This immediately sets up a perfect clash between Samura and Chihiro. Samura wants to end the past with himself. He will take the role of monster, destroy it all, and in the end, destroy himself. Chihiro has also accepted that he's a monster, but he will march into the future as a monster. But where Samura wants to destroy the past with himself, Chihiro wants to find a new path forward for all of them, one where Samura lives. And so it all leads into a spiral of events where we learn Samura's true dark depths and his past. A chink in Samura's armor is discovered, a daughter. He has gone through great efforts to hide her, faking her death, but that isn't all. The spell has been cast to make it impossible for people to realize she's his daughter. Samura made sure this spell is so intense she wouldn't even remember her own father. And he wouldn't remember her. It's beyond harsh, but it presents the idea that Samura wanted to protect his daughter so bad, he'd forget her. This is something a guilty man does, one who knows he's guilty in a world full of dread. But another showcase of how fractured Kagurabachi's world is. You can also understand Samura's motives immediately. The thought of such an insane power like the enchanted blades, basically nukes, being free in a world with his child terrifies him. He'll do anything, even lose his life and forget her, just to protect her. A true parent in every way. Even if you don't like Samura, you have to admit, he loved his daughter as a father should. Chihiro gets together with Samura's ninja squad, the Masumi, and heads to Kyoto, where Iori Samura is. Hokazono cleverly revolves this whole section around school, as Iori is a schoolgirl with the normal school experience. The idea of a school is of course learning, which is a huge call to the truth. We're going to learn a lot here, what the world has covered up. Again, propaganda, heroes, and false history. But it's also a call to what Hirohiko said. Chihiro doesn't belong here. His path doesn't allow for normalcy like this. And that becomes a huge part of this section. Chihiro will have to grow beyond the mask he's created for himself. But cutting to Iori, she complains about crime on TV, goes to her class like normal, but can't shake these weird visions of a person she doesn't know. We know it's Samura, visions brought upon by Owl being in the sky. This creates the idea that no matter what, Samura can't avoid his truth, about how he is permanently trying to erase a father from a daughter due to his responsibility, and tragically enough, it's a path he considers right. It's also a play on what I think owl represents. I think owl is meant to be used in war so people can look up and feel hope, knowing that there's a hero watching over them. But here it reminds the most important person to Samura of pain, a memory she can't remember, but what would be a perfect memory if she understood it. It's supposed to be used for heroics, but it's being used for pain. The Hishaku take the chasing Iori for extra leverage against Samura. Just sick villains. And of course, Chihiro jumps into action, teaming with the Masumi to give us an awesome selection of scenes, even a manga Akira bike slide. I swear, Hokuzono, you're just so cool. Though, this comes alongside a pretty big scene, a flashback where the Masumi looked upon Chihiro's scars, reflecting on the idea that Chihiro is insanely burdened and doing a lot. They simply say, taking the weight of everything yourself is driving you to an early grave. You will leave people sad if you die. They're a team, so they must share the burden. After working together here, Chihiro's eyes have more life. Yeah, his load got lighter. It's to say, drop the mask, stop ignoring the trauma, and face it all. It'll become easier to take on the day. This is also an obvious call to Samura. He's taking everything onto himself and driving himself to an early grave. Not just mentally, but literally. He wants to destroy the past before himself. But Chihiro here, one who has the same responsibility, just realized that it's easier with others. It's like Chihiro already has an answer for Samura. Look to others. And you can see how great that answer is through his brightened face. Scars start to be a pretty big thing around here symbolism wise, or at least they are in this arc. Of course, it's Samura that makes this very apparent. His scars over his eyes are symbolism of his weight and duty, a duty he'd go so far for he'd even blind himself. Chihiro's scars are also emphasized more and more in this arc. He has even more of them, and it's because of the weight of everything through the story has only gotten heavier for him. He has all this responsibility on his back, the horror of which only gets worse as this story goes on. In chapter 1, Chihiro said this exact thing. They're a reminder of pain, a reminder of what he does and why he does it. He's even told they can get treated, assumingly removed. But nope, he needs this memo of what he's doing. And as the story has gotten deeper and deeper, that memo has only gotten longer as Chihiro's collected more scars. And I'm gonna glaze really hard here, but this is really why I like this manga so much. I love Hokuzono and Kagurabachi so much because nothing feels left out. You can give a character a scar to look cool and nobody's really gonna complain because they look cool, everybody loves scars. But Hokuzono, no, you can't do that without a reason, as everything needs reason in his manga. The type of dedication results in videos like this, where I can talk about so much stuff and I'm probably not even talking about all the stuff. I also think it's quite perfect that the Masumi were once sent to stop Kunoshige from making the enchanted blades as the war started. But now the Masumi are basically brethren with Chihiro. Love how things work out in this manga. But here, Chihiro becomes very obsessed over improving his swordplay, and this is framed perfectly. The Hishaku fighter loves sword duels, as swords are the means to conversation. This of course is a reflection of the path Chihiro's chosen. He will have to fight Samura, but more so convince him to follow him, and so he needs to improve his swordplay immensely so that conversation can be better. It's a well put together way to embrace the typical shonen sword battle idea that people talk through the sword. It's also that growth we've been mentioning Chihiro needs. He needs to grow beyond the mask. Chihiro also reflects on Hakuri here, how he's only gotten this far because of him. His own weakness has led Hakuri to carrying his burden. He wants to stop that. And it's just such a beautiful friendship they have. Hakuri shows Chihiro his own shortcomings, and because of that, he not only knows what to improve, but he actually wants to improve. They literally make each other better, as best friends should strive to do. The fight begins, and Chihiro can't use his enchanted blade, and so he's forced to rely on typical sword fighting techniques. Though the Hishaku swordsman angers throughout this fight, as Chihiro doesn't fight like he respects the sword, and this results in such a beautiful scene. Chihiro wants to be stronger so he can solve the Samura situation himself. He wants to do it without Hakuri so his burden will be lessened, and so he recalls Hakuri saying he needs a samurai. In order to better follow his duty, Chihiro evolves. Having just seen the eye white purity style once, he imitates it, and it's enough to clash. It's a combination of duty, respect, and determination to never falter that allows Chihiro to grow, to truly embody a samurai, what he wants to be, and what his father Kunishige would consider a proper wielder of his swords. Yet there's one more element Kagurabachi introduces us to. Chihiro and his father actually have a special ability. Their eyes are literally just better. Far down the line, we're told the Rokuhiro eyes have healing properties. They are hurt smithing, so close to fire, being swordsmiths, and they heal instantly, with each heal growing stronger. Think of like how muscles get a bit stronger when you mess with the muscles, whatever. Or maybe like a Zenkai boost from Dragon Ball. Point is, it's literally in Chihiro's blood to watch stuff through his eyes, down to the smallest possible detail, so he can replicate it and figure out its problems. I'd like to think maybe it was inspired by Sasuke from Naruto, you know, red eyes that can copy things, Sharingan. It's a fun call, and I'd love if that was an actual like reference. This is also cool because Akka and Ten's defensive ability, well, it has the means to somewhat replicate techniques it's hit with. Considering the sword was created to be Kunishige and Chihiro's answer, the embodiment of them, well, I'd like to imagine the power is meant to work off their eyes, which is just something cool to think about. Regardless, during this entire time, we'll start to see Chihiro become a proper samurai, one who can carry his own burdens himself through the sword, all for his duty, that duty being his responsibility. It really emphasizes that big theme of duty and the samurai. It's a major point to get across and a clever way to do a training arc of sorts, as Chihiro has come to a point where his journey is definitely amping up. He is no longer fighting back alley criminals or just criminals in general. He is now learning truths, seeing the true power of the blades, and finally understanding others will consider his father's work their responsibility as well. If he is going to challenge a living legend, going to challenge someone else's responsibility to the blades, then he needs to be at living legend level. A proper samurai, a man Kunishige would have chosen to carry the blade if he was still alive. It's just the perfect backdrop to head into the last set piece of this arc with, as this is where Chihiro must show that there is a choice to go into the future. He needs to show Samura that he has a choice and that he is a solution to make that choice a reality. And he can't show that unless he is a samurai. Chihiro and the Masumi speak to Iori in a hotel. And you just gotta feel bad for her. She's having these weird memories, and now she's been taken and the world is turning to hell around her. Hearing of her horrible day, Chihiro is shocked. He doesn't want to tell her anything because he's a killer. He accepted that he belongs to another part of the world. But he can't help think of the goldfish, the representation of his family. He wouldn't trade those days for anything, but the choice to trade it was taken from Iori. He tells her everything. Her memories are altered, erased, her father is this hero, and he pushed her away to give her a life of peace. The truth breaks her, leaving her to pass out instantly. And right away, Iori is Chihiro in a world where Kunishige chose to bear the burden of the enchanted blades, the weight of the power, on his own. If Kunishige kept Chihiro away from his sins, his past, his work, his legacy, Chihiro very well could go to school and be a normal person like Iori. He could even have normal human friends like this boy that honestly reminds me of Hakuri, a fact that I think is intentional. As a proof, Chihiro could have friends that love him as much as Hakuri. He just wouldn't have to meet him through such rough circumstances. Chihiro could be normal if Kunishige chose to bear it himself, exactly as Iori is living normal because of Samura bearing it himself. The fact this is so apparent is to hammer in why Samura is doing what he's doing. It's to protect Iori from the pain and life Chihiro is currently living, one that has brought him to a point where he accepts being a monster. And this is where choice comes in. Iori should have a choice to keep her life normal, a veil of calm perfection, or to shoulder the real truth. She must choose her future. It's a reflection of Chihiro throughout this arc, as he must show her father, Samura, that the future is a choice. Dying in the past isn't his only option. The story choice of showing Iori debating a blissful, unaware path or a more uncomfortable but real path can be connected to themes of real history and propaganda. This is an arc all about those ideas, that they exist in real life and deeply in the world of Kagurabachi. Iori is a poke at the idea that we choose to be aware or unaware of things in our very real world. Things like propaganda and false history. And throughout this arc, it's like Hokuzono is saying we should be aware, very aware of all those things. It's here Hirohiko arrives to the hotel, having been the next one tasked to go after Iori. Of course, he follows the idea of being like Chihiro, and so to emphasize that, he is a similar scene of growth, cutting down a master swordsman of his style through sheer animalistic instinct. This arc really emphasizes that Hirohiko is animalistic, like that is his evolutionary tool like Chihiro's eyes, which really embraces a really horrific idea. They're the same, they evolved through their upbringing. Though where Chihiro's was warm, Hirohiko's was a nightmare. Hirohiko spoke about how he had never had a friend, he never went to school, and of how he killed at the age of 3. And this arc actually implies that that very first killing was because he was being assaulted. Hirohiko is a person who has had the roughest start imaginable, and that's not even where it ends, as sometime during his youth, he met Yura, leader of the Hishaku. He was the reason Hirohiko learned swordsmanship, and really seems to look at Hirohiko as an object of battle, a boy with potential that he can use and nothing more. Yura also reveals how he's putting Hirohiko in situations to grow him almost as like a weapon, not because he cares. Kinda confirming that Hirohiko is essentially being groomed to be like a battle psychopath. In a nutshell, the way Hirohiko is just simply a result of his life. He is a boy with no emotions, he was robbed of any chances, and the ones who noticed his talents used his issues to groom him. It has resulted in this being, more aptly called a beast, known as Hirohiko. Now if we go back to Hirohiko speaking of friendship, the unknown interest in Chihiro, and the knowledge of his sad story, we can draw the connection to a child. Hirohiko is mentally a child still. He was never given any proper guidance, and the only things he knows were formed by horrible experiences and horrible people. It makes so much sense that he doesn't understand things like friendship, and he can't understand things like morals and why Chihiro doesn't consider him the same. And it also makes so much sense why the second he thought he and Chihiro might be similar, well, he took to him. They must be friends, as every child wants friends, even if he has no real understanding what friendship is. This all results in the moment where they once again meet, beginning a bloody battle in an elevator. Told you Chihiro just has bad luck with elevators. This fight tells us everything without much words. Chihiro and Hirohiko are the same, they evolve via the same means, they fight the same bloody battles, but they differ on the why. A why that stems from humanity. Where Chihiro was shown humanity through his father, Hirohiko never had that. He is a horrific reflection of Chihiro, one that never received humanity, a showcase to us that Chihiro easily could have become like this. Chihiro's human responsibilities gave him purpose and goodness, but Hirohiko's lack of anything, any human connection, has turned him into an animal. And I think you can understand with this why I want Hirohiko to learn to be human, why I want him to become like Chihiro but in the most positive way. It's because I just think he deserves it. He deserves to be a better person on a better life path for the tragedies he's lived. He's easily one of my favorite characters because of how he's written with Chihiro, and I really hope Hokuzono continues on with him in this direction. But he and Chihiro just have an awing battle down the elevator, truly one of the coolest in the entire series. Hirohiko fights on pure animalistic instinct, reflecting his upbringing, while Chihiro works based on his eyes reflecting his upbringing. It all culminates in a shot where the elevator doors open to reveal they plan to draw the same technique. They do so, and Chihiro walks on, having proved Hirohiko is not yet like him. Though in the background, something else has been boiling over. Iori. In a few chapters, she's privy to everything. Chihiro makes apparent that she is a choice. He is a killer, but she can walk away. And through a peephole, she witnesses Chihiro fighting off attackers. Peephole, it's clever. A small glimpse into what follows if she remembers everything. She then takes the elevator up to the sky, to a new day where she could forget everything and go back to school. But the elevator is constantly stopped. She's reminded of a choice every time. Samura has forgotten her, abandoned her, left her in the present as he dashes towards the past. She's the only one with pain, and so she wants to forget it. But because everyone is trying to help her forget, death, pain, it all follows. She cowers. She just doesn't think she belongs anywhere. Though, this is where that one friend of Iori's appears, helping her in a crucial moment because he needs her. And when he faces his injuries, she awakens. The memories fully come back because the urge to protect her has always been in her, regardless of what side she picks. And this is why I said he reminds me of Hakuri. Iori's friend has helped her move forward, as Hakuri does for Chihiro. Due to him, she's no longer frozen in place, and now has everything needed to make a choice, her memories. And so we delve into a backstory that really explains everything in the most heartbreaking way possible. 9 years ago, our first look into Samura's family is rough, as things are already in ruin. Samura is divorced and hasn't seen his daughter in forever, and when he does, the girl won't even look his way. His ex-wife, Inori, is sick, and so he's been called to help with their daughter, the thought that just tears him up. Samura, this having been after the war, imagines nothing but blood on his hands. He can't hold her with these hands, leading Inori to yell at him to let it go, look forward, and not back. Samura is immediately introduced in this backstory with a lot of self-hatred. He is so disgusted with what he's done that it's clearly hurting his relationships, and it's only finding ways to hurt them further. How could he, a monster that has taken so many lives, hold one he helped create? He's so fearful of hurting it or infecting it in some way, so he pushes it all away. Regardless, he has no choice but to take Iori, forcing her to listen on and on about how her father is a hero. This angers her, and she lashes out saying that he abandoned them. This is all as we see flashbacks of even her mother acknowledging that her father just isn't the best. He's hung up on the past. Samura is a horrible father in many ways, and tragically, it's not something that's going to change too much throughout the video, you'll see. His wife views the problem and why he does this with ease. The past. He's so caught up with the past that he ignores the present. And if he's forced to face it, like with marriage, he pushes it away. Funny enough, it's almost like Samura is blind to this truth. Though despite this, Samura begins to bond with his daughter over his blindness of all things. Iori is inherently good and kind. Her father is blind, so she does the things they do together as if she was blind, thinking of him all the time. This leads to them genuinely growing a relationship, training at the dojo, and even cooking together, all while each scenario is about the blindness. It's to say Samura might be blind to the future, he might be stuck in the past that led him to blinding himself, but he can still care for things. He will never forgive himself, the grief will always be there, but there can be more than the pain. Yet it eventually happens. Inori's sickness catches up to her. Samura reflects on the idea of looking forward as he sits next to his daughter in grief, all before he finally holds her. He has to look to the future because he's found something to care for. Samura is sure he can never heal himself. His blindness is proof of that he cast away everything to be this monster of a person. He's stuck in this never-ending despair and guilt over the past. He's sure he can never leave that, but he's began to realize that's not all it needs to be. It's through his daughter Iori he begins to see a future. Yes, the past is always going to be there, and yes, it's always going to suck, but there can also be a future. A future that can potentially be very bright. The light can illuminate the darkness. I think it is a true say to his selflessness that what helps him heal, what we see finally heals Samura, even if just a little bit, is another person. He does it for another person. Though of course, when everything is finally looking up, it all comes crashing down. A man approaches Samura, a man resembling the past, literally knocking on his door. It's Yura, and he's here to speak about the war. Right as Samura was getting away from that grief, Yura opens this in a big way, stating, a disaster will befall the country as a result of the past. Everything Samura ever feared. And finally, we get an explanation about the war that isn't just enchanted blades and the heroes won. Yura speaks truth, and Samura's reactions tell us it's the truth. The country invaded. They were bloodthirsty savages resistant to Daten-seki. The story goes, the enchanted blades turned the tide of this invasion. Everything else the public doesn't know. When the Magatsumi was released, it rapidly drove them back. The enemy drew a white flag, and the war was won. It's also emphasized that history purposely calls them bloodthirsty savages when they are humans. Humans as anyone else. It's twisted and very inhumane, already alluding to the fact there was a cover-up, propaganda to make these heroes seem more needed and heroic. History knows a peace treaty was signed, but what history doesn't know is that one man said no. Akemura Soga, the swordmaster and wielder of the Magatsumi, he unleashed the malediction, killing 200,000 people, committing a genocide. The public doesn't know this. The swordmaster is worshipped, yet the worst murderer to ever exist. It was all covered up. They won the war, defended the country, and the weapons alongside their wielders were heroes, so important that statues were created for them. Samura doesn't deny this. Instead, he asks how much Yura knows. It says all, that this is the truth. A horrifying truth. Nothing is as we thought. Yet Yura continues, as long as Akemura Soga lives, the malediction will happen once more. History will repeat. I have compared the enchanted blades throughout this video to nuclear bombs, and this here is exactly why. They were devices of immeasurable power used to swiftly and coldly end a war, like the original atomic bombs launched in World War II. Though like everything else, just like World War II, it's not that simple. While I believe the enchanted blades are clearly a message about gun control, weapon rights, nuclear power, etc., I believe they are also a means of discussion to present even bigger problems, ideas we get a great sense of with everything we learn about the war and around the war. In Kagurabachi, while we will talk about the blades, and while the war is horrifying because an enchanted blade committed a genocide there, it doesn't start and end there, because war doesn't often start with weapons and it doesn't ever really end just with weapons. War starts with things like government, power, control over resources, politics, territory. Anything you can think of can start a war, and anything you can think of, deals, treaties, whatever, can end a war. Most of the time, weapons are a means of seizing whatever ends those are. Kagurabachi is no exception in the way weapons are used. Through the Seitei War flashback, we can see where it all started. An earthquake. The land rumbles, revealing a new material, one Japan wanted to seize immediately. Of course, it's what we're more than familiar with, Daten-seki. Daten-seki being a highly reactive ore that oozes the idea of power. It's rare and all in Japan's hands. If they can make it into something, the possibilities are endless. Remember, Daten-seki, a spiritual power, as if from the gods. It's a thing humans shouldn't touch, but can gain so much by doing so. And right away, the idea is there. This is correlating to real-life gain of a material. The example you will always see in the news is oil and such. Everyone fights over oil. It's a conflict that has started, ended many times, and has started again, igniting so many wars along the way. Kagurabachi has intentionally made its war start with the material to show that this is how such events, like this story, unfold in many real-life scenarios. But with unearthing this important material, a group of undocumented people seem to care for the rock just as much, all coming to light when a meeting is requested with Japan's royals. It coming from these undocumented people. This resulted in the Hiroshima talks, two nations meeting to discuss rights to mine Daten-seki, a scene that would start everything. These people are the Mikoboshi, and their conflict with Japan doesn't start here. The Mikoboshi once ruled Japan, but the Soga clan pushed them out. And I just want to point out, this is from the Soga perspective. They are demonized in the one piece of media we see about this clash. A heroic samurai is depicted cutting down a madman. This reads as a premonition for what's to come. History is written by the victors, and we know for a fact that stands especially true in Kagurabachi. As Japan was pushing the Mikoboshi out, they prayed to a Dainseki stone, and when their island was annihilated, the stone responded to them. It created a space in the water, a nation hidden for them to practice their newfound worship of Dainseki. This is a point I want to make sure you do not forget. Dainseki. This is a spiritual stone that people almost shouldn't touch. It's godly. By worshipping it, people have gained powers and a new chance at civilization. For all intents and purposes, for our eyes, we're meant to see that they've almost obtained godhood for worshipping this spiritual stone. Hokazono wants us to obviously see this. He wants us to understand what power lies in Dainseki. And he wants to show that Japan especially knows what power exists in Dainseki. This material is why the Hiroshima talks here begin. It is the material that kicks off a war, and the showcase of what that material can do through this big fight here is why everything explodes into such a big event. The talks begin rough. The Mikoboshi prince states there's no compromises. 2 Japanese men are killed and the ship on the coast is destroyed. And even with top tier sorcerers in front of him, he makes it clear this isn't a discussion, it's a statement. The Hiroshima talks were never about talking, it was about the Mikoboshi's demands. It was all for a false sense of security, and what follows is reality. The Mikoboshi prince delivers a flawless showcase of power, trampling over many top tier sorcerers, killing royalty like the head of the Soga clan, and executing everyone but Shiba, only allowing him to live so he may deliver the Mikoboshi demands. Shiba hears the statement, give them what they want, or this will happen to everything. What they initially wanted was the Dainseki Japan messed with, as well as 3 prefectures of Japan, areas rich with Dainseki. It was all about resources. But after the talks, well, I should say demands, it's changed to a reignition of the ancient conflict. Thanks to the Soga clan prophecies, they were falsely accused of belligerent intentions. They now want the Dainseki and the Soga clan princess. They will take her and have her bear a child, keep the Soga clan sorcery alive, then slaughter the Soga clan and take power. This conflict is Kagurabachi's statement on the many wars that begin over resources but extend far past that, extending far past into things like history. The Mikoboshi are people who had previously lost to Japan, and now that Japan is peeking into resources they consider theirs because they're sacred, it's time for them to come back and take that power they lost, reigniting a war. The art demonizing the Mikoboshi is key, as the Mikoboshi do the same when describing their history, just for the Soga. Japan was wary when realizing it's the Mikoboshi because of what they knew, once powerful sorcerers who wield insect powers. The Mikoboshi are wary of Japan because of the Soga clan, a royal clan, the ones who put them there in the first place. To each side, the other is horrible. Each side has a truth passed down through history. And finally, with this resource conundrum, that truth from either side has been allowed to bubble over. Because of past history, a present conflict over materials becomes a war the Mikoboshi are the aggressors for. They showed up to talk, but made demands, and proceeded to turn those demands into orders. From here, things ramp up, and they only ramp up so fast because the Mikoboshi showed what Dainseki can do. This whole situation from here on out is on thin ice because of that power. The government has nothing to push it back, and so it's instantly agreed that they will hand over the Soga clan princess to at least buy time. This princess is perhaps the most important part of everything. She is named Chiaki Soga, a girl who found herself chosen by fate, being the lucky, or perhaps unlucky, one to manifest the power of prophecy, a power passed through the Soga clan lineage. It's quickly noted that she is from a less favored part of the family, an offshoot, but because she randomly manifested this power, she's given the greatest duty of anyone in their family. Prophecy is an ability so many big stories revolve around, and that's for a reason. It's basically the ability to see into the future, an ability that can, well, I'll just say it as plainly as I can, grant unlimited power. That's the part to focus on. In Kagurabachi, we see this is the case. Having a prophecy-seeing princess grants the Soga clan extreme power. It keeps them at the very top, and so of course controlling their princess becomes everything to the Soga clan. It's their ultimate power and symbol. They must maintain it to keep their power. And well, obviously keeping power is in the interest of the entire clan, so everyone is going to contribute. But we're then told Chiaki liked to do things like play with the neighborhood boys, and that she had a very strong bond with the boy named Kunishige and her brother Akemura. She and Akemura were close, a bond built on sibling love. Kunishige and her were childhood friends, ones that still sneakily exchanged notes. It's a silly, heartwarming story. The point of it all, though? To make Chiaki seem human, like she's a normal girl in our eyes. Of course, she's just as much of a person as anyone else. But Soga tradition breaks that idea. Princess indicates the power you are to them, and that power is your duty. The weight of duty really is the biggest thing. To Chiaki, she is a princess now, so she must act perfect. Her power of prophecy must be perfect, and she must just be the perfect being. She even reflects on this idea saying, the Soga princess can't behave like an individual. Any mistrust would cause the whole system to collapse. For every death, she feels pain, but she's not allowed to run, because tradition states she must predict what comes next, regardless of pain. Perfection is her duty. She was expected to be perfect as she saw numerous dead in prophecies, meant to seem perfect as she was meant to be traded to the Mikaboshi, and was meant to seem perfect even as she was the means to eradicate the rest of her family. Chiaki, a normal girl, just as human as any one of us, was meant to be perfect through it all. Though the most heartbreaking part is that after it was decided, it's revealed the Soga clan somewhat want this. Chiaki is from an offshoot, and her leaving means the new baby born to the mainline will grow and allow the mainline to take power. In the end, tradition is a shackle to keep the Soga clan princess in a position of power for those who benefit from the power it brings. The tradition demands perfection, and perfection is a pressure to make you better at duty. If you don't follow your duty to perfection, tradition scolds you, but even if you do, well, if the people in power don't favor you, they will seek to take you away, replacing you for one who does duty better. Chiaki is not allowed to be a person to them. She is an object for the clan's power, and nothing more. This is an extremely well done showcase of many things. Obviously, like we've seen in the story before, how dangerous tradition is. Traditional systems can be extremely harmful and nearly break people. Though the biggest thing Hokuzono wanted to show with Chiaki was that women are pushed into roles expected of women and meant to do nothing more. But in reality, they are as capable as any other person. Chiaki is a person, she is not the label of princess. And I think the story that's being set up from here on out shows this idea really well. Kunishige, that childhood friend, defies everything to save her from this Soga clan's chosen fate. He goes on to create the enchanted blades to save Chiaki. He does it for her, not for the role of princess, as she is far more than that role to him. She is a light, a great person, not a power. The two of them go back very far, because she saved Kunishige. And finally, we can talk a bit about the swordsmith father that started everything. Kunishige was the son of a blacksmith, though his father was very, very abusive. And for that reason, he was eventually killed in a fight. Kunishige did everything he could do to go on after that, but his mother came to hate him, all because he looked like his father. In the end, she ended herself, a fate Kunishige was left to find. His own mother, it's horrible. Kunishige loved his friends, but he was fearful the same thing with his mom would happen with them. They'd turn on him, and so he stopped appearing. Though one day Chiaki found him, she cared for him and let him know that she'd always be there. And in that moment, perfectly resembled by fireworks in the dark, Chiaki became a light for Kunishige. This is why Kunishige was always portrayed as a goofy guy who was joked about being a very meh father, because he never really had a proper family that showed him how a parent should act. He was forced to grow up because he had no parents. But because of that very thing, he never really got to be one, as he just didn't know how. It's incredibly tragic, but something that happens a lot in real life. But with this, we have a very human tie to Chiaki, one not bound by rules or duty like her life is surrounded by. And considering the fact that we do know they have Chihiro, that's their child, you can make a theory that Kunishige not only saves her due to his work physically, but also breaks her from the role she's expected to be by the Soga clan. I think that would just be very powerful. Though with the Mikoboshi conflict ramping up, war at Japan's doorstep, Chiaki the Soga princess ready to be given over, and Kunishige's big tie into everything, it establishes one thing, a very human tie to a race against time. Humans when caught in their emotions make mistakes, drastic choices, and are often caught in tunnel vision. That is what makes us human, and with limited time, all those things I've mentioned are pushed to the max. Kunishige, in an effort to save Chiaki, his light, began an all-or-nothing race against the clock, a mission to create the enchanted blades against the government's will. As we know, he went on to create weapons of the gods, forged with the Datenseki taken from the Mikoboshi, and gave them to those he believed embodied what the sword was meant to do. Katana should be wielded by those dedicated to vanquishing evil and protecting the weak. The enchanted blades embodied that, and their wielders were chosen to uphold that, all before they were unleashed as war weapons. This won the Seitei War, but not without immense, inhumane costs, like Akemura Soga's great sin, the genocide, the likes of which are now hidden from the public in the present. This is nearly one-to-one of Oppenheimer and the atomic bombs. Oppenheimer was the scientist who led to the creation of the atomic bombs in World War II, a situation that began due to pressures knowing Germany was already working on them. They were in a race to do it first, to solidify power and end the war. Kunishige forged the nuclear power in a race against time. If he failed, the Mikoboshi would move and take Japan. If the blades weren't strong enough, he'd run out of time. And if he failed to end the war, it was a certain end to his light, Chiaki. The blades, as a result, were without a doubt created without much consideration for ethics, danger, and of course, legacy. I think Kunishige weighed heavily on the meaning of the blades, as such is the nature of swordsmithing. He taught Chihiro that from a young age, why wouldn't he? And so I believe the blades and who used them resonated with what Kunishige intended. But past the war, what they would actually do in the war? I doubt he considered much more than the present. Afterwards, Kunishige had to deal with the loss of an entire population, 200,000 people, just to win a war and sate his desires. The blood, destruction, carnage, it was everywhere. But without the blades, it wouldn't have happened. The blood is all over Kunishige specifically. Kunishige didn't seem to think of what it would mean beyond the war. After all, those blades were made in a race against time, exactly like the atomic bomb. The drop of the atomic bomb is questionable. They are seen as a good choice in the long run by many, but at the same time, many can't justify the same thing. In Kagurabachi, they ended a war, a good choice seemingly in the long run, but the true extent of that war and the aftermath, well, it's also hard to justify. Ultimately, the fallout of these events is what all the conversation revolves around, just like with Oppenheimer and the atomic bomb. No matter what, we can't take it back, but we can think about it. In this story, we come to a Kagurabachi where it's already happened. We come to the story with the idea of the legacy this choice created. The legacy we see through Chihiro is full of ups, downs, good and bad, and beauty alongside horror. Oppenheimer viewed his work as necessary, almost natural. It's the discovery of the unknown. If they don't, somebody else will. The creation of the atomic bomb could be seen as a duty. You can relate this to Kunishige heavily. He had to do it. He was in a race against time. Failure was not an option. Creating the enchanted blades was without a doubt a duty to those he loved. Just like World War II was the biggest event we think of in modern times, the Seitei War is an event that Kagurabachi just wouldn't exist without. And so the main idea of this war, power, is central to the series. I believe the enchanted blades represent the idea of ultimate power, atomic bombs. Hence Kunishige being a big call to Oppenheimer. They represent questions around weapons that have plagued history forever. And while the atomic bomb and its questions are what I speak about here, you can easily compare them to any weapon or war weapons. as I believe they represent ideas with those things too, that being power. They represent the power to make a permanent change in the world, a power that a person, organization, anyone, anything can interact with and be affected by. Power as simple as you can make it still has the ability to take lives. That's the point. Power can hurt or protect. Power is a system in Kagurabachi, of course. It's gotta be powerful because, well, it's a comic book, it's gotta entertain. But narratively, it is a device to use to contrast to the human elements, to get across themes, messages, and the stories Kagurabachi wants to tell. The enchanted blades are everything, but the enchanted blades are used to show us the main focus. The human questions, ideas, and problems. Things like legacy, duty, responsibilities, tradition, trauma, history, everything I've spoke of today only works because we have this huge idea of power to contrast it to. The Seitei War is a culmination of power in the form of the ultimate power, atomic bombs, topped off with a tale so close to the real-life story of Oppenheimer. I think Hokuzono really wanted us to get a real and huge showcase of this for one reason. So like many other things in this manga, we can draw back to our real lives and real history. Like how in real life, World War II was defined by their power, how things like propaganda are everywhere, history in books is altered and skewed depending on which side writes it. And no matter what, people have been and still are affected in horrible ways. Hokuzono wants us to open our eyes, speak on these issues, all while we think of people encountering those issues in the same way Chihiro is. He faces them, and I think Hokuzono's trying to say maybe we should too. And even now, we don't have everything for the Seitei War. This video is written up to chapter 127. While we do know a lot of the hard facts and we can make some assumptions that are presumably true, there are also a lot of interesting mysteries still hidden away. We haven't seen how Kunishige met all of the sword bearers and how he chose them. We don't know what blade came first, last. We don't know the contracts, how he made those, which blade was deployed first, everything about those. But perhaps more importantly, we don't know what happened to Chiaki, the Soga princess, the one the Mikoboshi want, and most importantly, Chihiro's mother. There's so much we need to learn, but what we learned so far is already huge for what this series seemingly wants to say. But with that, let's draw back into the Samura and Iori backstory. We can now perfectly understand why Samura feels horrible about the past, and why he utterly rejects the fact the swords are not only good, but the fact that they make him a hero. Samura contributed to the war. While yes, you can assume it was for selfish reasons, it was still a war. 200,000 were still slain, a nuke was still released, and even if he didn't directly do it, he stood by and watched. Not just then, but now, he's kept his mouth closed, kept the guilt to himself, and watched as everything was swept under the rug and he was declared as a hero. He should feel guilty, and that guilt is now coming back in full force due to Yura. And so, let's get right back into Samura and Iori's backstory. With the truth of the war and the fact people know the truth, Samura tries to ignore it, yet it continues to bother him. Despite him telling Iori not to worry, he spends the following days split between investigating and his daughter, who is becoming even better with the sword, so much better that she can sense things in the same way he can. It's a clear crossroads. His past is beginning to break down, while his future excels. But the choice is clear, right? Well, Yura, the phantom of the past, the Ishaku leader, has other plans. Yura has begun spreading the truth around to people. Samura's past is coming back and threatening to destroy his newfound future. Though now, because he's accepted the future, it's not just him that's being destroyed. His daughter has begun to deal with intense bullying, and I think the most tragic part is that Iori tries her best to hide it. She's afraid that her father will leave due to this, so she does her best to take care of it herself, trying to save her father just as he has always tried to save her. Samura would always push everything away because he was the monster. He did everything himself because it's his burden to deal with. That is how he dealt with it, tell Iori. Though, the one time he looks to the future, the one time he allows things to get better, the past comes back in a big way. And worst of all, Samura can now see firsthand that his monsterly acts do affect others. His past is destroying his own daughter in the present. How can he allow the past to freely exist if it's destroying the only future he's ever had? It all comes to a head when Samura approaches his daughter's room, and can't open the door because he's afraid she'll be dead. The grief, everything coming back at once, the past, everything has finally cracked him. This is a breaking point, and so he reverts back to his old self. He denies and forgets about the future and pushes it all away, leaving his daughter Yori away from him with her aunt. Of course, we can see that this does nothing. It does nothing but make him a terrible father. When she needed him the most, he ran away and abandoned her. Like his eyesight, he was blind to the only right choice in this moment. He only thought about the past, that past that he couldn't imagine holding his child. In his mind, it will help Yori, keep her away from the pain that already pains him, but he can't see that he's causing her even more pain. All she wanted to do was save him, and he's rejected that idea while abandoning her. The past continues to come after Samura, as news rings out that Kunishige has been killed, and soon after, Yura appears at Samura's door once more. The past phantom is here again. Yura presents his point once more. The past is going to repeat. He wants to stop that, and he explains that this will be an opportunity to atone for that past. He plays Samura's guilt to perfection, and he accepts, teaming with Yura there to sever everything from the root. Samura in this moment came to the idea we see in the present. He will use the Hishaku to kill Akemura Soga, ending the big villain and the current idea of heroics alongside it, before he eradicates the Hishaku. In the end, his guilt over the past wins, and so he's pushed away his future, Iori. And the saddest part is that, yeah, Samura really is all in on ending himself here as well, saying there's no point in life anyways, he brings misery to those he's closest with. It truly is, though, through and through, for his despair around his daughter. He can't see a future that's better for her with him here. And with that, we can again say, yes, Samura is selfless. Yes, he left his daughter with the intent of keeping his past away from her, all while he tries to make a better world for her. Everything he's done is for the sake of his child. He became better for her and made this choice for her. He is a great, phenomenal father in that regard, but at the same time, incredibly selfish for it. Once again, we've seen that he thinks he decides everything for everyone, to the point of abandoning his daughter and making it so that she can't even remember him. I don't even need to explain it, it's such a messed up thing to do. Imagine if you just forgot your biggest loved one. But what's even worse is that he wants to die with everything, leaving Iori with nothing, leaving the girl who just wants to protect him by being at his side and being happy with nothing. This backstory is phenomenal, and without a doubt, probably the best one we've gotten in this series. It's done everything and more to prove everything we know about Samura. He's destroyed, guilty, sure as hell definitely going to hell per his religion, and if he knows he's already that monster, then we've seen that he'll selfishly decide he'll continue being that monster. He'll choose everything himself and destroy the past. Iori comes to the present, and the backstory showed us her as well. More specifically, the fact not being able to help her father has tore her up. But Chihiro tells Iori she can reach him now, and like how Iori reflects Chihiro, so does his statement. He has become that samurai. It's time for Chihiro to reach Samura. In this moment, Chihiro draws Enten and Hirohiko draws Kumiyuri, leading Ao to instantly disappear, as Samura has found his target. He appears, donning Tobimune, allowing Iori to see her father, and the first thing he does is ask her memories to be wiped once more. Samura is still stuck in the past, unlike her who wants to go on. He is blind to everything still. But hey, Kumiyuri, Hirohiko's new blade and Yuruha's previous blade. It's revealed really well here, as everyone is sucked into a spree of reality warping illusions. The first ability is Banquet, a beautifully drawn ability that leads to illusions. Hirohiko will use this to show Samura his most disparaging memories. And even though he knows it's an illusion, he still can't open the door. It hits really hard, that grief is heavy. He's then stabbed by numerous blades, a scene I just have to point out, as this is a one-to-one panel of what Chihiro did back at the play with Hirohiko. Hirohiko is obviously imitating that scene, but for the sake of Chihiro and Samura, it's to show they are the same trying to take on the same responsibility. It's just Samura is stuck in the past while Chihiro is in the present, represented by how it's Samura in front of that door from his past. And god, Hokuzono is just so good, I love this detail. Though Hirohiko was able to do this by using play, an ability that allows him to enact a play, controlling objects around him. Of course, Hirohiko, with no sense of humanity, uses the ability to twist dead corpses, a really good showcase of this animalistic person he's emphasized to be. And while we don't have the third ability yet, as it's never been shown, we can take a look at its meaning. Kumiyuri consists of two kanji. The first meaning, pour wine, or to think about or consider. It's a word with a lot of meanings. Its second kanji means to shake, so the sword basically means pour wine and shake, or consider shaking something. And to me, the meaning is somewhat obvious, maybe? After all, it is a sword that messes around with senses and casts illusions, so it shakes everything up as if you were under the influence of alcohol. These blades were made by Kunishige with war and the act of killing in mind, and when it comes to this manipulative, illusion-making blade, I think the implication is obvious. War and killings can lead to mixed feelings, people doing crazy and never heard of things due to the effects of what a blade can do. Grief can be an illusion, obsession can be an illusion, and so on. I think Kumiyuri is a reflection of these ideas correlated to killing and war. I think Kumiyuri also reflects Uruha really well. As I've said, I think he's meant to represent, in his introduction, the way people look at the heroes and the enchanted blades, the likes of which we now know is somewhat of a big lie. This was his blade originally, and so it being illusion-based and such is a big call to how the population has been caught in an illusion when it comes to the heroes, a total lie, or illusion, about the truth. Regardless, now Samura is fired up, manifesting powers equal to a phoenix, pushing this Kyoto Tower Battle Royale to a new level. But with one blade striving to new heights, so does Hirohiko, who is becoming even more open than before. Every time he grows and shows a little bit of power, Hirohiko is B, and the two people that beat him have something he doesn't, a reason for their killing. There is a humanness attached to their inhumane acts, while for Hirohiko, it is as simply as the story said, as if he's a wild animal. He is missing one thing for it to come full circle, and as he faces his most harsh loss yet, it appears he's getting closer and closer to this moment. Hirohiko is bloodied, his sword still has a third ability, but rather than use it, he decides to focus on the quality of his two other abilities. His sword is compared to an instrument. The more intimate someone becomes with it, the better they become. Yet this is nothing to Hirohiko. We're reminded killing is just killing to him. He doesn't respect life, and so of course, he's not even gonna get close to respecting an object. Therefore, his compatibility and quality of his abilities are horrible. Yet this results in an advantage. It's a mix of unstableness and disregard that gives his abilities the power to destroy the entire building, shaking it violently. In this moment, he faces Chihiro. Again, his stride to become him has powered him up. To him, this is the very pinnacle. Yet like every other time, he's cut down. Samura used his sword to regenerate the building before making simple work of Hirohiko, leaving him with a face full of tears and a soul full of despair. He's been broken so bad, he can't even move. I love Hirohiko, but I think the answer is so clear. For him to get closer to Chihiro, he just needs to become more human. Yet with everything Hirohiko's been through, with what we just know, that is a million times harder than it sounds. His ability would without a doubt work better if he understood the delicacy of a play, the value of human lives, and the role his blade is meant to represent. He could have likely whipped up an illusion that even Chihiro would be enchained by, But the first thing he cares about instead of that is destruction. He loses ultimately because he isn't like Chihiro yet. He doesn't understand what keeps him going. I can't wait till we eventually see that as well. My pink-haired goat needs to come back in part 2. Like, he's one of my favorite characters and probably my favorite Hishaku member. This leaves us with one thing: Tobamune, Samura's blade. We of course gotta talk about it. We've seen Owl, the giant watchful eye that can detect what Samura wants to detect. It's an amazing ability. We've also seen Crow, that being all these black feathers Samura's blade generates. Obviously, they're very cool, but they give him the ability to swap places with any feather. This is essentially teleportation, and it's an ability Samura really relies on. Finally, the most awing ability is Suzaku, an ability based wholeheartedly on Legends of the Phoenix. I'd assume you know what a phoenix is, but it represents things like the sun and eternal life, as it symbolizes healing and being born again. Suzaku burns Crow's feathers to flames, giving them healing properties, healing literally anything, as a phoenix would be able to. They even have the clear ability to heal Samura's eyes, yet he doesn't ever do this. It's such beautiful imagery relating to how he won't look forward towards the future. He's stuck on severing the past, and so while he can be fully reborn like a phoenix, he refuses, as he can't imagine a future with him. His eyes are still blinded because he himself is blind to the future. And earlier I said Tobamune means flying religion, representing how these blades may be made for war and killing, but they're also a means of keeping evil away and protecting the people. For that reason, you should look up and believe in the blades as if they were a flying religion. Now with the full scope of the blade and its abilities, I think you could say this blade is the embodiment of this idea. Samura can heal anything, with Crow he can teleport to anything, and with Owl he can see anything. Samura's blade is essentially the ultimate medic killing tool. Yes, he fought in a war using it, but if something happened, he had the tools to save anyone. It is a blade that embodies fighting a war to protect those you love. And that just makes it so compatible with Samura, a being who cares about life so much, he'd become the monster so others wouldn't. But with this, a big battle is set to occur, and I want to make it clear that this battle is not simply past versus future, but also it's a battle of growth between these characters. Chihiro needs to prove that he is a solution that can actually work. He has a solution that is future-proof, making it so that Samura sees there is a future that he can live for, while Samura needs to overcome his idea of deleting everything before dying himself. He needs to grow to a point where he can open his eyes and accept the future. This whole battle also takes place right in front of Iori, the one who wants to save Samura the most. This adds a whole new layer to this, as Iori is proof Samura has a future. That there can be a future where guilt doesn't control everything, it's just that he needs to open his eyes to it. Simply put, Chihiro will need to break Samura in some way. He'll need to prove that his plan can work, and he needs to make Samura open his eyes, while Samura will need to grow and see that it's worth it to open his eyes. By having this fight, it's the only way into the future for everyone. Samura and Chihiro face each other once more, and this time Samura is clear. If Chihiro stands in his way, he will finish it this time. But all Chihiro can say is that Iori needs him for her future, so he must stop Samura. Samura speaks about his fear in response, the fear coming from Iori. The malediction will begin once more, and his mind reflects this. Iori is going to be consumed by it. The one thing he cares about more than all will without a doubt die if he does nothing, though Chihiro instantly clashes with him, the scratching of steel being a statement. His sword is a way to say they don't need to do nothing. That's not what Chihiro wants. Samura wants to save lives, and Chihiro wants to do the same, to save his life. They will find another way. That is Chihiro's point. Yet Samura closes the door, a visual way to say, at the beginning of this fight, he is not even willing to hear Chihiro out. He is still in the darkness while Chihiro is in the light, reflected by the colors in these scenes. Samura and Chihiro both ready and charge their power, and the second Samura draws at lightning speed, Chihiro withstands the blow and reacts, clashing with Samura. It's proof he can do this. He has truly become that samurai worthy of this responsibility. Chihiro gives his answer. He proved he can do this, he can create a future, and his solution is to destroy the Magatsumi. If they just destroy this blade that connects the others, considering the eternal contract, it'll destroy the other contracts without ending lives. This sounds crazy to Samura. The blade's strength scales on its wielder. The Magatsumi's wielder is immensely strong, and he holds an enchanted blade. It's simply not possible. Samura begins the next phase of this fight, instantly rejecting Chihiro's idea. But here, it's clear Chihiro reveals he can actually keep up. He's figured out Samura, a way to say that he is serious. He can prove the future to Samura. Chihiro's sword N10 is different. As we discussed far earlier, its true realm allows for a choice based on the ability to break other enchanted blades. N10 is meant to be Kunishige's answer. It was made after the war and with another person, a symbol of the future, as you would come to understand the world that only exists due to the blades. Everything around Chihiro is a reflection of his father's choices, and through his guidance, Kunishige wanted to give Chihiro the choice to act on what he thought was correct for the future after what his father created. Correcting the past and creating a better future, that is the point of N10, to give Chihiro, his son, everything to decide and answer. And through Samura, through the act of becoming a samurai and solidifying his resolve in terms of responsibility, Chihiro has decided to destroy the blades. Samura is a reflection of so many ideas around the enchanted blades. I'd say his sword symbolizes Kunishige's idea of sword and wielder the best we've seen so far. He also reflects Chihiro wanting to shoulder the responsibility of them for himself. But I would say he definitely represents Kunishige's guilt the most. Yet that's also where he differs the most at the same time. He represents Kunishige's deep darkness about what he did. He felt equally guilty for his role in the entire thing, and so like Kunishige, he chose to atone. He chose this path of destroying the past alongside himself. To Samura, it was just the only way. This is a choice Kunishige easily could have done as well, give the N10 to someone to destroy the rest of the blades. He could have chosen a destructive outcome that would have pushed Chihiro away as he did Iori, but he didn't. Where Samura's atonement led to him being stuck in the past, Kunishige, Chihiro's father, chose to continue and trust the future. I think one thing that really got me is this panel. As Samura listens to Chihiro's solution, he sticks to himself. That burden is from the past, it's not his to shoulder, but Chihiro states he's his father's son. All as Samura looks subtly shocked. It's the weirdest emotion we've gotten from him. It's like deep down he knows he's making the wrong choice, that he's going about it the wrong way, but his fearful, blinded eyes refuse to see the truth. The swordmaker's son, the one he does everything for, literally holds the future in his hands. Samura's blade represents his way, the past. The past is where it should and will end. Chihiro's represents his and his father's. The future is where it'll end, and so they fight to prove which shall be the answer. For Samura to win, he's gonna have to kill Chihiro, and for Chihiro to win, he'll need to show Samura that there's a future with him in it, beginning a new all-out clash. Sparks fly as their blades meet once again. Samura continues to up the ante, thrashing Chihiro back with a broken hand and a dropped sword. It reads as it's over. It's a clash of the blades and now one's on the ground, but a new force joins the fight. The ninjas who had helped Samura before now attack. And recall, he can't sense them. That's their whole point. I want to bring back up that Samura always hated them helping. He is selfless and wanted to do everything himself. He is that self-sacrificial idea. People from the next generation risking their lives for him? It's horrifying. And so he doesn't fight back in this moment. The ninjas continue to point out the obvious. Heal your eyes. See the future. It's an easy way to get out of this without harming them. But he rejects this. He states he knows what his future looks like. His daughter will be harmed if he doesn't destroy it all. And so he explodes in power and pushes everything away. Though this was simply a diversion, it has given Chihiro enough time to re-grip his sword. He learns Samura's healing ability on the fly, and now leads into one huge slash. The force of an all-out gamble. and it works. Samura's blade has been cracked by the N10. Chihiro, despite being from the present, has a way to solve the past. Samura is frozen, yet Iori, who's been watching the entire battle, then screams for her father, him instantly healing his blade and wrapping him and Chihiro into a mass of black feathers. Chihiro has proved his way can work. By everything we've been led to assume, Samura should be convinced, but like his eyes, he's blind. He refuses to see the future. And it's all because of Iori. It truly is her that makes this difficult for him, because a parent's love is the most powerful thing. And if Samura is convinced destroying the past in a sick, twisted way is the best way to love and protect her, then good luck, Chihiro. You're gonna need it. Yet the thing is, Chihiro won't give up. That's the point of this, that he will make Samura see this. Samura has covered the entire area in feathers, while Chihiro has covered the area in his goldfish. Both continue the fight as blind, envisioning the space as a mountain's peak. It all says, this is the end. It is the top, the culmination of what they fight this battle for. Chihiro states that he'll prove it. You can't get rid of him, as Samura reflects on the idea of hurting them, recalling his fear of his daughter being dead. He fears his existence only hurts others and wants to end it. The fight continues, and one major theme here is pain. Chihiro's hand is broken, he's gushing blood, and every slash is a new scar. But he fights on and on. He doesn't stop, because pain is human. It's proof he's living a life worth living. It's proof of his responsibility for the future. The same reflects onto Iori, who's now running into the fight to face Samura. Erasing her memory is erasing her pain, proof of the life she's lived. The pain exists, yes, but they don't fear it, because they look to a future past the pain, not one enveloped into it. Their eyes are open, while Samura is blinded. With this idea, Chihiro readies for one final draw. Though it's then Samura hears Iori's grown-up voice, and he freezes. Like a whirlwind, everything hits him. Hit him with hope for his future. And so he recalls the first thing to tell him such a thing. His lost wife, the very woman Iori now resembles. She reminds him and tells him that she's counting on him to look after the girl. This returns Samura to his most horrifying scene, the door. The fear that he'll open the door and see his daughter dead. Every time he has approached these mental doors, he refuses to open them. But now, with Iori right in front of him, now seeing Chihiro's determination, he does. If there's even a chance that there's a future, he wants to see it. And so he opens the door, sits down next to his daughter, and holds her. Finally, Samura ends the fight by reactivating his flames, healing his eyes, facing his daughter, and saying she's really grown up. Everything Samura has done was for his daughter. Samura was so afraid of his own guilt, so afraid of his past and that the past would come and destroy everything he has done since then, that he decided he needed to destroy it himself, destroy it so that it would never harm his daughter, the only glimpse of the future he ever got. And it's all explained in the door. In that door we've seen him before many times, yet the door he's never opened. But here, he finally does. And when he does, it's a scene mimicking the first time he held his daughter. A perfect way to say, Samura is accepting the future once more. He doesn't need to sacrifice himself. With people he can form a new path, and with everyone, he can look to the future. Finally, Samura is not blinded by this truth, and so in a perfect moment, he heals his eyes, looking into the future. Chihiro falls, but he's caught by Samura. A Samura with eyes. Samura understands where he chose to take on a solo, dark path about the past without his daughter. Chihiro's father chose a bright path forward with his son. This is the start, and since he's no longer blinded, he'll follow into the future. He then comments on how his daughter has improved with the blade, and she's incredibly angry with great reason to be. She doesn't forgive him one bit. Yes, she wanted to save him from the self-sacrificial path, but she doesn't have to forgive him for any of it. After all, she literally couldn't even remember him for the longest. There's still love there, but they're gonna need to work on it. Samura then holds her, saying one final time he intends to look into the future. He's serious. Though here, it's revealed Yura has put his plan into motion to take the malediction. Samura was simply a tool in his plot. He's been fooled. And so it's clear Samura is going to have to keep fighting. But this time, he's not alone. Samura dons his signature sunglasses as he recalls the scene of the sword bearers originally stopping the malediction. It's time to face it once again. Samura, without a doubt, is one of the most emotional characters in this series, and I think this Kyoto arc would be, honestly, nothing if he wasn't the antagonist of it all. Every arc in this series has this constant idea of fathers, history, duty, legacy, responsibility, but this here, Samura, pushes it all to a new edge. By looking at Samura, the central one here, you can capture the spirit of the entire arc, and in turn the series, perfectly. Samura is this ever so emotional character. Despite that, he's strong, and does the very human selfless thing of becoming the monster instead of others. But of course, this emotional human character is going to be the one who's tore up the most. It's exactly like Chihiro, and like Chihiro, he views the enchanted blades and all associated as his responsibility. He, like Kunishige, wanted to answer for his sins, and he chose to involve his child in some way, exactly as Kunishige did. But where one accepted their child as part of their atonement, the other pushed theirs away. Samura is a connection for all the ideas in the series, just as the big battle was about past versus future. But everything Samura does is for Iori. It's simple to sum it up like that, but in reality it is for that reason. A parent's love should beat everything, and for Samura it did. He didn't want Iori's life to be uprooted because of his sins. He didn't want her to be in any pain, and his ultimate act was a means to show this. He was willing to delete even himself for her. He would truly do anything for his daughter. It's the embodiment of love, a message that can hit hard even if you don't have a child. That's how Hokuzono has done it. He's done it so well that you can get it. I related it heavily to my loved ones as I read this arc, and I think it's just impossible not to. It adds just a new depth of feeling to it. It's all great intentions, and I think we can see that, but it's ultimately ironic, because Samura in truth was blinded to everything he was doing. A truth that's been there since we met him. He was always blind, not just physically, but mentally. Hokuzono, you're a genius. It's all in that door. Samura refused to get over past moments. Like where he feared opening the door to face his daughter. The fear of the past, the guilt that came with that time, blinded Samura. He never understood that it was more painful to take everything from his daughter. The protection she saw as abandonment, the necessity she saw as unnecessary, and the pain she felt it just as hard, if not more, because of him. She wanted a future with him, a fact Samura was blind to. At the end here, opening the door is powerful, because Samura accepts Iori. He opens the door to having a future together. He accepts there's more than the guilt, and finally, he opens the door to accept the future with her. It's perfect that it's a shot mirroring the first time he held his daughter, as this is the first time we saw Samura happy. This saying, he is happy once more. And I think that is the note this arc wants us to leave on. Despite the sins of a father, despite the trauma, despite the pain, there is a future to walk into. You can also look to the history we've learned here. Despite the illusions, propaganda, the horrors, the false heroes, there is a future past all that. And it is honestly better than a fake. Hokuzono says walking that path won't be an easy one. There'll be responsibilities and it's gonna be filled with trouble. But at least you are truly living that way. It's an absolutely beautiful idea, one Hokuzono has done masterfully. Kagurabachi just keeps getting better and better. Think of all the people who thought that this was going to be cancelled day one, but we're here, and somehow it's better than most things in the shonen magazine. I mean, don't tell my favorite series as I said that, but this is amazing. Everything is aligned for the Ishaku to invade the Kamunabi headquarters. Regardless if Samura joins them to help, he's provided every distraction they could ever want. And so it all begins, the final act of part 1, the quest to obtain the Magatsumi. Before we begin, I do want to lay out what the Hishaku is. At this current part of the story, the Kamunabi seemingly classified them as phantoms. The Hishaku are a group of deadly sorcerers, all crowned by a tattoo on the hand. They are 10 sorcerers led by Yura. They want the Magatsumi to choose their own way of the world. These blades can shape eras, and they all believe in the era Yura envisions. They are extremely devoted, not really henchmen. They follow because they believe in everything just as much as Yura. They all have fake names and erased backgrounds. Their sorceries are not known, and most of all, they're all extremely skilled. Phantoms in every sense. They appear and leave a spree of destruction, but they'll be gone before you know it, with nothing to tie it all back to them. Phantoms like a ghost, and phantoms in relation to how everything about them is fake. You'll never know anything about the Hishaku. I believe to reflect this, a lot of their sorceries and abilities are a take on their namesake. Phantoms, like a phantom of something unreal or a phantom of something you would consider human. The first Hishaku sorcery we seen was the distorted pine tree, as if it's a phantom of nature, a fake on the life so close to our own humanity. Hirohiko is also such a case. His sorcery was beautiful paper cranes, yet they're used in the most destructive ways, like a fake form of art, something we would also consider close to our humanity, the ability to create art. And this is something that's emphasized as we watch this invasion play out. An invasion of just pure madness we can see was planned extensively. Everyone has their role, a fact that makes the Hishaku very terrifying. They plan to destroy a huge government, take the biggest piece of power that government has, and do it with ease, with only 10 members. The first place the Hishaku appear is the Kamunabi's Central Level 1 area, an area that's suited for threat elimination. Izami appears, and I have to note who Izami is. Izami is a very strong contender for strongest in the Kamunabi. He holds the title of Executioner, and his strength reflects that. He has incredible brute strength trained to the max. Any sorcery used, he punches through till it breaks. He believes so strongly in his strength that when Chihiro was interrogated during the interrogation earlier, Izami was ready to fight everyone and win. He is the strongest they have on deck, and so it's obvious he'd be sent to deal with threats. This fact amplifies how much the Hishaku planned, which is exactly why they sent hired help alongside Okudo, a sorcerer who can not only remotely control his sorcery, but he has the ability to create samurai armor dolls. Plan was use hired help in Okudo's doll sorcery to distract the strongest one, who would obviously appear first to defend for as long as possible, and it worked swimmingly. Okudo's sorcery is also an example of the Hishaku powers being phantoms of humanly things. He can manipulate samurai armor to fight whatever disgusting battle, an obvious fake on the idea of the samurai, a role composed of very human values. From here, it's revealed the Hishaku have taken several hostages far ahead of time, men told to do things in a crucial moment to keep their family safe. You slit your throat, activate the sorcery for the Hishaku, and it saves your daughter, creating confusion at the same time about who's friend and who's foe. Far away, the Pine Tree Sorcerer crosses names out as he monitors the mission. Cruel, but insanely well calculated. Yes, the attack wasn't planned for this moment specifically, as it did bank on Samura as a distraction, but they were ready for everything regardless when it would have started. This is how the Hishaku operates, plans upon plans, and it's put together in a way that everyone has equal stakes in the plans, so they all give their lives for the plans, even down to the hostages they take. The rest of the Hishaku sit in a lounge, this itself being a statement of confidence, like they know their plan has no flaws. Yura then stands up, speaking to the man at the counter. He's curious about why the man is here. Aren't they scared? He responds that he wanted to see Kunishige's killer, and that he won't tell him anything, not even about the restroom. Yura then proposes they toss a coin. If he wins, he gets the restroom. If he loses, the man can take his life. Yura states they're about to risk their lives. He wants relief. The coin toss goes his way. Yura declaring the gods are on his side as his eyes resemble Akemura Soga. At first, I thought this scene was a hint at the fact Yura wanted to use the Magatsumi for himself, and the coin toss was a reflection of the risk being taken. But in retrospect, I think this was all confidence. The eyes state they already had the Magatsumi in their hands. The coin toss could have gone either way and the plan would have still succeeded, because Yura planned for everything. The idea of the Hishaku being phantoms is that they don't exist. The only real part about them is their ideals, the era they want to craft using the Magatsumi. If things go wrong, so be it. They only exist for their ideals. If one route is a bust, they'll do anything to break open a new route. It's an act of confidence because Yura knows this has already happened. His goal is already on his doorstep. Everybody is aware of this. The Hishaku are the idea, and so they're all ready for it. And to be fair, Yura is likely only the leader because he began it all, and so we as a reader have a face for the group. He was the one who came up with the plan, so he's the one we the reader obviously have interest in. He is the backstory behind the group. Yura is a bit more important of course, but the point is that they're phantoms. They don't actually exist. We're meant to see that only their goal is real, that it's an all or nothing movement in this moment. It is just very scary how perfect the plans end up being and how the Hishaku almost infect every arc. Yura truly is an amazing leader. But other than that though, speaking about Yura, I do want to point out that there is essentially no hierarchy. Everyone seems to be on the same level as Yura, just a bit behind because, well, he probably founded it. So let's check everyone else out. The Pine Tree Hishaku Sorcerer, or Hatshaku as many will call him, has appeared more than many. He was actually the first to appear in the manga. But we still don't even have a name. He uses that insane Pine Tree sorcery and he'll command attacks from afar. He seems to have more of a strategist role. While there's muscle, he directs that muscle, and his sorcery reflects that. Yeah, it's very destructive, but it's a great defense at the same time. It's an all-round help. Kirihiko is an insane Hishaku member, a boy who is erratic and more animal-like than anything. He's a sad case though despite the carnage, as it's clear he's a kid who's been through a tragedy that Yura is taking advantage of to be a killing machine for him. He's literally seen saying he puts Kirihiko in situations to make him a better killer and fighter. Regardless, due to this, he is the only member we've seen wield an enchanted blade that isn't Yura, which could be synonymous to the fact he's meant to be a blade for Yura to wield. Despite everything, he is my personal favorite member because every battle he's in is just cool. We did speak of Hokuto earlier, but he's a serious contender for one of the strongest members. Hokuto was not only taken to kill Kunishige, but he was tasked with killing Ibuki Misaka, a war hero enchanted blade wielder. While he was in a depressed state, the fact Hokuto was chosen for the job speaks volumes about his strength. He is a sorcerer with an extreme drive to fight the strongest opponents, going as far as getting a rise out of those he fights to face them at peak emotions. He lives for battle, wants them to last as long as possible, and seeks absolute glee while fighting. It's easy to see why Yura could get such a guy on his side. Strong opponents naturally come with the goal to change the world. Kuguri is very similar in that regard. His thirst to face a proper swordsman will outrun even his desire to complete missions. It's just where Hokuto relishes in battle, Kuguri more so relishes in the beauty of swordsmanship. He views the clashing his blades as a conversation, and having those conversations is his biggest joy. Like with Hokuto, joining Yura means great swordsmen will come naturally. Makes sense. Bingo is another Hishaku fighter, who can transform his head into a lion dancer head while creating other lion dancer heads. If you destroy one of these heads, you get heavier temporarily. It's a sorcery calling to the idea of a lucky charm. Break one, you become unlucky. It's a fake, phantom imitation of things we take seriously like luck. The lion heads are also very traditional looking. It's a phantom of traditions humans believe in. Yuki Sada is one of the freakiest Hishaku members, all because his power is just, well, what can you say? This dude is literally immortal. He's impaled, his limbs are torn away yet they regrow, and he's even decapitated but still speaks, living just fine. It's as if nothing ever happened. Yuki Sada is also notable because he believes in Yura beyond belief, saying he's the strongest member because Yura said that. And when he views Yura, well, he smiles very wide. He's really a statement about the fact that Hishaku believe in Yura a ton. Even those who are literally immortal believe in this man and his cause, which says a lot if you ask me. I want to know a lot more about Yuki Sada, but I think he's one of the best showcases that the Hishaku have really twisted sorceries and powers. We have no idea how it works, whether it's his bloodline, heritage, whatever, but Yuki Sada is clearly like making fun of the idea of life. Nothing kills him, he's literally a monster of immortality. The next few are very unknown Hishaku members. First is Toto, a bright girl who seems to assist other members on missions. Other than that, we pretty much have nothing, but we can assume she's capable because, well, she is part of the Hishaku. Next is Uran. An interesting character as she was one of the members present for the killing of Kunishige, standing right over his body. Other than that, she's seen capable of ice sorcery, which could very well highlight a cold personality. We just don't know yet though. Finally, this sorcerer, another Hishaku member who we don't even have a name for. He is seen healing and reattaching limbs for other sorcerers, and he's the one who teleported the Hishaku into the Kamunabi base. He seems to be the main support-based sorcerer of the group, which sounds weak, sure, but it's vastly important, somebody's gotta do it. But I do need to take a second to step back and highlight other character moments real fast, as this isn't just the Hishaku, it's of course the Kamunabi versus the Hishaku. Even though the Hishaku are really cool, I really love them, I just love villains. Hakuri is one of the first fighters we see, and this is major, because Hakuri stands up fully confident knowing he can fight. Yes, he was able to use his powers before. Yes, he's becoming more of his own person, not relying on others. But now, he can fight, and he does it all with the thought of Chihiro. He wants to stand at his side. They make each other better, and it's perfect. One of the first people he runs into is Iruha. While he may not make a big deal about it, he cries. Because this is a showcase that his power didn't lead to his death before with Samura. But wait, wasn't Iruha dead? Nope, Samura actually did the same thing he did to Chihiro with him. Stop his heart, then heal him with the Phoenix Flames, severing his contract with Kumiyuri but keeping him alive. Though here, Iruha unravels, and we face a new emotion, guilt, turning this Kamunabi invasion to Iruha to a mission to prevent his guilt from growing. And Iruha having a guilt-based conflict makes a lot of sense. He was introduced with Samura after all, though from there it differs, where Samura's main guilt was themed around the war, the idea of heroes and his daughter. Iruha reflects on how he lets others down. I think this has been built up to well. As I pointed out, Iruha is very animated. He looks up to people a lot, a truth that reflects his position as the youngest sword bearer in the Seitei War. He's of course going to be portrayed as more immature than the others, and as a reflection of that, his biggest concern was letting down those he looked up to. Kunishige died and he couldn't do anything about it. He let him down. His personal guards, who he was around with for years, died protecting him and he couldn't do anything about it. But here with Hakuri, he has a chance to repay Hakuri's kindness. He won't let him down because he can do something about it. We're then introduced to Kiri Shirikai, and she has a huge sword. Her having a sword as big as her body is a clever choice on Hokuzono's part, as it reflects the biological truth that women are typically smaller than men, this being an idea her character speaks about. She is the granddaughter to the creator of the Eye sword style, the same style Iruha and Samura use. But because she's a woman, Kiri's grandfather dislikes her using the sword to begin with. Kiri is obviously a statement on those who believe women shouldn't compete with men on things like sword fighting, and Hokuzono makes his opinion on that clear, as she's one of the coolest characters immediately, and yeah, she definitely is. It's to say the biology doesn't matter, judge people based on their ability, and her abilities in her case are incredible. She wields a blade bigger than her to perfection, takes a vicious strike and walks it off, before one-shotting the traitor attacking. Kiri is just awesome, another character I need to return. Though on another level, things get even crazier, because it's revealed Ikuto, one of those cloud gouger sorcerers who had their lives ruined by Sojo, will be fighting. Ikuto is a weird case, as his sorcery allows him to use magnetizing forces, so like Magneto, but like when he got attacked by Sojo, put to near death, he pulled himself back using iron sand, and with this trauma, he subconsciously turned that sand into a living creature. It's not literally living, but the sorcery is acting completely unconsciously from Ikuto. It means he has a pure magic friend that works perfectly in sync with him, and it's instantly shown to work in the coolest way, spearing a Hishaku member from across the base. And I don't know what Hokuzono was thinking with this character, because on one hand, I thought the Cloud Gouger forces were a statement on why the blade shouldn't be used, but this guy kinda got a superpower from that moment. A bit weird, but an amazing reintroduction. Ikuto is awesome, and like Iron Sand friend from getting really badly beaten, worth it, I think. It's really cool. In all seriousness, I do believe this is a statement about how trauma can change a person's life. The other Cloud Gouger forces are forever despaired, if not dead, and in Ikuto's case, the pain was literally so bad, his brain rewrote itself. This is just one case. Imagine all the others permanently changed due to power. Some to the point like this, the mental illness being so extreme. Regardless of what it means though, regardless of whatever, I do think it is a beautiful point to make a character that's not bogged down by their mental illness and in some way is able to make it work for them in a powerful way. It's just a good thing to see. Though, with all these characters, things are getting out of hand. The invasion has become a battle royale with fights exploding into action everywhere, culminating in the moment Yura appears for himself. He clashes with Iruha, confirming that Samura has indeed betrayed him a bit earlier than he thought. This means Yura needs to pick up the pace, as Samura and Chihiro are without a doubt on their way. It's then Yura's eyes change color for a second, appearing just as Akamura's, all as he begins his first showdown of the invasion. Next we get another character reveal, and I think this one in specific is really special. Not only is Natsuki a fan favorite character, but he's a character I think really makes apparent a central theme of Kagurabachi, that being the idea of fighting with grief. Of course, Chihiro is the perfect example of this. The entire series begins because of his grief-filled revenge for his father. And so many characters, even ones that appear in like 5 chapters, like Natsuki, have deep grief-filled tales. Rain without clouds means evil is doomed. Hail in the summer, evil will perish. Thunder without black clouds, it's evil meeting its demise. These are terms that stamp Ibuki Misaka as a strong man with the goal of justice. He's Natsuki's older brother and the original bearer of Cloud Gouger, a man who fought in the Seitei War. And the story leaves no doubt that this was a man perfectly in line with Kunishige's beliefs. The cracking of thunder literally meant evil will perish. He was a man all for justice and using the enchanted blades properly, like a proper samurai, hence his tail being surrounded by the sword and samurai. But knowing this is a tale of grief, we instantly hear about how this warrior was killed by Okudo, him stating he killed an Ibuki who lost his fangs after the war. And considering his strength is literally compared to Samura, well I assume, like Samura, he was guilty about everything that occurred, and therefore very weakened. He likely thought that the blades were a problem and fell into a secluded depression, like Samura, but instead of planning actions like Samura, well he fell deeper. This is presented right as we cut to Natsuki for the first time, listening to high energy music as he cuts 2 lightning fast logs to shreds. Without saying it, the layout of this appearance states he trains because of his lost brother. It's implied even more so as Natsuki instantly explains this bond. In their hometown they were undefeated. His brother would smash the guys on the right, while he'd smash the ones on the left. Together they were undefeatable sword fighters. When Kagurabachi's war began, they followed. Natsuki's brother was chosen to wield the special enchanted blade, while Natsuki wasn't, and so they went their separate ways. The war then ended, Ibuki lost the will to fight, and was killed. In Natsuki's words, he became weak so he was defeated. That's just how it goes. He then explains that he's different. He has never lost focus when it comes to the sword, and so he stands up holding 2 blades. On the surface, Natsuki might appear as a tough, confident guy who looks down on his brother due to his defeat, but in reality, it's the complete opposite. He and his brother worked as a team in their youth. They were left and right respectfully, and now Natsuki holds a blade in both the left and the right. It's a simple way to say that connection is there, and now he fights for both of them. While Natsuki and Ibuki are presented as these gang leaders who would beat people up, I'm willing to assume it was only evildoers. This is shown alongside tales of their sword skills, and knowing Ibuki goes on to be a samurai-like blade wielder, I'm gonna say they were a gang that beat up bad people. Sure, it's a bit of a theory, whatever, but what I think speaks more loudly in this scene is that Natsuki is specifically and constantly pointed out to be younger. And so I believe it was a case of a younger Natsuki looking up to his great and amazing older brother, Ibuki. He followed his younger brother to war, wanted to be a bearer like Ibuki, but that was taken by Yuruha. Yuruha was acknowledged by others before him. He failed to be like his brother, and in the end his brother died. He was left with no acknowledgement, no accolades, and no living family, just grief. And so he put it all into the sword, hoping to be acknowledged for it by anybody. Natsuki ends up looking at Yuruha with anger, almost obsession, because he takes everything he wants. It's kinda weird to experience as a reader, because Yuruha is this character who wants to let no one down. I bet getting the blade was a huge part of making sure that doesn't happen, and so in a way, they probably just both wanted to be acknowledged. It's just while Yuruha excelled, Natsuki despaired. What they needed the most, each of them, went against each other in the most heartbreaking way. I think it would be pretty powerful if they become friends by the end of the series. Natsuki is immensely powerful, immediately appearing to thrash away at the villain who actually killed his brother, though he has no idea of this truth. An interesting moment happens here. Natsuki introduces himself and brings up how the villain's group killed his brother. And even when the villain states he'll introduce him to his brother's killer, Natsuki directs his attention to another topic. Hokuto wants to fight Yuruha, not him. That's what gets Natsuki worked up. Natsuki, when facing the past involving his brother, opted to speak about himself and his abilities with the sword, deflecting the topic completely. He lost the chance to be acknowledged to Yuruha, lost the ability to be acknowledged by his brother, and in grief worked harder than ever for strength. He wants to be acknowledged for his grief-based obsessive pursuit, yet Yuruha takes that yet again. Though it's here something crazy occurs. Yura and of course Yuruha crash through the ceiling, both of them having been engaged in their own fight. And the first thing Yuruha does is smile at Natsuki. They can win now. God, that's gotta suck. But what follows might be the best fight in the series, an explosive battle royale of beautiful chaos. Hokuzono truly just knows how to make fights feel like movies. Though Hokuto quickly reveals the truth about Natsuki's brother's murder to Yuruha. As expected, when the fight begins, it's pretty crazy following this. But it's immediately clear what's really important to Natsuki. Natsuki recklessly charges in to fight, but he doesn't rage out over his brother's killer. Yet instead, he takes it as a chance to prove his skills, only speaking and thinking to insult Yuruha. Though I will say, Natsuki is an amazing fighter to watch. Hokuzono did everything to make us feel how strong he is. Natsuki wanted to be acknowledged for his effort as any little brother would, yet lost every chance to do that when Ibuki passed. In his grief, he obsessed with the sword. He became insanely strong, so everybody would have to acknowledge him. And when he gets the chance to finally prove it, Yuruha is instead the focus. Yuruha is the symbol of how Natsuki has been treated by the world. He wants to be acknowledged for his skills, works obsessively through the grief to do so, but he's been brushed off in favor of those around him. The Natsuki we've met is one unhealthily dealing with and pursuing his grief. He is a showcase on how grief can change a person, and how in a story like Kagurabachi, it can drive fights and relationships with other characters. The story even reinforces the idea that the way he's dealing with his grief is unhealthy, as he pursues Yura desperately wanting to prove his strength before he's utterly defeated. It's a statement to say he's wrong in this in some way. But Natsuki really is only just the beginning of this. Another great example of grief in Kagurabachi is actually Shiba, whose grief has led him to heartbreaking turmoil. In a dire moment, Shiba is there. A phone rings. He doesn't even pick it up. Just teleports across the city to the scene. And the man in that moment is a mile into the sky. If he strikes back, Shiba dodges, before he's right back to where he took that call. Better yet, the cocky Shiba put the man right in front of his own family so they hit him. And this is what you get with Shiba, this cool, suave guy with the power to pretty much get anything done. Despite this, Shiba is crowned with these solemn faces, moments where he should have done more, and scenes where he's absent despite the godlike power he holds. Is he a fraud? No, honestly, not at all. There's a clear path being laid out for this character. It just involves a lot of weak-looking moments. Shiba's power is a sorcery known as Itazura / Wicked Trick. It allows him to create an error in himself and whatever he touches. From there, he can manipulate that error to do so much. Change weight, position in the world, height, pretty much anything you could think of. It is a power that allows flawless teleportation across the world and the ability to make things weigh tons. Shiba is insanely strong, so strong you question if he is actually the strongest. That's the point, a man who literally tricks the reality of the world for his own gain. It's why his actions are defined by these weird particle effects, because it's a power that breaks reality. This is a touch of art I really love. And this sorcery, specifically the aspect of erroring and tricking, is a clear reflection of Shiba as a whole. His sorcery tricks the world, but he himself is a trick, as he can't use this power in moments it matters the most. That element is what we're meant to focus on. We have a character with some insane powers, but the inability to do the most with that same power. Shiba, put simply, is a tale of guilt. A man who's the strongest but fails to be the strongest. He is meant to look like this to us. We are meant to notice the solemn moments, the uneasy scenes, and the inaction of the character, so we compare it to what we know he's capable of, and then notice how wrong it all is. We are meant to notice a fractured man failing to do what he's capable of doing. This is visible as soon as the first chapter. Chihiro speaks of revenge and hatred, a tale of vengeance he is taking on, and Shiba will warn him, but when Chihiro speaks of him stopping him, it's silence. He helps Chihiro out using his insane powers, but when Chihiro begins his bloodthirsty slaughter, he stands outside. For every moment of action, we get a Shiba who is conflicted over that action. And so you ask, why is he helping Chihiro then? Well, that's instantly explained. When we hear about how Chihiro's father Kunishige died, we get it from Shiba's view. How he failed to stop the attack, found Chihiro's dad dead at his side, and how he could only sit in silence as the boy spoke about revenge. Shiba failed, and feels guilty over that failure to help despite his strength. A man who can error the world to teleport couldn't even teleport to save his childhood friend. Helping Chihiro is an attempt to not fail once more, to be there when someone needs him, because he couldn't be there for this boy's father. Though helping him could very well lead to his death, as it is a tale of bloodshed he follows. The truth is, there's no perfect role for Shiba here. Ultimately, Shiba is conflicted over his guilt, and it leads to many scenes where he's quiet or not there at all. When Chihiro is later struck down, his heart literally stopped temporarily. Shiba is there for the recovery. He explains once again, he has failed. He explains how Chihiro could stop. He could quit the vengeance and be safe, but he refuses, and Shiba hands over his sword with a face full of sorrow. Shiba is the strongest, but he can't do anything to help here. He'll have to continue down the path he knows he could fail once more. The strongest is too weak to save what's important every time. When a raid on the government occurs, a group Shiba was once a part of, he can't go help due to a barrier in place. He has to sit in dread at a phone, waiting for his chance to help, knowing that all of his friends could be slaughtered already. When he does get to move, carnage has already ripped through everything, and within moments, the most powerful man ever is unleashed, leaving Shiba horrified. He's frozen, and he's already failed to use his world-breaking power. It's a reflection of everything Shiba. All that remains are ruins. He can only save the already broken, and all he gets is guilt. Guilt that almost paralyzes him. Shiba has been through so much hurt. Hurt because of his choices and his failures around those choices. So much that he's almost scared to act. It's like with Chihiro. He doesn't want to fail Chihiro like he feels he failed his father, so he helps him. But at the same time, his help leads Chihiro on a dangerous quest. A quest that could lead to death, in turn, failure. There is no perfect side for Shiba. He acts, death. He doesn't, death. But what's most tragic of all is where it started. Shiba's guilt all stems from a boy named Mashiro. Mashiro is a friend Shiba had all the way back before Kagurabachi kicked off. Mashiro is a tough tale himself. His family kicked him out young, and so he dedicated himself to sorcery. But it was all training. Warmth was non-existent in his life. That is till he met Shiba. This silly, overpowered sorcerer treated him like family, like a little brother. The truth is, Shiba was so marvelous they stuck him with the runt to help bounce him out. Not to say Mashiro isn't cool, his sorcery is awesome, it's just he's literally not on Shiba's level. Though the important part of this relationship is that he indeed was like a little brother to Shiba. They stuck to each other's sides, and Shiba even introduced him to people important to him, like Kunishige, who was a nobody at this time. This relationship is perfectly captured in the sword Shiba gave Mashiro for his 18th birthday, a special piece forged by Kunishige, someone also like family to Shiba. Turning 18 is that moment where you really become an adult. Most restrictions like safe from jobs get removed and you are now the same as everybody else. The sword is an acknowledgement of that from Shiba. He's reached him, they can fight together as true partners. And in a world like theirs, where they go on operations that include fighting, the sword is the biggest respect Shiba can give. Mashiro was family to him. Their relationship reaches its turning point during the Irishima talks, or should I say Irishima demands. Mashiro and Shiba are part of a group of elite sorcerers sent to discuss conflict, though it instantly breaks into battle. Shiba deals with this guy fast, everyone does. Everyone but Mashiro, an intentional choice to show the gap between him and the others. Fighting the prince of their foes, Mashiro struck first, leading everyone to delve into the forest in battle. It's a nuclear encounter, everyone showing the peak of their powers. Shiba, of course, and even Mashiro, him compressing an entire battleship like a meteor and dropping it onto the man. He continues to restrain the prince with iron scraps. He may be bleeding to death, but he specifically does this because Shiba can teleport him to safety. It's really emphasized that he's important to him. He believes in him above all. But they all stand no chance. Shiba turns around. Mashiro is dead. But with all he had, he sent the blade Shiba gave him at the prince. And the prince grabs it, slitting Shiba's throat with the same blade. It says all. Shiba killed this boy. He gave Mashiro the sword, telling him to embrace this battlefield lifestyle. He didn't think of the danger and brought him along for this mission. He gave him the sword. That sword he'd use to fight. And because of that, he's been led to death. The same sword has just been returned to Shiba, because he did it. After it all, Mashiro sits there in a pool of blood. He's dead, and Shiba isn't any better. But he's left living, specifically to be a message about Mashiro. Everyone died in a brutal show of power. Japan stands no chance. And Shiba, covered in the blood of everyone, is meant to be the one who delivers that message. It's why he specifically survived. And it's here that guilt seemingly started for Shiba. He brought Mashiro along with him, with beliefs in him, because he's the strongest. But when Mashiro, a loved one, needed the strongest, he failed to be that. His power tricks the world, it makes the impossible possible. But it was Shiba who tricked Mashiro, not his power, as he failed to be there when he needed him the most. Everything we see of Shiba now stems from a series of moments just like this. He fails to use his power and is the last one standing, leaving him in guilt. Where many see a fraud, I see a person dealing with realistic trauma in a realistic way. A fear that any choice he does will lead to more hurt, to more death. And we'll even see later down the line that Yura literally chases the Magatsumi due to his own grief. It's a central theme in Kagurabachi all the way. But with Yura mentioned, let's get back to that big fight. It's very cool to see Yura get out and fight himself with his allies. It really highlights what the Hishaku is. They are a group of phantoms standing up because they believe in a world of order, to use the enchanted blades for what is right. Everyone believes in this idea, and so everyone should go the same lengths. Yura is no exception. There is one interesting part about this fight though. Yuru has thoughts about Yura. He's clearly not a swordsman, rather his athleticism is unreal. It's interesting. For a guy aiming to steal the strongest blade, you'd imagine he'd be pretty great with one, but he's rather just straight strength, like a normal guy who may have worked out. It also makes you think about the fact Yura seemingly has no sorcery of his own. He is a normal guy, which likely ties to the reason he drew this plan up in the first place. He was a normal guy affected by this supernatural world and wanted to change it. Though it's here, the final aspects of Yura's plan come to light, all revolving around the Magatsumi he essentially gave the Kamunabi during the auction. The Kamunabi planned to put the Magatsumi in the storehouse, making it untouchable to Yura, though somehow the blade is leaking energy, something that shouldn't be possible unless it was charged with energy before it was resealed. Under every condition, they'd notice that, meaning there has to be a traitor, someone actively messing with the blade and covering that fact up. Yura has for the longest had a high-level Kamunabi traitor, and it's exactly for this moment he was placed. Yura can tap into the Magatsumi's energy because he charged the blade with his energy before the auction. Cure was a test to see if he'd even be able to use it without risk, and while he proved it was dangerous, Yura views it as worth it. With its power, Yura is given many panels of him destroying Kamunabi buildings. The closer to Akemura Soga he gets, the worse the destruction gets. This itself is a statement of what Yura wants to do with the Magatsumi sword. He wants to tear what the world does down. The Kamunabi is the government. He wants to get rid of that and grow something new, something stricter, darker, and with more death. Azami then arrives to fight, the peak of the Kamunabi's power. But it's not just this Azami represents. He's also a representation of the ties binding Kunishige to all of this. He's Kunishige's childhood friend, and if he allows Yura to pass, it means letting him destroy what his government and his childhood friend imagined for the blades. He's the last wall of defense, and so Azami gives it all, revealing his sorcery, which allows him to use coins to manage electric currents, a call to his family or doctors who would use their sorcery in treatment, but in Azami's case, it's to attack. To me, I think this illustrates Azami's role. His doctor-like abilities reflects the fact he can hurt or help people. It's a call to how he was a Kamunabi war veteran, yet also a childhood friend of Kunishige. He is on both sides of this equation, and acts upon his role for both sides. Both sides go against what the Hishaku are doing. Azami is also a great showcase of how powerful the Magatsumi's power really is. He is the pinnacle of sorcery, but he's being shut down by this blade like nothing ever happened. His monstrous strength with his background tells you everything. He embodies the idea of an executioner, a being who carries out death for authority and anyone who defies that authority. He won't let anyone walk over what he believes in. Still, Yura does exactly that. He destroys everything, as he will bring order to this nation. And here, the most climactic scene of this manga happens. Our two villains, the Phantom of the present, Yura, meets Akemura, the nightmare of the past. This is a man who killed 200,000, one who it took 5 other blade bearers to bring down, and the one who was reported by everyone to be insane. Yura speaks to him. He declares he's come to kill him. But Soga stretches. He states he hasn't spoke to anyone in a long time. He asks if it's cold out there. Yura is speechless by this. They all say he's insane, and Soga simply responds, "Wouldn't that be convenient?" To tell the truth, he chose to do what he did based on his beliefs and ideals. He killed those people to protect Japan and its people. Yura is stunned. Akemura isn't mad like he believed. The act he carried out was fully him and in the name of order. He never considered this, but it lines up with what he believes in, so he changes course. He came to take the Magatsumi to correct the mistakes of the heroes. If the malediction was for the idea of order, then he approves of it. It was the right answer. The enchanted blades are the solution to bring order, and Kunishige sealed them. It was a tremendous mistake. It all comes together in this haunting scene that Akemura and Yura had the same beliefs. And so, Yura asks him to join his plot to lead the world with the enchanted blades. Akemura did what he did in the name of duty. It is his duty as a samurai to use a blade to protect those he cares for, and in his case, the entire country. This reflects in the Magatsumi, a blade known to corrupt its wielder with power. We saw this with Kiora at the auction. Yet Akemura actually uses it just fine, and he's been fined for 20 years of imprisonment. Akemura is a man with strong, extreme ideals, ones he fully believes in and proudly speaks about, and now knowing about his resistance to the madness, there should be no doubts about his certainty. That is the point. This is a man that can't be reasoned with. This is a man who fully believes in his ideals that killed 200,000 people. It's then the barrier to Kamunabi HQ is broken thanks to Akuri, meaning no longer is this battleground isolated. Akuri has opened the door to hope. He throws the ultimate lob. Shiba appears, teleports Yura to the surface, and the fight between the enchanted blades over who controls their fate begins. This fight isn't simply good versus evil. Nobody here is good. It's not simply past versus future. We've already severed the past. Finally, it's not heroes versus villains. A hero doesn't exist when it comes to the enchanted blades. This is a battle that decides the solution of the swords. Yura and Akemura want them in the name of duty. They were made to protect and to eradicate evil, and they want to forge a world where exactly that happens. Chihiro and Samura want to destroy the blades. They're too much power no human can reasonably use. Many clashes occur in this fight, yet I think the most notable one is how Yura is able to one-up Samura continuously. The Magatsumi is destructive, the entire city has to be evacuated, many lives are threatened, and Samura, with his newfound sight, can't ignore this, and Yura instantly shatters his sunglasses. It's a warning, he got off lucky there. Though this happens again, in a moment where Samura can see Yura's blade, is ready to react, his eyes instead look behind him to worry, and the price he pays is another near-death situation. Samura may see again, but he is now blinded by his love for people. Samura is a good-hearted man, a true lover, and that element was introduced and amplified by his religion. Samura is a Buddhist. He is such a believer that he went to the extent of blinding himself to avoid worldly passions, as they distracted him from his duty. And that is something we are beginning to see again right here. His love for people distracts him from his duty of striking down evil. It's a scary idea to march into the future with, especially right now, at the climax of this story. As Samura said earlier, he's going to hell, and he's now literally walking into a living hell. The Magatsumi. The battle comes to a climax when Samura uses his flames to burn away the irregularities in Yura's body. Since he's using the Magatsumi's energy, that's essentially everything. He is burning Yura alive, trying to cast a solution into hellfire. But Yura thinks of heroes, and where others would think of hope, it's rage. An idea that sends a series of memories through Yura's mind. Yura speaks with a woman, an important woman to him as highlighted by her wedding ring. As Yura cooks, the radio speaks about the war recently ending and their area being rebuilt. The radio then speaks of the blades that ended this war. The master swordsmith is enshrining the blades. And in this moment, Yura actually thought positively, smiling as he thanks the war heroes alongside the woman. They can rest easy knowing these heroes will protect the country and them. This small glimpse of the past ends with a smile as he listens on to the woman, filled with hope that they'll be safe. Yet in the present, Yura continues to fight that battle. He won't let go of his blade and his solution. He screams that the Hishaku have only made necessary sacrifices. They aren't the reason the world is like this. He points out everything we've seen. Things like how the Rakuzaichi were allowed to exist, Sojo was allowed to exist, crime was everywhere, and how the Kamunabi just weren't enough. He states with the blades, a power that can defeat evil, a power that was made to change the course of war, history. With them, everything could have been different. With the burst of despair he screams, Chihiro's father made the world this way. And here, the motive is clear. Yura genuinely believed in these war heroes. They contributed to the safety of what appears to be the most important to him, the woman. But after the blades were sealed by Chihiro's father, it's likely he felt abandoned by those heroes. He speaks about how after the war, nothing changed. And I think we're meant to draw the conclusion that something must have happened to the woman, and whatever it was, the enchanted blades could have been the tool to stop it. Yura's whole reason for using the blade as a tool of villainy is his grief. Because of what happened to him, he wants to use the blades to create a new world where evil is struck down by the heroes wielding the blades. And finally, the panel where he blames Chihiro's father is a direct mirror to when Chihiro screamed about Yura killing his father. It's to say, they're the same. Yura and Chihiro are the same. The implication is that both Chihiro and Yura lost something in relation to the enchanted blades, and because of that they sought the same exact path, a solution that involves them. It's just that where Chihiro thinks that the blade shouldn't exist, the power is too much even if it can protect and kill evil, Yura sees that power and those reasons is exactly why they should exist. The power allows perfect protection of people and perfect eradication of evil. And this is why I love Hokuzono's writing, because in this moment, both characters are right, and the perfect example to look at why they're right is the arc this panel literally calls back to. We've seen what the enchanted blades can do. Innocents can die like at the Rakuzaichi due to the Magatsumi, but at the same time Chihiro stopped that operation because of an enchanted blade. Neither of their points are wrong here by each of their standards. In Kagurabachi, there are no heroes, there is no perfect person. Yura and Chihiro are proof of that. They've both done horrible things to get their points across, points that are just as right as each other. It is simply because we follow Chihiro that we consider him heroic. If Yura was our main character, we would probably say the same about Chihiro. They are the same in that way, and Hokuzono wants us to see that. Chihiro strikes down Yura once more, and as he burns to ash, Yura states, he and that woman, they were a nobody, they needed a hero. Akemura takes his body, assumingly a link through the Magatsumi enchanted blade. It's grown roots throughout Yura so he can puppet Yura as himself. The Swordmaster stands among them, the first one to notice being Samura. I love the touch that Samura notices with everything but his eyes. He chose to open them to the future, but in the face of Akemura, the man who killed 200,000 people, his eyesight wanes. His heart is too big, and it blinds him. But with this, hell stands among them. Akemura Soga appears. He shatters everything. He's about to break everything we knew for this story into pieces. Akemura Soga is a man Kunishige trusted with one of his atomic bomb enchanted blades, his ultimate power, and he used that power to commit a genocide he backs up currently saying, based on his beliefs and ideals he killed them all. It was to protect the country and its people. He was fully aware then, stood aware the whole time, and in the present stands by what he did. He views the genocide he committed as duty. The perfect place to start with an Akemura deep dive is his sister Chiaki, the Soga princess who at the start of the war was intended to be given to the Mikaboshi. Akemura was of course hyper aware to everything happening to her. That's his sister, and a sibling would want to help with what's hurting their sibling. This leading to it being stated that when Chiaki obtained her power of prophecy, he too rise to new heights. Akemura improved quick, and his reasons were because he needs to make the elite guard to protect his sister. Though everything becomes clear when it's revealed to Akemura, Chiaki is being given over to the Mikaboshi. Akemura, hearing of this, rushes to the new Soga clan head, in a split second cutting his pipe in a way that proved it could have been his throat. Only 16 years old, but it's clear Akemura is the most powerful here. He's angry, and the clan head tells him something. If you don't like it, go kill the enemy. It leaves him blank, all before Chiaki drags him away. She tells him that she'll protect everyone, specifically him. And this upsets Akemura. He took up the sword to protect her, but it's the other way around. Akemura, despite becoming what we know as a genocidal man, it's clear he moves for one big reason, a devotion to protect his family. Specifically, his sister. When it comes to her, he becomes someone more powerful than everyone, and it's for one reason, to protect her. Even this early, he held this mindset and would move for it. Because, just like the leader said, if you don't like something, kill for it. Well, Akemura, if he wants to do something, he should work for it. This is our catalyst. Without a doubt, Akemura's future actions relate in a big way to this, a desire to protect what he loves and the willingness to go for it. In the lead up to the war, strong sword fighters were tasked with killing evildoers. This is when Akemura was found doing the same job by a man named Samura. Akemura just finished a bloody scene, one leaving him with shaky hands. This is key. It illustrates fear and uncomfort. This was a role Akemura struggled with but did anyway. The young Akemura agrees that this is horrible, yet that is why he must wield the blade. He goes on. He's convinced a peaceful world lies beyond. Samura leaves the scene with a single line: "The war changed him." This parallel is being drawn with Samura, a man who knew his duty, disliked it, but understood that someone had to do it. Akemura here is the same. He carried out his duty, killing evil, because he had to be the one to do it. Considering his line about a peaceful world, I'm inclined to believe he saw this as his way to protect the loved ones important to him, like his sister. One really big thing to note and remember is that this was before the war officially broke out in a big way. He was already this type of guy before anything huge happened. He already had a deep desire to protect. And from here, I think Kagurabachi wants us to see something obvious. While it's not confirmed, I think we're meant to assume something tragic happened to Chiaki, something that pushed Akemura's desire to protect to a bigger level. The war changed him, as Samura said. And from here, war begins. Considering Akemura's strength and ability to punish evil, it makes a lot of sense that he was given an enchanted blade, especially with his family ties. But what he did with that blade? Well, it really did change everything. These blades turned the tide against the invincible sorcerers. Specifically though, the Magatsumi/the Shinichi. It's the most powerful blade. When Akemura released it, the white flag was quickly flown. Peace treaties began to get signed. Yet soon after, Akemura said no, and began his act of horror, the malediction. It was a force of pure havoc. It destroyed the nation and killed 200,000. Its power still covers the land nearly 20 years later. All the other enchanted blade bearers would team up and Akemura would stop. He completed what he had deemed right, and so he was imprisoned and branded as gone crazy. Still, Akemura would later say, based on his beliefs and ideals, he killed them all. It was to protect the country and his people. He is fully aware, still is, and stands by what he did in the past. So Akemura, he saw that just by the Mikoboshi existing, peace treaty or not, it created opportunity for them to come back and hurt order, just as they did here initially. Akemura with the blade saw he had power to protect by preventing that, and so he committed genocide. He did it all in the idea of protecting his country and its future. The enchanted blades were created to win a war and protect the people. Akemura acknowledges this. They indeed are a tool that can protect. Yet he takes that ideal to the extreme. They can protect, and so their power should be used to their full extent to protect, no matter what it costs. Akemura is a character who lives fully in today. There's no past, future, it's now. These people are a threat based on everything he's seen right now. He has the power to protect now, and so he gets rid of them now for the sake of his duty. So Akemura, he saw that just by the Mikoboshi existing, peace treaty or not, it created opportunity for them to come back and hurt order, just as they did here initially. Akemura with the blade saw he had power to protect by preventing that, and so he committed genocide. He did it all in the idea of protecting his country and its future. The enchanted blades were created to win a war and to protect the people. Akemura acknowledges this. They indeed are a tool to protect, yet he takes that ideal to the extreme. They can protect, and so their power should be used to their full extent to protect, no matter what it costs. Evil needs to be rooted out and slain to protect people. That is Akemura's belief, and he views that nothing is too far for that belief. This is his viewpoint, plain and simple, one he is fully aware of and set in. He's not crazy in any way. I want to highlight here that his tale at the moment wants you to think that it's all because of his sister. His views make perfect sense if he lost the person he devoted his life to, his sister, at the hands of this war, and became obsessed with protecting. We saw the burden she was saddled with, and if he lost her due to these burdens, Akemura would without a doubt change as a person. No one person grieves the same, and it's never ever a smooth process. Akemura coming to such an extreme viewpoint can happen. Though, I would wager Akemura's viewpoint likely already existed. Recall how he stated he wants to protect his sister, and how he would slay evildoers as a teenager to protect and create a peaceful world. Before the war, before anything big could have happened, protecting was Akemura already. He always was this way. If I pair this with the assumption that Chiaki has died, then I imagine his desire to protect would only be amplified by grief. You take Akemura's viewpoint of protecting, grief, and add in the sword equivalent of a bomb, well, Akemura's genocidal choice starts to sound like a natural outcome. We even have other moments showing that Akemura in general is just very extreme. He will go very far with his choices. It's just how he as a person does business. Akemura is fully there in the present, and is no denying that it's him. He wastes no time reflecting on his views. He was happy with what he did, was content rotting away knowing he did the right thing, but now realizes that it wasn't over, going on to unsheath his blade. While I will go over the significance of his blade and his powers soon, for now, the act of unsheathing means his viewpoint, the blade should be used to protect, is what he still believes in fully. Given the chance, he will act out such an extreme once more. He looks to Chihiro, his sister and the Blade Maker's son, understanding instantly why they chose to seal them. They feared a future with their power. With the single action, Butterfly, he cuts reality, literally cutting the manga panel to cut down Samura. No hesitation, he knew Samura standing there went against his duty and cut him down in a moment, and it's all before he stands next to Chihiro. All Chihiro can think about is his memories with his father Kunishige, how the Swordmaster, a person he wouldn't even name, was the one person he never mentioned. He would just point to a book and shut up. And the reason is heartbreaking. Akemura makes it clear he's Chihiro's uncle. This is family. And even goes on to illustrate he cares about the idea of family. He speaks about how big Chihiro was and that he bought his bib. Yet it's all before the second Chihiro refuses his duty, his view, he's willing to attack him with full force. Just like he did to Samura. If they have history or not, if they're family or not, you need to go if you don't align. Akemura took one look at Chihiro, specifically he and his blade, and understood why the blades were sealed. Regret. The blades were no longer the right answer to Kunishige, their creator. And despite the fact that he is indeed family to Chihiro, the fact he points out because, it should go above everything, Akemura made clear that he can't accept his views. Family or not, rooting out evil comes first. And for that view, the blades are the tool in his eyes. So he attacks, clearly. This is the ultimate showdown of part 1 of Kagurabachi, and so it's fitting that it's the culmination of solutions. Chihiro represents Kunishige's solution, taking the blades away, destroying them as that power is too much for humans. And Akemura represents keeping them, use them for order, push what they were made for to the extreme. The N10 was made for this moment. The battle must start, but of course, Chihiro stands no chance. Akemura doesn't kill Chihiro, he even states he'd rather not kill his sister's son, but he gravely injures him, all before he breaks his blade, breaking it with sheer strength, a feat thought to be impossible. But the N10 has been shattered, the representation of Chihiro's solution has been broken. He fully intended to stop Chihiro completely, to make it so that he can not only not stand in his way of duty now, but to show that it was impossible for him from the beginning. He is just too strong. They can do nothing. To Akemura, evildoers need to be struck down. It is his duty to do exactly that. And now we've seen nothing will stop him. Resistance, authority, not even family, will stop him. He will do anything for his duty. I believe Akemura has always been this way. I believe he's always been right in this way. Striking down evildoers no matter what, even if it shakes him up, is just him. This is his viewpoint of how you create a better future, a future that protects your loved ones. And he has no qualms doing the bloodier things. It's just duty to him. The likely loss of his sister didn't cause this, rather it seems it only pushed him harder in that direction. The change wasn't that Akemura developed the viewpoint, it was that the viewpoint consumed him and he no longer had Chiaki to hold him back like when he nearly killed the clan head. He was willing to do anything, now had nothing to hold him back, and had the means to do so in his hands. A term given to me by a friend is an anchor. An anchor keeps a ship from sailing away. And if you equate Chiaki to Akemura's anchor, as family are typically for many, then Chiaki was the one grounding Akemura's beliefs. But without her, he has nobody to tell him off for his extreme ideals. I believe somehow the war left Chiaki dead, and having the belief that he must protect, that is his duty, with no one to stop him from the extreme of that duty, he went through with it, committing the genocide of the Mikoboshi people, the ultimate extreme of duty, blaming a whole nation for the war their people were involved in. Ultimately, take the last bit with a grain of salt. We do not currently know the circumstances around Akemura's choice, but I believe wholeheartedly that he saw it as the culmination of his duty, one pushed to the extreme now that he didn't have an anchor. In this theory, this means he is in fully control of his choice, and I personally like that idea of it 1000% being his choice. It means you cannot question at all whether he was stable when he did what he did, making it very apparent that he truly meant every action. I also think it would be kinda silly to make the final villain a big depressed madman, as every villain before this has been extremely serious. And if all these serious antagonists lead into a man that is just, well, crazy and a bit emotionally unstable, I would think it would kinda be, well, meh. You see, Sojo introduced the idea that others can have different perspectives of the blades in Kunishige's work. Kyoto showcased the disgusting world alongside the ultimate power, the Magatsumi, while creating questions. Samura answered those questions, while truly embodying the heavy responsibility of the blades, leading to the idea of a solution. Akemura is all of this in one character. He has his own perspective on Kunishige's work. He fights against the disgusting world with the ultimate power. He answers questions and has the responsibility to his solution. He knows everything Chihiro knows, but he's set in stone. I think making it so that this villain is a little just crazy and, well, emotionally messed up is, well, unsatisfying. But to reflect all these things, but to reflect what Akemura means, Kagurabachi continuously shows and makes sure you understand Akemura is the biggest embodiment of a samurai in the series. For Chihiro to get to him, just as he needed to with Samura, he will need to truly embody a samurai. This is for the sake of the biggest samurai trait I've mentioned, duty. Akemura views it as his duty to destroy evildoers, a duty that not only falls upon what Kunishige intended for the blades, but likely Akemura's legacy as a Soga. After all, they were Japan's mightiest family, the pinnacle of power. And so with Akemura being the samurai with one goal, I think it's finally time we speak on the most powerful enchanted blade, the one that with one slash eradicated 200,000. Kunishige's masterpiece, the Magatsumi. The Magatsumi is the only enchanted blade to not have 3 abilities. It's not limited at all, this likely being the reason it was considered a masterpiece. All of its abilities are bug-based, starting with Spider. This creates a web that freezes people. Dragonfly is a move that zips past like a dragonfly. It's a slash or force in one direction. Centipede is a play on circles, sending energy out in a circle around the blade, an insane amount of energy that destroys everything. Butterfly is the move I think Akemura is the coolest using, it being a huge slash attack. He used it to literally cut the page when fighting Samura, it's just cool. Finally Bee, an attack that's a play on a bee's stinger burrowing into its target. It pierces like a stinger before drilling whatever it hits. Akemura used this to eradicate Kamunabi HQ, creating the biggest crater in the series. Bug powers. They are an obvious call to the Mikoboshi. Hokuzono wants us to see this loud and clear, and it makes sense. They are powers directly taken from them, the stone they worshipped. It makes one thing hauntingly apparent. Japan didn't just allow the Mikoboshi to be forgotten about, written out of history, and smeared by propaganda, all after they, killed them all by the way, but they've completely taken their culture and made it theirs. even letting it stand alongside their idea of heroics. The enchanted blades are their spiritual stone, Danseki, what they literally prayed to, weaponized in a power comparable to an atomic bomb. A horror. Uncomfortably enough, through stories about the war and talks of heroes, the enchanted blades have been normalized to the people of Japan. Though in truth, they are literally stolen culture from people that have been eradicated by Japan. But I did say earlier the enchanted blades are like their own characters, and so Akamura's naturally reflects everything around him. Magatsumi broken down starts with this kanji, it meaning bend, hook, essentially curving something. The other kanji means crime, wrong, sin. Basically, it describes bad. The Magatsumi is essentially a curved sin, which can be indicative of its existence as a whole. Kunishige made these blades for war, to kill, but to protect and bring down evil. It is like you were curving what would normally be a sin, killing. This was Kunishige's masterpiece, the one he chose to link all the other blades to, and it was the blade deployed at the end of the war, and so I believe it represents the very rocky nature of these blades. As Kunishige said in the first chapter, swords are tools for killing. They should be wielded by those killing evil and protecting the weak. It is a sword meant to curb sin. Though the true realm of the Magatsumi truly opens everything up. To remind you, true realm is where the blade wielder essentially links with the spirit of the blade, embracing its creation out of spiritual Danseki stone. It's where the blade and its bearers sync their desires to heighten to a new level of power. Effectively, the blade and you come to agree, and so you work more powerful together. This is 100% of the blade's power. Akamura's genocidal rampage happened using the power of the true realm, meaning his blade agreed with his horrible motives. Now the blade is not literally a living entity agreeing with him, but almost adding a personality to it allows you to see some great symbolism. The Magatsumi's true realm allows it to essentially always max its power, non-stop creating vitality-absorbing flowers, ones that are beautiful as much as they are deadly, leaving battlefields in a dark ghastly ooze alongside never-ending plant life. The power takes vitality. The more flowers and the more havoc it creates, the more vitality it absorbs and returns to Akamura. Sure, a sword is a sword, it's going to kill, but to use such beautiful flowers in a wicked way as it murders almost presents the idea that the acts it's committing are bright and most of all, right. This, with the fact that it sucks vitality out of those it hits, leads to the thought that only a person truly comfortable with killing and bloodshed can use this blade. You must see death as right and as a good thing like the flowers. The imagery presents the idea that Akamura believes his killings are for the right reasons. They are appealing and bring health, literally healing him. It is in his duty, and so he views it as beautiful. The true realm highlights that it is in the blade's nature to kill. The genocide was embraced by what a blade is. A fact reinforced by the truth that the malediction that wiped out the Mikaboshi is still active in the region. In a sick way, it's a permanent piece of pride for Akamura, the day he righteously carried out his duty for the sake of protecting Japan. Yet there's nothing else we can say. Akamura is set on his duty and nobody can stop him. He burrows into the Kamunabi structure under them presently, intending to kill anyone who defied his idea of order. Anyone who raises their hands to him, he moves so fast, it's as if their hands were deleted from existence. And god, I just wanted to point it out, this panel's so cool. Akamura, for as terrible as he really is such a cool villain. But Akamura noticeably ignores the Hishaku, as they are phantoms representing an idea. Anyone with Yura is with Akamura. They agree, and it shows that Akamura truly is in his right mind. He is truly about the order, he's not just a madman. Though the Kamunabi, they stand no chance. He raises his sword. Malediction. A death sentence for the Kamunabi. In Akamura's eyes, because they are the people who have contributed to keeping the blade sealed, they are evildoers. They stood in the way of his duty. He will lead with order instead of them. It's then everyone has some real defining moments. Shiba specifically. He asks, if he joins, will he only cause more death? He sits there lost in thought as he watches the Enten disappear. It's a reflection of his grief. He's too shocked to move. But in the end, Samura answers the question for him. They can still fight. He stands before Akemura, the chance for a final duel born out of the most beautiful moment. A few seconds prior, Samura reached out to the disappearing Enten. He thinks of Chihiro in the perfect way. With his eyes open, he describes the visual effect. He could see Chihiro sparkle, only with sight. Only because Chihiro opened his eyes could he see the light. Light that proves he nor Chihiro aren't duds. He revives the Enten with a new set of flames. Samura has covered himself in a coat of black flames and faces Akemura. These black flames are new, and they aren't burning because of his power. They're burning off of his life force. They are the symbolism of Samura's ultimate bet. He is dying like he had always said he would. But this isn't an end in the past. It's not to destroy himself along with it. It's to embrace the future, Chihiro's future solution. These flames give him the power to heal as fast as the Magatsumi's vitality draining plants. He can buy everyone time while being the only one to stand up to Akemura. To embrace that this is a battle for the enchanted blades, they fight like samurai. A fair duel based on each of their duties to the enchanted blade. Each draw is destructive. Akemura fights to create order. That is his solution. And Samura fights for Chihiro for his solution. Leaving the boy to watch this entire fight attentively, absorbing every small detail to be ready for next time. Samura will call Akemura a genius. Every duel is an execution for him. And just as fast, Samura's blade will strike, leading Akemura to backflip in the perfect way, slicing clean through Samura's face, literally coloring in his scars with the blow. Yet the final draw comes. In a split second, the intensity and power from their blades cover everything in white. It's like an impact frame of pure destructive heat. But the second it passes, it's clear the outcome. Samura has lost. Akemura Soga has cut him down. Though even in death, to show he was really all in on the future, he spends the last of his power teleporting his enchanted blade to Iori, not only letting her know that he passed, but that he was thinking about her, facing a future that involved her, till the very end. Akemura takes to the sky. He grasps Magatsumi. This corrupt world will now know the power of the enchanted blades. He declares war on the world in the name of order, all as he thinks of the world in terms of a curse. No, actually what he got from the war was a lesson. I'm assuming that is a panel of a baby Chihiro, and considering I believe Chiaki, Chihiro's mother and Akemura's sister, was pulled away and saved from her duty by Kunishige, then I believe her dying outside of that duty, one that is the Soga clan duty just like Akemura's, would impact him heavily. Duty is everything to him. Chiaki held him back from the extremes of that duty, but if she died the moment she ran away from that duty, then it would only make Akemura see duty as correct. He would be even more certain about embodying it. Push it to the extreme, or death comes for what you love, just like it did Chiaki. In the end, Chihiro's left with little, a spark, remnants of his own blade, but thanks to Samura, he can make it bigger. He heads to the forge, a place he hasn't been in forever. He reflects on everything with his father, everything he's been through, and begins to make blades based on the world he views through his eyes. He will surpass his father. Kagurabachi, Part 1, End. Part 1 has been about so much, but for Chihiro specifically, it's been about growth, in what I believe is one of the most introspective and immersive panels of the series. Chihiro, Enten, the fish, all before the moon, he thought about his father, specifically about the idea of powerful enchanted blades not being everything. He will need to look at the world through his own eyes. Part 1 has been exactly that. Chihiro growing and seeing the world for himself, all in the end to stand in the way of Akemura and learn from it. Chihiro from the start wouldn't have been able to get anything from Akemura, let alone even stand in his presence. But Chihiro, after everything, he set up to cleave open a future, one that the most selfless character, Samura, bought him. And Samura, man, everything really is because of Samura. As Samura implied from the very beginning, he knew he was always going to go to hell. And funny enough, it's like Hokuzono was telling us that from the very beginning. Samura's tale ends with death. As his religion implied, he was a man who was more than aware of the monster he was. He was aware of what he has done, and his tale is a big reflection of that. The past consumed him, it cut him off from the future, and everything he ever did was a result of everything he's been through. But despite that, the man we were introduced to as a blind swordsman opened his eyes, and he opened his eyes for the future, because he is no longer blind to that future. And in the end here, he kept his eyes open while facing the biggest threat from his past. And I think that really does say that he truly embraced the future. While literally having Phoenix-like powers, narratively Samura rose and overcame his biggest issue, his grief towards the past and looked towards the future. For the longest, he was blind, on a selfless quest of self-sacrifice, yet unknown to the fact he was being selfish too, and it all culminated in a beautiful moment where his eyes were opened. Though the best part was yet to come, as Samura was now eyes open in a moment facing the scariest part of his past, and he chose to embrace that future rather than retreat to the past once more. Yes, Samura has died, but his death is perhaps the most meaningful part of everything. He believes so strongly in his new path, he was ready to go to the hell he's always mentioned. And perhaps the best part is, in some form, I think we can expect a return, either in Iori or in Samura himself. Chihiro puts it best, saying Samura never gave up on Iori. He intended to come back in some way. Maybe this involves her being a sword bearer in some way. I can't imagine making her gifted with the blade was for nothing. Though it does seem to highlight that because Samura was turned to ash by his own sword, perhaps the sword could revive him if brought to that near-death level once again. It's an idea, and so Chihiro is planning to take that spark and make it bigger. I think it would be perfect if Samura's daughter wields his blade and ends up being the one to revive him. Not only once again catering to his Phoenix theme, but finally, like she said so many times, she can indeed save him. Samura left his blade to her as a final, I believe in you, perhaps that for once she can be the one to actually save him. It would just be such a beautiful way to further showcase how set on the future he was in this moment. The manga is also currently, at the time of writing, in its war arc flashback. We will without a doubt see some more Samura scenes, and I bet they'll do tons to hammer in why exactly that war destroyed this man so much. And it's thanks to Samura that Chihiro can now craft his ultimate solution, one that will embody his legacy and responsibility in every way, as it will be a katana made by him with everything he's seen, exactly as his father, who started this series, said. He will take the sins of his father Kunishige, the growth of himself, Chihiro, and use it to create the future, the blade that destroys the second malediction. But oh man, we are not even touching on the other half of this, Akemura. Akemura Soga is without a doubt, I don't care what you say, the final villain of Kagurabachi. He is the ultimate human point of every theme, everything, every message this stories tell, all while being the reflection of the power we interact with throughout the entire story. If the themes, ideas, statements, everything, we're all meant to pick up on them and understand them, then the main villain must represent all those things while reflecting the idea of that big power system. And I believe Akemura does all of that literally to perfection. Genocide. Akemura committed a genocide in every way, eradicating an entire population of people. Kagurabachi wants to show this, but more specifically with how such things continue and happen. Genocide does not simply just happen with one person, it is a combination of numerous things contributing to the cause, whether it be soldiers, government, whatever you can think of. Akemura himself is the man with the idea, and his enchanted blade is meant to represent the idea that there's others beside him. It is more than just his choice. The entire story also reflects how genocide doesn't start or end with the actual act itself. Akemura is a man of Soga lineage, a clan we can see value duty and protection of their power before anything else. Through Chiaki, we saw that people are raised this way, Akemura, being a proper samurai striking down evil, protected his family while embracing the duty of his lineage. In my opinion, Akemura's act was likely the furthest extreme of what he considers his clan's duty, to be a power of Japan. In the aftermath, the government chose to hide what Akemura did instead of tell the world, enabling it by shadowing the truth and covering it up with heroic propaganda. They then dehumanized the Mikaboshi by calling them savages, and delegating them to horror stories in history books. The Enchanted Blades are even a great example of cultural genocide, how they are using Danseki, an element of Mikaboshi culture, as their own and normalizing it as their own. Akemura's blade is literally the peak of this. The Magatsumi manifest powers that are the spitting image of the culture he wiped out. These powers are called heroic and consider the Japanese heroes as powers, removing the cultural aspect the Mikaboshi had when it came to Danseki. They've taken everything they had as theirs, erasing them from the world. Everything around Akemura's genocidal acts contributes to the themes we see in this series. Dangerous propaganda, horrors of war, heroes, how governments cover up and control the truths of history. In the end, genocide was allowed and contributed to by the government, because it allowed them to control the narrative, giving themselves credit where they wanted credit, while erasing the parts of history that just made them sound worse. The victors write history, and Kagurabachi is shown that horror through Akemura. Then you look at Akemura from the other side of this human equation, through Chihiro's eyes. He is the ultimate challenger to Chihiro's responsibility of the Enchanted Blades, representing the absolute extreme to the idea of striking down evil. He has already struck down, quote, evildoers to the absolute extreme, and will do it again. Akemura is also the embodiment of legacy and the sins of his father, as he represents Kunishige's sins and the horrors of his legacy. People like Akemura exist because of Kunishige's creations and actions around those creations. Finally, Akemura is the perfect example of weapons, power, the atomic bomb. He is a samurai who saw fit to eliminate every last person he saw for his duty, and he did it using an atomic bomb, a power. And I believe he contributes to the overall thing the story wants to say, the main message it wants you to embody after reading. You are meant to see that Kagurabachi is a shonified criticism of many elements of the war-filled history of our world. And the point is to encourage the new generation to create a better, healthier path for history. Our world is only as good as us. The world has been filled with insane families like the Soga and Sazanami. Crime is an everyday thing that manifests in horrible ways like human trafficking, the likes of which we saw in the Rakuzaichi. Ruthless experimentation like what happened with Char happens all over history. I literally said Unit 731. Conflict over religion, propaganda, materials, anything of the sort has happened time and time again, leading to wars like with the Mikaboshi. Whole cultures have been erased from history completely due to tragedy or horrors like genocide. Many have been taken and absorbed into other places and branded as their own culture. Propaganda and false history issues persist in conversations all around the world today. And of course, most prominent in this manga, power-related issues around weapons and the sort are hot topics everywhere, especially with nuclear power. I believe Hokazono wanted to speak about these issues while giving us the story of Chihiro, a boy who is by no means perfect, but trying to cut open a better day for the future, for the sake of people. He wanted to show the idea that you should do something to make a better future while knowing your proper history, as with the knowledge of proper history, you can make something better for the world. It's you that has to make a change. The best part is that it all comes back to bladesmithing. You take metal, ore, heat, everything a part of the process, acknowledge its history, properties, everything that led it to this moment, and you use it to create something new, a sword. The power and idea Kagurabachi revolves around. This truly is such a beautiful series, and I really do think its origins only make it better. It makes you want to root for this already amazing manga somehow even more. From leaked insanely early and hated upon endlessly, Kagurabachi became a story of substance, one with great potential and messages perhaps more relevant than anything else in Jump right now. And who just doesn't love an underdog story? I really do think Kagurabachi is perfect, and so I really do think it stuck a perfect landing with part 1. Everything came with a rushed decision. Like Oppenheimer, Kunishige rushed the enchanted blades and changed the world. But now Chihiro does the same thing, but he does it with time, with experience, and with the solution already in mind. He's made the mistakes, he's seen the results, and part 2 is about to be the most insane outcome of everything yet. I really can't wait, and I bet you can't either. But with that, I will say, this is the end of the deep dive. Please, 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 please read this manga for yourself. You can read tons of it on the Manga Plus app, and it updates every Sunday on the Shonen Jump app. And when you read it that way, it actually helps Hokuzono. Not to mention, of course, the obvious way is buying volumes, buying manga physically, buying merch, whatever. It helps Hokuzono continue this amazing series. And with the story worth making this big of a video on, well, he should keep making more. He needs to make more because, I just need more, and I'm sure you do too. But with that, this video truly has been long enough, and I've had so much fun making it. I'm just not ready to edit it, but you don't have to worry about that, I do. But yeah, jokes aside, video aside, everything. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Bye.